Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Great to have you with us on a big Saturday afternoon at Aqua Racetrack here at South Ozone Park, New York for the weekend here at Belmont at the Big A. We have 4 stakes on the card, I should say. Greg Wolf with you. Great to be with you on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Among those stakes, you'll see some of them later on our programming when we swap over to Fox Sports 2. A major stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes. That is the Grade 3 Peter Pan. 3 years ago, it was used for Arcangelo, who would go on to win the Belmont at the Travers and be named champion 3-year-old for the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race in its history, Jenna Antonucci. We'll talk a little bit later on in the program to the first female trainer to ever win a Kentucky Derby, Cherie DeVoe. She'll be joining us, trainer of Golden Tempo, just a little bit later on in our programming. Here are the 4 stakes ahead. John A. Nerud, the Ruffian, take the A-Train Peter Pan. All of that you'll see later today on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, which kicks off at 2:30 Eastern Time. Loaded Saturday card. We have opening day at Monmouth as well. We'll check in with our crew out there, Paul LaDuca, Megan Burgess shortly. Good to see you, Andy Serling.
Good to see you as well.
Big day today. Obviously, the Peter Pan, we've seen some very good horses come out of this race in the past. What do you think about that race this afternoon?
Before we ran the Derby last week, I would have said there isn't a single horse in the Peter Pan that can possibly be a contender in the Belmont Stakes. But after the Derby, considering the race came up with a relatively low buyer speed figure, a lot of horses that had a lot of hype before the race didn't really deliver, suddenly this Belmont Stakes might be a lot more wide open, and perhaps we do see a player or two out of the Peter Pan.
Among them, Growth Equity, we'll talk plenty about coming up for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, 2-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. Flavien Prat will have the mount, but coming off a maiden win, it was impressive, but will be the first time facing winners today in this Grade 3 Peter Pan. 6-5 morning line favorite. Bull by the horns, missed a work. Gonna go straight, it looks like, to the Preakness potentially.
Really? As a fan or as a participant?
Wow. For
Probably
Safi Joseph
as Pegasus,
Jr.
maybe? Is he coming back?
As said, going to the middle jewel, potentially. As for Growth Equity, how impressed were you by this maiden win?
I was very impressed. I was impressed by both of his last 2 starts, and he took a step forward. But obviously there is a big difference between winning this race over overmatched foes at 10 cents the dollar and beating horses. Trendsetter won the Lexington. Talk to Me Jimmy won the Withers. Golfy's coming off a pretty good win in his last start. So he's meeting much more seasoned and accomplished runners in here, but he might be the goods. On the other hand, he also might be an underlay.
Making just his 4th career start, going beyond a mile for the first time. He was not slowing down late at a mile. He'll try a 1 1/8 this afternoon. One of his chief rivals, a horse who won a race on the road to the Kentucky Derby. And the Withers surprised a lot of people that day when he went gate to wire. Did not back it up in the Wood Memorial.
He didn't, but he didn't run that badly. When you consider how fast that pace was and dealing with Napoleon Solo, who also ran pretty well, I don't think he ran that bad a race, and I don't think it suggested that his Withers was totally phony. He's got to go to the lead in here. The question is, how much pressure will he take, specifically from the horse outside of him?
And then a face that popped up out of nowhere when we had our coverage from Keeneland on Lexington Day. Trent Center, everyone completely ignored. Was this performance for real?
Well, as Maggie said, it was his first time around 2 turns on dirt, which is absolutely accurate, and maybe that was the key. I don't know. I'm not ready to take horses off one number. I know this is something you and I totally agree on, these one-number horses, but let's be clear. If he runs back to his Lexington, he is a huge player in this race.
No question for trainer Ben Colebrook. That'll be race 9, 5:11 Eastern start time. Grade 3 Peter Pan, stepping stone to the 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. The Belmont Stakes, again for the final time, will be held at Saratoga this year before we head back to its intended home, the new reimagined Belmont Park next year. Earlier on the card, Grade 2 Ruffian, fillies and mares, 1-turn mile. And yet again, same connections to have Growth Equity. They're going to have a major player in inefficiency we'll get to. Let's start, though, with Eunomia, who for some reason was on turf for a lot of her career, decided to go back to dirt, shifted to a new barn, and now she's become a major player in this distaff division.
It's funny because you think about this race as theoretically a prep for our Grade 1 Ogden Phipps the day before the Belmont Stakes. Well, Eunomia has got another barn mate, Clara Beret, who's coming off a crazy good performance. And inefficiency has fully subscribed. So both of them have barn mates that are major players in that race. But Eunomia's last race was a big step forward for her. Another horse coming back in just 20 days. Can she run as effectively in a subsequent race?
That was her getting past late, but you saw how far back it was to the rest of the field, and that was in grade 2 company.
Yeah, 22 days, I should say, 3 weeks and a day. She ran big last time. Can she duplicate it? If she does, she's a pretty likely winner.
Race 7 on the card, Ruffian, grade 2, happens at 4:09 Eastern time. Very excited about this Saturday card. And of course, opening day at the Jersey Shore. And race 1 from Monmouth just 15 minutes away to set the stage for today and the entire season. We welcome back Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess. Good to see you both.
Thanks, Greg. Welcome back to the 81st season here at Monmouth Park. Happy opening day, Megan.
Happy opening day. I'm very excited to cover it with you.
Yeah, so very excited. You get the same faces that you had at Oakland. Matt Derriman will be calling races here. We have an 8-race card. We do not have any turf racing. We have a turf race going tomorrow. We were talking a little bit earlier. There are some new wagers going on. $5 late double, $3 late pick 3. So little things to look forward to on this 8-race card.
Absolutely. And this is a place I've never been to for one, Paul. Came from Oakland, made the 20-hour commute, was there last weekend, and now get to come right back to the Jersey Shore. And I think my favorite part of this job so far has been the travel and just seeing new places, especially this one. It kind of, as I was mentioning to our producer, our team, feels like a little bit of Saratoga and the Jersey Shore.
It's really beautiful down here. I think a lot of people forget when it gets a little bit colder because we are pretty close to the water. Let's get to what's on tap for today. Like I said, an 8-race card, as you're going to see here at Monmouth opening day. June 13th is the Nerud Betts Pegasus and Salvatore Mile. The Nerud Betts Haskell, obviously a big day. The Monmouth Oaks on July 25th. September 13th will be closing day. Megan, will be on our way up to Saratoga, beautiful Saratoga before that. Tomorrow, with a preview sorter for the Haskell, we do have the Long Branch.
We do, and that is going to be fees and entry paid, of course, for it. That Haskell Stakes with some familiar Oaklawn horses coming back for the Rudy Per State Barn and Clocker Special and Brickland. We shall see how it unfolds, but the Pegasus preview day coming up on June 13th is going to be interesting, or excuse me, Haskell preview day. And Bob Baffert has had a stronghold on this race, but it's going to be interesting to see with kind of a wide open 3-year-old crop how that Haskell eventually plays out later on.
I think Bob will be going for almost his 10th Haskell, which would be unbelievable. When we come back, we'll have the race, actually, number 1, only 5 horses in this field, but we'll get back to you, Greg, in a little bit to go over race number 1. Like I said, an 8-race card today, 8-race card on this opening day. And don't forget, tomorrow, Mother's Day, it's already sold out. You better find someone that has tickets.
About 13 minutes to post in that opener to kick off the season at the Jersey Shore. We look forward to it. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. John A. Nerud graded stakes sprint. We have the Ruffian, which we touched on. Take the A-Train stakes action on the lawn sprinting. And then the Peter Pan, that stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes. June 6th, Belmont at Saratoga. Fast and firm here in New York. Fast and firm at Monmouth. You can play all the action right there at Nerud Betts. Get signed up now. Get that $25 free bet for the Preakness and that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus with that code at sign up. Preak25 at NerudBets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as we're back here to New York. We'll set the stage for the opener on this card when we come back from a short timeout. First live action straight ahead after the break, and the opener right around the corner from Monmouth Park as we kick off this summer at the Jersey Shore on our Fox Sports 1 coverage here on America's Day at the Races.
It began as a summertime destination, a way to increase local business in a time when horses were not only the day's entertainment, they were the mode of transportation. Presidents vacation here, a playground for the elite on the iconic Jersey Shore. Over 150 years later, a lot has changed. Smartphones and social media allow fans to coordinate arrival time and attire. But some things haven't changed at all. Monmouth Park is still home to the elite.
Here's a filly for the ages, a Haskell legend, Rachel Alexandra did it!
And Monmouth Park is still a playground. For most of us, the tradition began at a young age, a weekend picnic to celebrate mom or dad, or Haskell Day with friends and family.
American Fair, the party continues as he rolls home in the Haskell.
And each summer, as the weather warms and school buses begin to fade away, that tradition pulls us back to the place we've spent many summers. Summers filled with excitement and hope, where every day is a winner, even if every ticket isn't. For 50 days this summer, more memories will be built, adding to the foundation that, for some of us, was laid down generations ago. 50 days of smiling, familiar faces, 50 days of sights and sounds and tastes. We walk through these iconic gates with a sense of comfort, because for 50 days, we're all family, and this is home. Welcome back to Monmouth Park.
Opening day, we all wait for it. We look forward to all the coverage ahead. It's going to be a fun summer at Monmouth Park.
Last time I was at Monmouth, I was with you when we were covering it for Fox, way back.
That's the last time.
Yeah,
that was
I
a
have
few
not
years
been down
back.
there. That was 14 and 15, I want to say, so 15.
You need
It's
to
a great
get
track.
back there.
Yeah, it is a great track.
Yeah, great family atmosphere out at Monmouth. We look forward to this entire summer. We're going to bring you all the action. We're about 7 minutes away from the opener on the card. Going to kick things off with a mile and 16th race. 3-year-olds and up, claiming race, so everyone for sale in this field for $7,500. Its horses only have a maiden win, so non-winners of 2 life the condition. As we start off with a 1, Duck Duck Goose, very sharp trainer, Kelly Breen from the rail.
Not a very strong field, but this horse, if Paco Lopez wasn't riding, would be closer to 85 to 1 than 8 to 5 right now. Am I missing something?
Big drop, yeah?
It is a big drop, I agree, but this is Paco money.
So, the 2 went by, who we'll get back to. Here's the 3, Tistimonial.
Well, the 2 is helped by the scratch because he's probably the speed. Tistimonial, he's slow, but he's faster than the 1.
AWOL went by, just won on a wet track at Oaklawn. And then Deportivo rounds out the field 7-2.
Yeah, another horse who should be close to the pace in this race. We'll see if it plays out that way.
Back to your point, though. The man aboard the 1, Paco Lopez, he wins a ton of races at the Jersey Shore. And yet just about every single mount he'll be aboard is going to take a lot of money.
I'm surprised to be looking, and he's 9 to 5 now. I look at their fixed odds. They have him at 2 to 1 in the fixed odds. I guess they figure that everything Paco, he gets bet down there more than Flavian gets bet up here. And listen, he's a terrific rider. I'm not denying it. But this horse is a little light in speed figures to be the co-favorite in this race. I'm going to guess that Paulie and Megan are going to be against this horse. That's my first bet on Monmouth.
Paco Lopez, there it is from last year. He was 20 up on the next closest pursuer to win the riding title at Monmouth. He's on the 8 to 5 co-favorite. Duck Duck Goose from the rail. Let's get Paul and Megan's thoughts for the opener.
Yeah, the opener about 5 minutes away to get to your Naira Bets account if you want to play this early pick 5. We're going to go over each horse for you today, and we'll talk about Duck Duck Goose. Actually, saw Kelly Breen in the enclosure where he's saddling his horses. He brought 45 horses here. He says he brought a lot of horses, and most of them are going to be coming in from Tampa.
As the rain starts to fall on us, but those Tampa horses, I would assume, kind of talking about the fitness level of the track, kind of transferring over to here at Monmouth. But I would agree, Andy, you can cash your bet. I am against the number 1, Duck Duck Goose, who is incredibly, just a disparity price-wise when you're looking at this horse's overall form. He's been a complete no-show. He is taking the drop in class, as Greg alluded to, and he's going to have some speed to contend with. This the way forward for him is to go from the inside, and Paco's going to have some company doing so, Paul.
Yeah, and when you look at the 1 at 8 to 5, this is the Paco Lopez effect. The bottom line, this horse has been facing open company, now gets into non-winners, and these horses are just going to get bet by the process of Paco Lopez and Kelly Breen. Now, Now, the 2 So-So, if you look for this horse from Michelle Castillo, a horse that if you see, kind of horse they're trying to figure out, second-itis, went to the front, ran second, big races, came from behind second, just trying to get over that hump.
Makes sense as I kind of circled grass on my notes because I do find he feels like this sort. His last time out there on April the 25th at Tampa, the pace fell apart, was chasing wide early. He kind of grabbed at the ground. He just looks like the prototype of a grass horse when you look at him run on the dirt. So I had my question marks if this is really the surface that he wants, but he has those dirt races that make him incredibly competitive here. And he makes sense up there at 9-5. I do find him to be tactically meant in this spot, but because of the grass question, I did want to take a little bit of a price against him in this spot.
The 3 in here, Testimonial, almost the same credentials as the 2. A first, 2 seconds, and a third place finish. Longest shot on the board at 9-1.
Jose Gomez, as we've seen him ride in New York, gets his tack over here, of course, to Monmouth Park. And he's just been, he kind of closes, and his last couple of races to me leave more to be desired, especially in this group. But in these compact spots also with these closers, Paul, they naturally find themselves a little bit more forward to the tempo, don't you think?
Yeah, this is, in a 5-horse field, it's really tough to gauge in here. The 4 AWOL, which I've been the last, 4 or 5 months or so in that aspect, is the lone horse here not coming in from Tampa. Comes from Oakland.
Comes from Oakland. I'm actually familiar with this horse. As he is at a bit of a disadvantage, not having that speed is when I go through my Oakland Park notes, that's exactly what we can see from him as well. And he's a horse that, again, as we just discussed, might be closer to things. And this shorter field, especially at this level, could be exactly what he needs. I like him in this spot.
We're going to go to one more horse because it's raining on us, Greg. This is the horse I kind of landed on, Deportiva, just because this horse finally landed at this $8,000 level where a lot of these horses have had a ton of chances, and I thought this horse ran an even race. Sunny Leon back aboard for Kathleen O'Connell. The only worry I would have, Kathleen O'Connell had a monster Tampa meet. This horse did not win.
Last win, of course, for this horse came the maiden 32 at 6 furlongs, so he does make a lot of sense. I agree with you in this spot. His last time out, he did run admirably well on the dirt from those turf tries on April the 11th, where he showed speed. He was near that pace early. He kind of got keen on the inside and on a hold, and he was kind of covered late, likely too late for him. He makes sense. I'd agree with you when it comes to this horse, as he can be tactically met, and speed is certainly where you want to find yourself.
Well, Greg, we got the start of the early pick 5 here, the 50-cent pick 3, daily double, some new wagers on the card, the late double $5, and they also have the $3 late pick 3. Memorial Day weekend, they're going to have an all-turf pick 3. Andy, I miss you.
Paulie, I'm glad to hear somebody does. I miss you too. It's nice to see you back.
Yeah, good to have Paulie back on air. Good to see Megan again. Did a terrific job all meet long in Hot Springs.
Yep. So she's now at some point, do we have to worry that either Matt Dinnerman is stalking her or she's stalking Matt Dinnerman?
Yeah, they're just following each other all across the country.
I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I'm kind of wondering. They're sort of wherever Matt is, she is.
Voice of Oakland back here at Monmouth. Actually, the last time I was there last year a couple of times and ran into Matt Dinnerman's father, who was
met his father.
So incredibly proud of his son. As he should be. Yeah, no question.
Absolutely. And let me say, Matt loves the game, and we like people that love the game, and Matt loves the game.
Back to handicapping this race. Duck, Duck, Goose, the only win came routing, was on the lead that day, and now is actually stretching out, going around 2 turns. Is there a chance he's loose, or does some others decide to put some pressure on here?
Well, there isn't much speed, especially with more power coming out. So, in theory, the 2 and 5 are the fastest horses, but I think the point you're making is the right one. Paco is going to go from the inside, so you're going to certainly see the intention to go forward. Now, as I have a frog in my throat.
Play all the action again quickly there. Pre-25, that code to use at signup@nairabets.com.
One thing to keep an eye on at Monmouth, and I have a good friend that follows them very closely, they can have dead rails. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be there. They can all have gold rails. They will get some more biases than we see in New York. So you don't know what the situation is going to be. My problem with the one Duck, Duck, Goose is you're talking about a horse that has run a 39, 37, and 8 Beyer in his 4th start. Now, he's not running against a bunch of killers, but the 2 ran 67, 52, 61.
Routing, by the way.
3, yeah, I mean, all these horses are not running higher Beyers. They're all running Beyers that are 8 to 10 legs faster than he is. So Paco Lopez may win a lot of races there. He also loses a lot of races there. Now, he's terrific. I'm not trying to knock him, but you're just taking so much the worst. I mean, Flavian gets overbet here, but if Flavian was riding this horse and this race was in New York, I don't think the one would be 2-1.
I agree with you there. Yeah, this one getting heavily, but some of that too, and yes, it's Paco Lopez.
The drop down?
The drop down and the fact that this horse could be leading the way.
He could be, but
as you said, I mean, a major deficiency in terms of how fast this one has run so far.
I'm going to live and die in my life as a horse player betting against the Duck Gooses of the world. Doesn't mean he's not going to win today, but to me, he's a massive underlay. I'm sort of more preferring the 5 and 2. And even the I would like to be doing the fixed odds and be booking him.
And look, the 5, Deportivo, with former Kentucky Derby winning jockey Sonny Leone of Rich Strike fame.
He'll always
has
be a Kentucky
speed.
Derby winning jockey.
That horse, yes, he will. That horse has sprint speed. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with Deportivo, the 5.
It's hard to see him not being forward in this race, and that's the other thing. The 1 can go, but I don't think the 2 and 5 are that slow.
Here we go. We kick off this Monmouth meet with the opener here. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
2 back. AWOL and Deportivo to the outside. Eight races on the docket today, opening day here at Monmouth. Good luck. Waiting on Deportivo. We're ready to go in the opener. We're off in the 2026 racing season at Monmouth Park. So-So was away slowly. Duck, Goose, he's on the lead early. Deportivo strides on his tail running in the second spot, then the line of 3 right behind. So-So, Testimonial, and AWOL down on the inside as the quintet hits the first turn run. Duck, Goose, Paco Lopez setting the pace here, 1.5 lengths in front. Deportivo on a hold right now. He's tracking. His jockey's trying to ration his speed. Still on the tail of that front runner. So-So down on the inside, claiming third just narrowly. AWOL, who's deep on the course, 3 wide. Testimonial between horses as they swing up the back stretch. Duck, Goose cruising up top here, not going fast at all. They went sluggish, in fact. 25 and 2 that first quarter mile, almost 25 and 3. So they're just dawdling on the lead. At least Duck, Goose is. He's got company now. Deportivo right up alongside, and he pokes his head in front. Deportivo narrow lead now. Duck, Goose showing a little more rain to get after him, and these two are together approaching the half-mile pole. So-So binding his time in the third position down on the inside. AWOL nickeled along already, and Testimonial has dropped out in 5th under pressure around the far turn. They went slow early. Now they're sprinting in the final 3 furlongs here. Inside it's Duck, Goose. Outside it's Deportivo. Nose and nose with 5/16 to go. So-So is tipping outside. He's third now, trying to creep in on the top pair. Has 2 lengths to gain. He's getting outside. He's got a good shot here at the top of the lane. So-So is up to challenge Deportivo and Duck, Goose, who hugs the rail coming off the turn. Duck, Goose continues to go on with it here. Deportivo a 1/2 length behind, continuing to try. So-So back in third, starting to flatten out a bit under the right-handed encouragement. Furlong to go. Duck, Goose. Deportivo, So-So third, 1.5 lengths behind. Duck, Goose keeps going. Duck, Goose, Paco Lopez in the Monmouth Park winner's circle to start off the meet. Deportivo second, So-So third, then AWOL and Testimonial in the opener.
We are going to hear that a lot over the next few months at Monmouth. Paco Lopez into the winner's circle. Kicks off the meet with a victory. Duck, Goose, gate to wire.
Paco Lopez could win on this horse. He might be 70% at the meet and win 300 races because this is an impossible horse to make on paper. Now, obviously, the race was a bit affected when the 2 didn't get out of the gate, which both hurt his final finish, but also affected the way the pace played out in here. Having said that, I don't know how you could have this horse, and if you're betting Paco, I guess he's just always going to win.
Duck, Goose, now undefeated, going a mile and beyond. 2 for 2 for Kelly Breen and Mr. Amore Stable. And the dominant rider of the Jersey Shore.
He can win on anybody if he can win on this horse.
Paco Lopez kicks off the meet with a gate-to-wire score, 1-5-2-4 finish. We'll have these prices for you when we come back from a break. We'll talk to the first trainer in the history of the Kentucky Derby, 152 years. First ever female trainer to win it, Cherie DeVaux with Golden Tempo. She'll join us in the program when we come back here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Stay with us.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Dare Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic. As they arrive into the final furlong, O'Sally is also gaining ground on the far outside as they come to the last 16th of a mile. Denon Bourbon in front, O'Sally a huge long shot, Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing too. Here's Golden Tempo, and Cherie DeVaux make history.
From last to first, 23-1 upset in the Kentucky Derby. Golden Tempo for Cherie DeVaux, and yet indeed history. First ever female trainer to win this race in its 152-year history.
I wonder if somebody had told Cherie DeVaux, you're going to win a Kentucky Derby and you're going to do it with a horse wearing the Phipps silks. If they told her that, she would have said, I'll believe a lot of things, but that one's a little tough to believe. But tremendous win for that horse, no question about it. A tremendous win for Cherie as well.
Tremendous training job as well as Cherie DeVaux, Kentucky Derby winning trainer, joins us now, right? Cherie, thank you for joining us. The sport, obviously, there is so much history in this sport. Now that you've had some time for this to sink in a little bit, the enormity of that moment, what has it meant to you? All right, we have some technical issues. We'll try and get that sorted out, hopefully quickly. And we'll get back to Cherie in a moment, who, by the way, again, and for those who don't know, watching on FS1, passing on the Preakness, is instead going to wait out the middle jewel of the Triple Crown and line up again in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Yeah, so I'm dying to ask Cherie, and hopefully we can get her mic going, if she had expected to become a media darling, which she apparently is. Been on the Today Show, and just about everybody wants to hear from her, but that's a pretty nice thing about winning the Kentucky Derby. It's a big deal.
The schedule of, having to do the media, and we appreciate her coming on the program as well, but I'm sure it has been nonstop.
Right.
But very much looking forward to see what this horse could do going forward, too. I think we have her back. We're going to try again right now. Cherie, thanks again for coming on. How you doing?
Oh, this is working well.
We will try again.
If you're a lip reader, I think she said some brilliant stuff there.
Third time, hopefully the charm, and we'll try and get back to this in a moment. In the meantime, Monmouth, the opener. Duck, Duck, Goose takes that one back here in New York. We're 8 minutes from this New York-bred maiden special weight 4-5 favorite. The 4, Carly B, Ricardo Santana Jr. wide for David Duggan.
Horse ran very well first time out. Got really kind of broke slowly, got badly steadied on the backstretch, made another run in a race that came up fast enough for a second-time starter, runs back to that race, breaks more sharply, doesn't have trouble. Probably going to be too tough to beat. Now, you do have a firster for Gun Runner going out for Belmont, the number 5, Indy Got Your Gun, and you've got a Klarovich, Chad Brown firster, a Yaupon and Close the Loop, not surprisingly taking money for those connections of Flavien Prat, but Carly B's first race was pretty good, Greg.
Yes, it was. Had some trouble in that race as well. Let's head downstairs, bring in Maggie Wolfendale.
And we have had some passing showers here, but definitely not enough to change the track whatsoever. In fact, it's really lightened up quite a bit now as we are about to have riders up for this opener here, Belmont at the Big A. And we'll begin with your favorite. That is number 4, Carly B in here, as she looks like the horse to beat on paper. And boy, does she ever look like the horse to beat in the flesh. She's got some size to her. She's got some substance as well. And I love the fact that she's really relaxed here for her second start. I did notice that she is wearing a burr on the right side of her bit. So that's for horses that tend to want to get out. I didn't necessarily notice that with her in her first start. In fact, she almost ducked into the rail when having to kind of check and get intimidated when horses folded over on her after breaking just a step slow. But now she's posted more towards the middle of the field. Hopefully she breaks a bit better today, but physically she is a standout here in the paddock. As we'll also check in with number 5, that's Indy Get Your Gun. She isn't taking as much money as the other first-time starter, but she's the one I prefer, at least physically. She's not the biggest daughter of Gun Runner, but there's some muscle mass. There's some conditioning on her, which I appreciate. Really bright and forward disposition here in the paddock. Looks fit, looks strong, really well turned out in her coat. And she does have a bit more pedigree too, as she is half to Ete Indian, who is a graded stakes winner, albeit going long on the dirt. But given her physical frame, Greg, I'm okay with her sprinting on the dirt here today.
Maggie, thank you. Here we go with a post parade. We start with Kaz Farm Girl, 19-1.
Yeah, she actually has one race that gives her a little bit of a chance. Her recent form leaves something to be desired, though.
Next door, Manny Franco. He'll be aboard My Girl Aubrey, coming off a runner-up finish, but against easier company.
Right, 2 seconds and a third recently, but against lesser horses. Not sure why this horse is twice as likely to win as Kaz Farm Girl.
Into the unknown, one start. Gets Lasix for start number 2.
Maybe she'll run better, but she finished 7 lengths behind Carly B, who had a much tougher trip.
And here is Carly B. That was the debut performance. She was the favorite that day.
Clean break today. It's going to take a pretty good effort by a firster to beat her. 2
very intriguing firsters next door, though. Here's the first of them for Belmont. Indy, Get Your Gun.
Yeah, it's a Gun Runner going 6 furlongs. Half to Ete Indian, who was a very good router. You wonder if they want to get this as a prep to go longer next time.
Another first-time starter for Kentucky Oaks winning trainer Chad Brown. Close the loop.
Hey, maybe this horse is a runner, and it seems like all of the Yaupons are runners, doesn't it?
It does seem that way. Off to a very good start. And then Jenny Wade, big price outside for Horacio de Paz, was a huge price, but against a very good horse in the debut.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a little sneaky here at a price to get a piece.
24-1, was beat by Iron Orchard. who was very, very good. New York bred 2-year-old. As we go back to the favorite, Carly B. And let's take a look at the beginning of the race back on April 9th.
Yeah, you got to see. I mean, doesn't break that badly, but it's sort of typical rail break for a firster. A little slow, takes a little while to get going, and you see how aggressive a ride this horse is getting from Ricardo Santana, but then just gets badly steadied out at that point, but still continued on and ran very, very well.
Yeah, that bad check took this one back out of the action. That would pretty much do it, but still runs on with a huge finish and only gets beat a length and a quarter to get a piece of this race down on the inside there in that white cap to run third.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of trip handicapping 101 stuff we're looking at, but we are looking at a horse that really did run well first time out. And horses, first of all, he doesn't have the rail, but second of all, how often do you see it, Greg? A horse that breaks a little slowly first time out, how much more professional they are second time out, breaks cleanly. Obviously, this horse has speed with a clean break, and they're just looking at a likely more professional horse. Having said that, I think it's a little more than just Flavian money on Close the Loop. Now, I have no information about this horse. I've never asked Chad Brown about him, and I probably never will, or her. But the Alpines, it just seems like they all can run. In fact, Chad had 2 firsters for Klarovich in the other day. The one with Flavian Pratt took more money, but Manny Franco was riding the Yalpon, and that's the one that actually ran very well with an 80 buyer to finish second.
This barn usually has them ready to run at first asking. Let's go back down to Maggie.
And I have been a big fan of the Yalpines that we've seen on the racetrack. And it's usually because, well, A, they show some precocity, and furthermore, they're good-looking types. I can't quite say the same for this filly here, number 6, that is Close the Loop, who... They usually, the Alpines, have a little bit more substance to them. And she, I like Andy, have that frog jumping around in my throat, but she's just very slight in her frame. Now, I know these are potent connections, and the fact that she's taking money, maybe she can run, or maybe it's just, you know, an indictment of the rest of the field here. But she was acting a bit goofy with the pony and out in track. You know, there's a level of class and professionalism that you want to see first time out, and she really just hasn't shown that. She could look better in her coat, albeit she has been preparing here for this first start in New York, but so is the 5. And to me, the 5 is just way more, just much better turned out from a physical standpoint. I want to touch on a long shot that also comes out of the Carly B race. That's Into the Unknown. If you have young girls, you know what that's from. Frozen, obviously. And she, I just thought, was so green in her first start. She was green from the kickback. Then she didn't want to switch her leads down the lane. She has been very professional in the prelims leading up to this second effort, and she's a bit more tucked up, looks great in her coat. I just thought at a big price she could improve on that effort first time out. But Greg, like I said in the paddock, I'm seeing it hard to see past number 4, Carly B.
I just want to know what Maggie thinks the chances are that I actually knew that was from Frozen.
Andy was singing me the rest of the lyrics, actually. Yeah, Frozen 2.
Yes,
We've
Greg
on in the household
yeah, Greg,
quite
Maggie
often.
wants you to know, Maggie, that was from Frozen 2.
Even money. Carly B, start number 2. And yeah, you brought up an interesting point. Better start today. This one could be in front.
Oh, this horse is quick. I mean, I'm assuming this horse is going to be in front. I don't, first of all, this horse didn't really break that badly. It's sort of that natural breaking from the inside. It's rare that they break right on, you know, that sharply, especially first time out, and we've seen it a million times. I will say the money keeps coming in on Close the Loop. So it feels a little bit more like just Flavian money, right? It feels like they're continuing to bet. So maybe this horse is a runner, but she better be a runner, because Carly B was pretty good first time out.
Keep your eyes, on the break. Will it go smoother today? And really, the main trouble came a little bit later on in the race when she had to check out of trouble. There's the first time starter, though, Close the Loop.
If she had broken quick on the, if she had broken sharply, she wouldn't have been in a position to get in that trouble.
Here we go, ready to kick off this Saturday card. Belmont at the Big A with 4 stakes to come later on our FS2 coverage, including that stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes with the Grade 3 Peter Pan. We go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Close the Loop. Jenny Wade, last to load.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow beginning for Carly B is going to be the early trailer. The speed is close the loop on debut and close the loop right to the front with a head advantage. Kaz Farm Girl applies pressure at the rail. Jenny Wade is well settled off of them in third. In behind horses, that's My Girl Aubrey. Now rushing up is Carly B. After the slow beginning, is now 4 wide up the backstretch towards the back. 5 wide as Indy Get Your Gun is a little keen too. 5 wide up the backstretch, and the trailer into the unknown. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 22 and 4. The opening quarter mile. Here comes the move from short price Carly B is 3 wide and in pursuit. In between horses, there's Close the Loop with a nose advantage at the rail. Kaz Farm Girl. Indy Get Your Gun starts to make up some ground from fourth. My Girl Aubrey shoved along towards the back end of the field. Jenny Wade is tailed off and into the unknown. Still 3 of them battle it out up front with a quarter mile left to go. Carly B is ranging up to the outside of Close the Loop, who still runs on. It's to the inside, Close the Loop, and to the outside, Carly B. They have put away Kaz Farm Girl. Carly B with a neck advantage. Close the Loop, not going away inside the final furlong, but Carly B starts to stretch out the margin. Carly B approaches the 16th, is well in front. It's Carly B, much the best. Ricardo Santana Jr., Carly B in the opener. Close the Loop second into the unknown. Up late for third, then Kaz Farm Girl.
No doubt about it. Start number 2 goes to Carly B. Trainer David Duggan. Ricardo Santana Jr., owned by Ken Wheeler Jr.
And this one, unlike what we said often is the case, this horse actually broke worse today than she broke in her debut. We'll show you the start. I mean, she broke a little slow, but this is a worse break because you're going to see she's going to break in the back of the pack. Now, I'm not saying she broke 2 lengths behind the field, but she broke a good half length to 3/4 slow and took a little while to get going here. But once she got into gear, I mean, she was so much the best. She's okay, this horse, by the way, Greg.
She might be pretty good.
Yeah.
And here she is, 3-4 wide around that turn. And then, look, talented first-time starter here, Close the Loop, but experience pays off. So does talent, and puts this one away.
No, I agree. The 3 who comes out of the same race as the winner actually improved a lot to finish a narrowly beaten third, or narrowly beaten for second, I should say. But Close the Loop did much more work. This horse is just too good for this field to even get left like that and still dominate. She needs to learn to get out of the gate, but if she does, you know, she could go forward and win a race. Maybe we'll see her winning a race or 2 going forward soon.
4-6, 3-1. Carly B, too good for this group. And gets that first win of her career, even with that slow beginning. Plenty of finish late to pull away and get her picture taken coming up at 3-5 in the end.
I'm just relieved that I won't go for 11 on today's card. Got this one home at 3-5.
On the board, there's winning trainer David Duggan.
Should be happy.
He has a pretty good filly here. We'll be back with prices. We're going to take a timeout. More coming up from the Jersey Shore as well. They're approaching the 5-minute mark to post in race number 2. And jockey Luis Rivera Jr. on the move to the Jersey Shore. We'll see him on one of the main contenders coming up in the next race. Final joke when we come back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Opening day continues at Monmouth Park, where some superstars of our sport have competed over the years, including Triple Crown winner American Pharoah. War Emblem came just short of a Triple Crown, as did Big Brown. Won the first two legs. Rachel Alexandra beat the boys on that racetrack. She was sensational.
She drowned Summerbird, who came back to win the Travers and the Duck Gold Cup against Quality Road, and she made him look like a claimer.
She was incredible. Race 2, 6 furlong sprint, and all for sale in this race. Maiden claiming group, they're all for sale for $10,000. And here's a look at the one, Bowie.
The good news here is I don't think I can be any more wrong in the second race than I was in the first. We'll see. A horse that's had plenty of chances and has not run particularly well in any race.
Here's Desi's Trouble, a second-time starter who tackles a little easier.
Galloped out okay, ran a smidgen first time out, I guess.
Pretty 6-y, went by at 16-1. Here's the 4 Lumber Legacy.
This is coming from everywhere here. I guess this one probably has some of the faster race of anybody. 7-1 and a trainer change. Kind of interesting.
Favorite went by quickly. Captain Oates with Chantal Sutherland. Drops in class, was third against Tougher first out.
Not sure why that horse is a significantly lower price than the 4, but what do I know?
And Dave's Bold Thunder here on the outside. We saw the 6 Final Joke as well. Luis Rivera Jr., as we touched on, go to break, will be on the 6.
Yeah, I don't quite understand why the 6 right now is a bigger price than the 7, Dave Bold Thunder. I thought Final Joke for Danny Gargan, you've got to respect a little bit shipping in. I'd be interested in the 4 and 6 if you put a gun to my head.
Pick 4 starts here on opening day coverage from Monmouth. Let's go to Paul and Megan.
Greg, race number 2. I'm kind of agreeing with Andy a little bit. We'll focus on the outside 3 runners because we kind of think those are the ones we got to go through. Now, the 1 through 4 in here, I'm kind of with Andy. I think Lumber Legacy, the 4, is the one that has the biggest shot of the inside runners.
Definitely looks like a horse that wants to go this distance, or I should say wants to go longer than this. He's a big, scopy individual that would probably be better with a little bit more ground.
Now, these are maiden 10,000s. You can't be looking really hard, but we saw the effect of Paco Lopez as you're looking at the horses getting close to the gate in the last race. He was able to go slow on the front end. Now, you were looking at the horses in the paddock. Captain Oates is right now your favorite, but you were saying Final Joke to 6 looked the best.
He did. He was heads and shoulders the best in this spot, but the number 5, Captain Oates, getting to the dirt for the very first time. Second try here for Jorge Delgado with Chantal Sutherland aboard. Jorge Delgado, the past 5 years in maiden claimers on the synthetic to the dirt, is 33%, 4 for 12. So strong numbers doing so. And looking at him, he's a robust individual. He's kind of angular behind, but I also don't find him to be overtly synthetic or turf. Just looking at him as a sire, global campaign, just much better on dirt. And Half Sibling also has 2 wins on dirt. So I find that at 7-5, to me, not the horse to me that deserves to take favoritism. I do find the number 6, Final Joke, is the horse to beat for Danny Gargan, but I'd find the number 5 is going to take just fine to this surface.
Yeah, Chantal Sutherland back from Dubai. She's going to be riding here for most of the meet, most of the Jorge Delgado runners. Now, the outside horse in here, the 7 at 3-1, is taking a little bit of money here. Dave's Bold Thunder, son of Bold Thunder, been fast out of the blocks, no stick late, coming in here from Pennsylvania.
Getting an aggressive warm-up there under Paco Lopez, as you were kind of filling me in on his style, as he's aggressive and he's out there doing those figure 8s and just getting them really revved up. Looks like he's going to be the main speed yet again from that outside draw.
Yeah, I said this before. I remember Lafitte Pinkai last year saying, Paco does Paco things. He just wins races on a lot of horses that you just don't really think can get there. As you look at the horses getting closer to the gate here, you're on the 5 in here or the 6?
I'm going to do the number 6, Final Joke. Last time out on April the 16th, he chased 3 wide, well off the pace duo that day. I like the drop in class, also gets the turn back in here, just looks best.
I'm kind of with you. I think the 6 at 5-2. I'm looking right now, Greg, at the fix odds. It looks like the 5 will be your favorite. I would think the 6 is going to end up right at 5-2, 3-1. Andy, the 4, I'm kind of with you. I give that horse a little bit of shot, the other Jorge Delgado horse.
Yeah, 7-5, Paulie. Meg, thank you. Captain Oates in against 16 maiden claiming. It was on synthetic, but in theory a little bit tougher. We'll see if this one can run on dirt. Kind of an unknown, but short price to take.
Yeah,
to
I'm
find
just not a horse I want to take a short price on. And the 4's switching to Jorge Delgado in this race and has run races fast enough to win. I think the 4's an overlay.
Race 2, it starts an early pick 4 here on opening day from Monmouth Park. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
3. Lumber Legacy going into the gate. The stablemate Captain Oates, post 5. 2 back, Final Joke. Working with Final Joke to go into the gate. And to the outside, Dave's Bold Thunder rounds out the group. Paco Lopez looking for the early double aboard Dave's Bold Thunder. We're ready to go. And we're up. Dave's Bold Thunder broke outwards at the start, but very alertly, and he's on the lead in the early part. Here's Captain Oates moving up to come and challenge. These two hook up with 5 furlongs to go. They put 2 lengths on Desi's Trouble, who runs in 3rd. Lumber's Legacy to the outside. Final Joke in the 5th position off the speed with Bowie. They're a joint 2nd to last, and Pretty 60 is at the back of the field, 8 off the pace. Past the half-mile pole, Chantal Sutherland and Captain Oates have a half-length lead on Dave's Bold Thunder. Paco Lopez on the outside. Gap of 2 to Desi's Trouble in the 3rd position. 2 clear of Lumber Legacy, who's come under a hard ride now. Gap of 5 back to Final Joke. Sent upon in that 5th spot. Bowie is dropping out of it, and Pretty 60 never picked up his feet. They round the far turn. Captain Oates neck in front. Dave's Bold Thunder alongside now. There's still 2 lengths clear of Desi's Trouble in the 3rd position coming off the turn. Lumber Legacy calls it a day. Final Joke getting into it now. He's on the grandstand side. Has 4 lengths to gain in the final 3/16 down the lane. Captain Oaks, Dave's Bold Thunder, and here comes Final Joke down the center of the course, and he's charging fast. Captain Oaks spurts away, though. Captain Oaks with a kick in the final furlong opens up 2, and he puts this race to bed. Captain Oaks, Chantal Sutherland to win it. Final Joke 2nd, Desi's Trouble 3rd, and Dave's Bold Thunder was 4th.
Captain Oates, first time on dirt here in start number 2 with a victory.
Good aggressive ride by Chantal, putting this horse up front. Dueled with Dave's Bold Thunder and able to hold off the closers, particularly the 6 Final Joke, and win fairly easily.
Chantal Sutherland for trainer Jorge Delgado. Strike stable. 5, 6, 2, 7 here in the 2nd. As we get back to New York. And winner's circle from the opener, Carly B. David Duggan, Ricardo Santana Jr. team up to take the opener.
I'm sure there were some anxious moments when she didn't break again, but once she got clear on the outside, she just dominated.
That's her. Green Silks 3 wide. As Andy mentioned, broke even worse than the debut, but it did not matter because Ricardo Santana Jr. asked for more here, and he gets it.
Absolutely crushes the field. You consider the break and all things. This horse ran pretty well. I'm looking forward to seeing this horse going forward.
Keep our eyes, too, on the times going forward. 110.37 with that poor start.
Yeah, we did see the track's been pretty quick this week, so I imagine it's pretty quick and a little bit of moisture, though. As Maggie said, we really haven't had any rain. Probably if we were watering the track and it wasn't raining, we'd probably put more moisture in it.
Super effect, $141 and change.
I didn't have it.
With the odds-on favorite on top. On the turf for race 2 at 1 1/16, an allowance optional claiming field. 3 to 5 favorite here. It's Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, Arizona territory. Coming off a maiden score at Tampa last start as the favorite that day.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this horse ran very, very well down there. We've seen a lot of the Tampa turf horses come back and run well. The horse who finished 2nd came back and did lose a maiden race, but improved 1 buyer figure. And unless Print, the 1, can transfer that dirt improvement to the turf where he had 2 sort of failed starts to begin his career. The Arizona Territory is going to take a lot of beating in here.
So a new face here in New York with that maiden win, Maggie, coming at Tampa. Now the 3-5 favorite, Arizona Territory.
Yeah, he was so much the best in breaking his maiden at Tampa last time out, Greg. And while he isn't the biggest, most imposing character in this field, he definitely possesses the most confidence. He just came in on the muscle. He just looks strapping here in the paddock. And I just think that there is going to be another forward move in him. And if there is, well, then everybody else better watch out. As Andy and I were discussing earlier, it always feels like the Tampa figures also can be a little bit on the slower or light side. So we'll see if he can improve a bit here, but lots to like about Arizona Territory. However, number 1, Print, he ran a fast race on breaking his maiden, albeit on the dirt, but he's been a horse that has steadily improved with each start. He improved in his first to second turf race and has done the same thing in his dirt races. So there's every chance that this horse is just a better horse now, especially since he's gotten the addition of Lasix. And looking at his pedigree, Munnings can kind of do anything, but he's out of an Artie Schiller mare promotional who was great at stakes place on the turf, and 2 of the 4 siblings have won on the turf. I like him getting back to this surface here for Bobby Robato. He definitely has more slack pastern, that very kind of angular hind end to him as well. Looks great on top of all that. So I think this is a horse that is trending in the right direction and could sit the right kind of trip here, drawing the rail, not an abundance of early speed, but still could be tactical as we go the mile and a 16th here. Moving on to a horse that I wasn't expecting to like, but I do, having seen him, and that's number 6 on the outside, Feko Massan for George Weaver. George doesn't have the greatest numbers with this. I mean, I looked up on the turf, broke their maiden in the first out, but coming off of long layoffs, he's only 2 for 20 with a 62-cent ROI. Now, he did come in, he was a little bit wound up to begin with, but he has settled nicely since they've started tacking him, but just a beautiful animal. I mean, he's so well balanced. Everything is where it should be. Very athletic. One would assume that he has grown up and just become more streamlined now as a 3-year-old. But boy, does he look ready to return to the races. We'll see what kind of trip he's also able to pull, Greg. Having drawn the rail, he just kind of easily went out to the lead, set a slow pace, and took the field gate to wire in that debut. But he is pretty sharp here. He'll have to do it, though, from the outside post with this 3-year-old return.
Vakomasan. Impressive first time out, but now to the big leagues in New York. 7-1 from that outside post. As we look at Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, they will team up with this gray right here, coming off that maiden win at Tampa. First time against winners, 3-5. Here in that first try ahead. Here in the second from Belmont to the Big A. 2 of the most dominant duo in the sport teaming up again. Stay with us.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions, National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Here's our post parade for race 2. Print has Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
Good chance he's just a better horse on the turf, the dirt, than he is on turf. But he ran well enough in his 2 turf races to suggest that big improvement last time. You want to give him another chance on turf.
Here's Exhibition Only with Jamie Rodriguez.
He's another horse that's been better on dirt than turf that comes back and tries it again.
Woods, Todd Pletcher, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners.
Going to have to improve dramatically over both his turf and synthetic start to win this race.
8-1 here, Celtic Flame.
There's a smidgen of turf pedigree in this horse. Suggests can handle it, but going to have to improve off that synthetic force quite a bit if Arizona Territory shows up.
Yeah, it's been all synthetic so far for the 4. Here is Arizona Territory, odds-on favorite.
Her dam, who raced for Chad Brown and Peter Brand, I believe won the pucker up at Arlington to fill out a 4 stakes win day when Chad won the Secretariat, Beverly D, and Arlington Million as well.
And here's Vacoma-san, went gate to wire at a mile at Colonial on a yielding turf course in the debut.
And it was last September, so even though it came up a slow figure, this horse had a lot of time to improve, so you could see him taking a step forward and running a lot better. He'll have to.
Well, let's go back to that maiden win at Tampa for this one right here. Arizona Territory came back on March 27th.
Yeah, I feel like when this horse made his debut, I feel like for some reason I had asked Chad Brown about him, maybe because I was a fan of Cafe Americano, and he said, I really think he's going to need a race. Well, he was right. I mean, it's a powerful performance. Obviously, you know, he's just better than the field, but the reality is it's not clear that he's facing any Tigers in here, and if he runs back to this effort, he is probably a very fair price at 1-2. I mean, what is his Achilles heel? That he doesn't have much speed? But I mean, on paper, kind of towers over this bunch, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think the unknown factor in some ways might be the 6, right? Coming in from Colonial. Mm-hmm. We don't know what he beat.
Right. It was a 2-year-old race. These horses can improve 15 buyer points quite easily. We see it fairly often. I think that's a very fair point. It's hard to make out a trip for him, though, because we don't know that he's that quick. It's a yielding course. It's hard to see. And don't you think that Exhibition Only and Woods, the 2 and 3, are probably going to be forward in here?
I would think so. Wow, he looks good warming up. 1-2 on Arizona Territory. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, like Andy said, like, what is there not to like about Arizona Territory? Obviously, other than 2-5. But yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing past him. The horse that kind of I thought was the other logical type is the 1 in here, and then the horse who really caught my eye in the paddock is Vacoma-san on the outside. But let's talk about number 3 in here, Woods, who gives me the inclination, at least based upon his 2 efforts, which one was rained off and on the Peta there at Gulfstream, the other on the turf, is that he's pretty one-paced. And I think Kendrick Carmouche is recognizing that. And while Kendrick typically does give all of his horses big warm-ups, he kind of really gunned this horse away from the pony and is getting him moving, because in the paddock, he was incredibly quiet and laid back. So a horse that you have to tell him what to do and where to go at all times, it feels like. And also one that honestly just looks inherently on the lazier side, because he just doesn't look that fit despite having, 2 fairly recent races under his belt. As number 4, Celtic Flame, he is trying the turf for the first time, but I like his pedigree for it as he is the son of Hardspun. They do often take a little bit more time, I think, to develop as racehorses, but on the bottom side, the Dam, she was 2 for 15 on the turf, and he's half the Greatest Stakes winner, Fahan Murrah, and there were 3 other ones to try, but none of them won. So there's been one good turf influence as well as his Dam, and he does look like he should handle. He doesn't scream it, to be fair, but he does look as though he should be able to handle the going here. Really big, tall horse, so also given the impression that the more ground he gets to cover, the better off he'll be, as Jorge Duarte does bring him over looking incredibly fit, having those 3 races there at Turfway Park. Greg?
I'll tell you a funny pedigree thing in here. Now, Chad trained Cafe Americano. He also trained the Dam of Woods, Irish Jasper, and he trained her to a win in the 6 furlong Thoroughbred Club of America at Keeneland before she went on in her career final race, and she actually ran in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. But it's funny that he trained her as a sprinter to win a stake race, and now she's got this horse going long. A lot of money for this Twirling Candy. He's a 2-year-old who hasn't been as good. Arizona Territory, and you could look at this race as sort of a prep for the Pennine Ridge, which will run, I believe, in Saratoga, which is a prep for our Belmont Derby. And I think all of the trainers and owners of 3-year-olds are hoping that Michael McCarthy sends stark contrast to Ascot after his big win last week at Churchill.
Yeah, stark contrast was dominant with Flavian Pratt aboard.
I'm not giving up on Cherie's horse that ran second. I think that horse is still pretty good and might get better with more distance, but Stark Contrast was extremely impressive to see how far he ultimately wants to go.
2-5 favorite, Arizona Territory, coming in from Tampa for 5-time Eclipse Award winning trainer Chad Brown, reigning 2-time Eclipse Award winning rider Flavian Pratt, and has just looked like a beast warming up.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
will he take that next step?
Maiden win was impressive.
There he is, first time against winners, but he looks ready to roll. Race 2, Belmont at the Big A on our Saturday card. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
The Komasan. The Komasan to the outside and in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Woods. In between horses at the rail, that's Print, and in between horses, Exhibition Only. That's the top trio as they come out of the chute, and 3 wide. Here's Woods now challenging for the lead, but Exhibition Only. Jamie Rodriguez now asserts is up by a length and a half. Almost 2 as Woods is trying to settle in behind this keen leader. It's Exhibition Only. Wants to sprint, is in front and takes him into that turn. Woods is a well-settled second. At the rail, that's Print, is followed to the outside and fourth by Vikomasan. Then comes the gray. That's Arizona Territory and far back early. Celtic Flame. They're chasing Exhibition Only, who works to the backstretch 23 and 4. For the opening quarter mile, still trying to settle as Woods is in pursuit. From second at the rail, that's Print. Tight hold, Vikomasan is in fourth, is 3 off the leader. Then Arizona Territory, traveling all on his own, is in fifth. And Celtic Flame, patiently ridden at the back end of the field, still the trailer by about 6 lengths. And the leader, Exhibition Only. Exhibition Only lets it out a notch, is up by 2 once again. Woods still pursues from second, now being encouraged to keep up with this leader, 49.45 for that half-mile time. Exhibition Only front running, trying to take him all the way. Woods is back to within a length, and at the rail, that's Print, patiently ridden in third. Vikomasan waiting for the cue, tipped out wider, now is going to move towards the outside of Woods as they try to rally on and reel in Exhibition Only. Arizona Territory climbing a little bit in behind horses, now moving towards the outside for an outside path. They reach the top of the lane. Exhibition Only starts to sprint for home. Woods has been right there throughout. Print, and Arizona Territory unleashed, straightens up, and look at the gray go. Here comes Arizona Territory just swarming the field, pounces on by, and is sprinting away. Arizona Territory, a short price and warrants it. Arizona Territory, good-looking gray. By Tappet will win it. Print up for second, then came Celtic Flame from the back for third. Finishing fourth was Woods.
Arizona Territory got clear sailing and then takes off from this field, wins by 3.5 lengths or more. Now back-to-back wins.
They like to say he had a pretty impressive turn of foot, and he won like the 2-to-5 shot he was. Print ran okay to be second, getting a very nice trip and ride from Ricardo Santana, but Arizona Territory just embarrassed this field. I mean, he went from 5th to 1st in the blink of an eye, Greg.
Runs up the score in the stretch and just pours it on. 143-4 final time. But the separation he's able to create with the rest of this group, and you see that turn of foot we talk about on the turf. He can move.
Looking forward to seeing this horse. I guess we'll likely see him in Saratoga on Belmont Stakes Week in the Pennine Ridge. And interested to see what he does when the competition gets a bit sterner, as it will. But, I mean, it feels like he just is a push-button horse, right? Not like they were moving up
performance. But yeah, let's make no mistake. His next start, he's good enough where he's going to get to face a lot better company, as he should.
But he's going to face better horses than these. I'm not trying to knock the horse he ran against, but the competition is going to get a lot sterner moving forward. But he feels like a horse that might be able to handle it. Big week for Peter Brandt with that impressive win at Chester, with the current favorite for the Epsom Derby, which will be run, I think, on Belmont Stakes weekend. Arizona Territory maybe not that good, but he's pretty good. And both those horses homebreds for Peter.
5-1, 4-3 finish. Arizona Territory, first time against winners. Looking very impressive. Final chance to see the Belmont Stakes at historic Saratoga. What a year it was last summer, with Sovereignty on his road to Horse of the Year honors. We'll be back with a preview next. We know the Kentucky Derby winner will be there. Will you? Golden Tempo passing on the Preakness will line up next in Belmont at Saratoga. Final chance to see the third leg of the Triple Crown at this historic racetrack. Get your tickets at belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously excited to get the new Belmont open and return the Belmont Stakes to its rightful home, but Saratoga, not a bad backup plan, and it's been fun the last 2 years, and looking forward to getting up there again. Heading up, it'll be 4 weeks from today. The Belmont Stakes will be up there in a little over 3 weeks.
We look forward to it. We hope to see you there. If not, we'll have coverage all week long. You won't miss a thing as we get back to Monmouth. Race 3, 2 minutes away. The 6 furlong sprint starter optional claiming field. As they come out onto the track, here's a look at JJD.
Should be somewhat forwardly placed coming in from Parks and cutting back, but not the speed.
Patrick McBurney Barn with the favorite, Go Woke, Go Broke, who's a 3-time winner.
Well, after Paco won with that horse in the first race, I wouldn't throw out any horse he rides, and does feel like the horse to beat and the likely speed.
Beware of Pride. 4-time winner next door has been off since October at Laurel on the grass.
Yeah, hard to have a lot of confidence in a barn that had as little success as this horse has been in some good barns and is probably better on the turf.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 wins on the turf and then 1 on a wet track as well. Here's Pogie, Sammy Marin, and just claimed.
Coming off the claim for a trainer who has pretty good numbers off the claim, but better with routers than sprinters.
My man Woody just won and was claimed out of that race as well.
Yeah, I mean, he should be forwardly placed in this well at the very least.
And 6-year-old return for My Mamba coming in from Delaware.
Yeah, coming off a 7-month layoff. We'll see if he can somehow find his once good form. But I'm no longer ever trying to beat Paco after today's first.
Minute to post here in the third. Let's go to Paul and Megan.
Well, thanks, Greg. We got about a minute to get to your Naira Bets account. We do start the 20-cent jersey pick 6 in here. It's pick 6, obviously, that starts races 3 through 8 in here. Kind of a tricky little race in here. We do land on the kind of the same horse in here, but I do think you like the 3 a little bit. Take us through why you like this horse a little bit.
The 3, Beware of Pride for Joanne Bertrand, who this horse has some strong races, even on the dirt, mostly though on the grass. Now, this horse is coming off of a layoff from back in October and does have the support on these prior dirt races that makes sense in this spot. However, I just find this horse needs the race. I mean, prior to that dismal performance last time out at Laurel Park, this horse won 3 races straight and managed to also do so on a sloppy sealed surface. Looking at him, doesn't look like a horse that has to be on that grass, but my only hesitancy with him is he's burlier, more robust sort. Looks like he could benefit from a race off of the layoff.
He's got a good race record. Listen, the rest of these horses in here, he's at least 10 for 15 in the trifecta. You look at somebody like the 4 and the 1. The 4's an 8-year-old. The 1's a 9-year-old. The 4 right now looks like he's going to be the second choice to the 2. We'll go to the 2 right now. Go Woke, Go Broke. I'm kind of with Andy here. I think you and I are on the same page, the horse to beat.
Horse to beat, and through 2 races and just my introduction to Monmouth Park, you need to be on the front end, and guess who gets there? Paco Lopez. His last time, the first 2 races, it's evident, and this horse looks to be the main speed in for that $12,500 tag. And looked the most fit when just looking at him on the racetrack, that's for sure. Paco, again, kind of warming him up in the same Paco fashion. And the last 2 races have left more to be desired there at Tampa. But if you go 3 back, where this horse was 16-1, I might add, in for 10,000, finished a well back second. But Paco's going to get him forward and aggressive. And honestly, there's not a modicum of pace in this spot. We'll see if the 1 can be more forward as well, along with the 5.
Yeah, I thought it was a confusing board in here because the 4, I get it. Pogie probably has the best numbers in here, but an 8-year-old with 14 seconds. The 1's a 9-year-old. My man Woody could be the other speed in here. You were saying Carlos Caban has some decent numbers off the claim.
Yeah, for his smaller sample size, he's only 11%, but 5 for 46 when first off of the claim. But kind of making that uptick in class, which does scare me, considering he has to go up against an aggressive rider in Paco Lopez. Did win last time there, right on that pace, where it did yield 2 next out winners from that March the 13th race at Tampa. We'll see if he can get aggressive, but last time out, it seemed as if though that was him finally being able to get to the front end in the paceless race.
Go Woke, Go Broke. Right now, 3-2. Your current favorite right now. Again, this starts your Jersey Shore pick 6, 20-cent variety on opening day. We got a couple more left to load. Let's go to Matt Dimmerman with the call.
Now there's two back. My man Woody in the red jacket. My Mamba, the gray to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're up. My Mamba leapt in the air at the start. There's a battle for the early lead here. My man Woody comes out of the pack and takes a short lead. My Mamba moves up to come and challenge. About a length behind now is my man Woody, clearly ahead in those blue blinkers. Leads a length and a half. My Mamba running in second. Go woke, go broke, right behind the speed here on a hold. Off the leader's heels down the back stretch. Pogie right behind them in the fourth position, just 2 off the pace. A big gap of 6 to Beware of Pride. And at the back is JJD, not being persevered with. He's being eased up. JJD, the one, is out of it. So they go into the forward turn here, and now my man Woody steps on the gas, accelerates, and opens up 3 with 3 furlongs to go. Now here comes Pogie. Samuel Marin says go with him, and he takes the second position. He's 2 lengths off the lead, coming to the quarter pole. My Mamba is given way. Go woke, go broke, down on the inside, saving ground as they come off the turn in race 3, start of the Jersey Shore 6. It's still my man Woody trying to give him the slip now in front 2.5. Pogie chasing. Go woke, go broke in third and struggling. Furlong to go. Pogie leveling off. He's coming after my man Woody now, and Pogie grabs the lead for Samuel Marin. Pogie pulling clear late to win. My man Woody was second. Beware of Pride third. Go woke, go broke was fourth across the finish.
Pogie comes and runs down my man Woody. 5th career win for this 8-year-old.
Another race where I was wondering why this one was the heavy favorite, and I just found out as Pogie gets it done for Sammy Marin. Running down the 5 who got loose. Didn't think the 5, my man Woody, would get loose for go woke, go broke, but did manage to get away from that one early. So Pac was on the lead when he didn't have the fast horse early, but not in the front when he did. Okay.
4.53 finish. Been a lot of runner-ups for this horse over the course of his career. 14 times in 47 starts, but today gets the first win in quite a while.
23 seconds and thirds versus 4 wins, but not today.
Back to New York, Arizona territory, on to bigger and better challenges for trainer Chad Brown, Flavien Pratton. As you mentioned, a homebred for Peter Brandt. Jonathan Thomas doesn't have a 3-year-old turfer around this year, does he, on this circuit?
Not. He's joking because of Catholic boy going way back and analyze it. But no, I don't. Jonathan Thomas is pretty much out in California, I think, these days. But
all right, so I can bet this horse.
You could bet this horse. The competition is going to get sterner, but this horse clearly has a ton of potential. And I'd like to see those homebreds for Peter Brandt, who's been doing it for such a long time, winning here and winning in Europe in a big way.
See him open up on that field. Now back-to-back wins. This is New York debut and makes a statement doing it. $2.94 for the victory. A ways back to Print and Celtic Flame to round out that trifecta. But no doubt about it, odds-on winner, impressive. Arizona territory, remember that name. We move on to race 3, start of a mandatory pay, pick 5. 6 furlong sprint, non-winners of 2 life, the condition all for sale here for $20,000.
Yeah, and interesting that you look at the horse in here. Virtually everybody that's in this race except Red Miller has run in the bottom level races, whereas Red Miller is taking a drop in class. And is he a little unreliable? He's coming off a little bit of a layoff since February, but make no mistake, Red Miller is way the horse to beat.
Yeah, 2.5-month layoff, but he looks tough here for John Terranova. Dylan Davis will ride. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. About 11 minutes to post in that 3rd race. We'll have the post parade when we return. Iron Honor looked very good winning the Grade 3. Gotham, so good. He went off his favorite in the Wood Memorial. Did not fire that day. We'll tell you what's next for him and how he looks going forward when we come back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forego.
Complete package.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff.
Going on to take the distaff.
Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And they're into the stretch, and it's early voting who comes into the final furlong with a 3-length lead. Secret Oath is second. Epicenter is on the rail. Behind them, Creative Minister. Then it's Armagnac. It is early voting, reaching for the wire. Epicenter closing on the inside. Early voting, Epicenter. Early voting comes inside and wins it.
Early voting back in 2022. Did not compete in the Kentucky Derby, would go on to win the Preakness. It's our Prevagen memorable moment in that last Preakness win for Chad Brown. What a moment.
And Chad Brown winning 2 Preaknesses for Carvet Stables, both with horses that had the points to get in the Derby. Wisely chose not to run in there and got the money. Beating Epicenter, who got the best of him up in Saratoga, but they can't take this win away from early voting, a gun runner who had a very good start to his career, to say the least.
Early voting ran huge in the Wood, but did get beat. Iron Honor beat in the Wood as the favorite. He did not run great that day. Passed on the Derby. He will line up in the Preakness next.
He had a little trouble on the first turn, which hurt him. He also was a forward horse in a fast-paced race. I think he's a very, very interesting horse going into the Preakness. He's not going to be able to win, though, with a forward running style. He's going to have to be able to rate and get his position in there. I believe Flavien Prat will have the mount in the Preakness, and I think I think that Iron Honor has to be considered a player going into that Preakness.
Look at the probables for the Preakness Stakes. Not just No Golden Tempo, who won the Kentucky Derby, big name out there too. No Crude Velocity, who was so sensational in the Pate Mile.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that Cherokee Nation is going, and if he is, I couldn't care less, to be honest with you. Looking through in there, Napoleon Solo did run well in the front end, but I don't see him winning a mile and 3/16. Pretty Boy Maya's in good form. Robusta hasn't been running well for Doug O'Neill since he ran well 3 races back. Silent Tactic is probably the favorite. What do you think?
Looking potentially that way, yeah, runner-up to Renegade in the Arkansas Derby and could set up beautifully for his running style as well. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, we see that list of probables. Who are you most looking forward to seeing line up in the Preakness?
Well, I wouldn't describe it as most looking forward to, but I thought an interesting horse, especially given how the Peter Pan may bear out today with Tread Trendsetter, your Lexington winner, coming back in there. The horse ran second to him. The hell we did for Todd Fincher. Now, he is fairly lightly raced. He's 2 for 4 with those 2 runner-up efforts in stakes company. And I thought he ran well here. You know, he out-battled Corona d'Oro, and then Trendsetter, who got to save all the ground on the rail, just blew by him late. And I thought the hell we did ran an honorable race in this Lexington. He was also, as far as out-of-towners, now you obviously have Taj Mahal, who I am very excited to see. He shipped in virtually right after this effort in the Lexington to Laurel. So he's gotten some familiarity with the surface, which I think can be so essential when shipping to Laurel. We have to reiterate, this is not at Pimlico. Laurel can be a completely different surface. And just in experience and watching some of my husband's horses ship down there to that dirt surface, they can not like it. They can struggle with it at times. So I like the fact that he's gotten acclimated to the Laurel surface, the hell we did. And obviously, we'll pay close attention to how Trendsetter performs today, Greg.
His name feels a little like the answer to the question. You're not really running that horse in the Preakness, are you?
The hell we did. Yeah, we will see.
And Maggie wasn't giving a ringing endorsement, to be fair.
A brother to Senor Buscador, who has had a lot of success winning big races at longer distances.
Okay.
You had a great line. You don't want to share it?
No.
Race 3. 6 furlongs. Non-winners at 2 life in this 20 claimer coming up. We'll get to the post parade here. Taprit's Temper. Wayne Potts weakened a bit at 6.5 furlongs, was in the lead, wound up second, now shortens up to 6.
Barn is looking for their first win in New York in almost 4 months. This horse ran well last time, but he better not get left a length and a half in here. He is the second likeliest winner.
Gate to wire going 7/8 in a maiden claiming race last start, Solomini's World.
Well, if you're on to be optimistic, you could say he improved and maybe he has another forward move in him.
Even money favorite, here is Red Miller.
I just think Red Miller's running against much better horses. He's dropping some questions, but if he shows up, he's going to be tough to beat.
Short price for the John Terranova barn. Majestic Arc bringing speed to the race.
Yeah, with a scratch of the 5, this one should be the controlling speed unless the 4 gets an aggressive ride, but at 1 for 30, a little hard to recommend.
Superpower is not really shown that he has one yet in 10 starts.
Like most horses here, was running in bottom-level races, was claimed out of that race, ran over his head in 2 starts. At least it's a more reasonable spot.
And 20-1 outside Monte Avi for Mark Hennig.
Broke his maiden to maiden 16. Finished behind both Majestic Arch and Tappert's Temper last time, well behind them.
So 2 minutes a post here in race 3. Look, I agree with you. This is the horse to beat. No question. Does he deserve to be even money?
I think he does. I'm not running the winner to bet him at even money, but you know, I think the thing that's important to say is Tappert's Temper running in $12,000, $500 non-winners at 2 lifetimes, bottom level. Solomini's World broke his maiden to maiden 25, that sort of same level. Majestic Arch running in 12.5s. Superpower claimed out of a 12.5. Monte Ava breaking his maiden to maiden 16. All of those horses have been running in bottom level races if they've been in, except Red Miller. Red Miller's horse who broke his maiden to maiden 50. He ran in starter allowances. He ran in $30,000 claiming races, and now he's dropping against a field that, while the claiming price is $20,000, it's really a modified 12.5 non-winners at 2 lifetime. This horse is taking a huge drop. I'm not saying he's reliable. I'm not saying he has to win this race, but if he shows up with any of his efforts, he's better than these horses.
And now he's 4-5 as we go down to Maggie.
Yeah, and it's obviously by default with a defection of the horse who was outside. That was Shellac, who projected to take a lot of money in here, but now we all have to default to number 4, Red Miller, whom I like the fact that he gets back to a fast track. His better efforts definitely have come on tracks listed as fast. And again, while we've had some sprinkles, some drizzle, I really don't think it's really gotten into the racetrack at all at this point. he is a very quiet horse. Look, he's not going to wow you and you're going to think, oh my gosh, you know, I want to run to the window to take 4 to 5 on this guy. But as Andy said, he is the class of the field. And I like the fact that Dylan Davis took him away from the pony and really tried to wake him up, because his better efforts also, I believe, come when he sits closer to the pace. And just with this drop in class, it should kind of suck him in to the race a bit more earlier, as he'll have to deal with a horse like Majestic Arc and the horse I'll get to thirdly here. But let's check in with number 2, Tappert's Temper, who blew the break last time, then moved 4 wide down the back side to get into contention, got to the lead at the quarter pole, but ultimately moved way too early in hindsight, while the winner had the opportunity to come up the rail. So you could say that Tappert's Temper did run the better race of any of them. But as Andy said, he's been participating at some lower levels. He has run races fast enough to win here, and I just thought he looked really good. And too, he behaved himself in the paddock, which sometimes he can be a bit of a pain to get the tack on. And he just looks like a happy horse today. So we'll see how he does. Needs to break again better. Edgar Zayas obviously got familiar with him last time and maybe could execute things a bit better today. Salamini's World, Jamie Begg and I were joking. He said, do you think Katie goes with the 6? I said, probably. And he said, ugh. Because he really thinks that his horse should be used forwardly. That gives him his best chance. And obviously, physically, he does look best here, Greg. So I think Salamini's World could complement and step up with that win in maiden claiming company last time out.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the third at Belmont of the Big A.
Monteavi. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside. Majestic Arc is in the early mix. Salamini's World is right there too. Is gun to the front, and Salamini's World now puts a nose in front of Majestic Arc. Superpower wants to join them. Plenty of pace on early as Superpower is now thrust to the front, has a neck advantage. Salamini's World is back to second. Backing off the tempo now is going to be Majestic Arc. Well strung out as Superpower is just flying away. Tappert's Temper is in behind. Horses in 4, starts to make up ground. 22.37. A pumped up opening quarter mile for Superpower is right in front, is up by 2.5. Here comes Salamini's World, ready to re-rally towards the outside, is gaining quickly on the leader. Majestic Arc is traveling in tandem with Tappert's Temper towards the back end. Monteavi and the trailer, Red Miller. They approach a quarter mile left to go. Superpower is still there. Kochakaya and Superpower with a head advantage. They reach the top of the stretch and hugs the rail. Salamini's World drifts out center of the racetrack with every shot to run this leader down. Salamini's World now puts a neck in front. New challenges. Tappert's Temper to the outside, and Majestic Arc is rallying on grandstand side. Red Miller, Monteavi. Superpower battles back, and Superpower still finding more. Superpower with the head advantage once again. Majestic Arc is lifting on the far outside. Superpower is almost there. Superpower won it. Superpower, then a photo. Majestic Arc there with Salamini's World and Tappert's Temper.
Superpower with the victory. Goes off at 5-1 for the upset here, beating a 4-5 favorite.
He obviously was in a more realistic spot, as we pointed out, and he had been in. He's still a little hard to make, and he got kind of a weird, aggressive ride going a fast first quarter, but it paid off as it did the other day in a long shot for Kochakaya. As far as the 4, I don't know what happened at the break when Dylan steadied him back. He certainly probably didn't do him any favors just pinning him to the rail and never getting to a spot where he could make a run outside, but obviously he didn't run, but let's see what happened. I don't know what happened, but he seemed to do it to himself.
7-6, 3-2 finish in the end.
Right, obviously something went wrong with the horse. He didn't seem to want to respond coming out of the gate, so I don't know what it was. Maybe Dylan should have gotten him into the race a little more outside than just gluing to the rail like an apprentice.
This horse had showed ability. Second start of his career, broke his maiden in New York with a 78 buyer going a mile.
Well,
never sort of went on with it, though.
I'd like to know where in his PPs you saw him going 22.37 and 45.7 to the quarter and half. If you can find that in his PPs, feel free to let me know. Maybe it might have been his maiden win. It's very strange.
Particularly the last couple of starts. I mean, he is just shown nothing. What a huge reversal this afternoon. 7-6, 3-2 at Superpower in the third. We'll get you back to Monmouth when we come back, approaching the 8-minute mark to post. In the fourth, from the Jersey Shore, get to Paulie and Megan when we return.
They've straightened away into the stretch, and now Eddie Delahousse asking more run from AP Indy, and the response is immediate. AP Indy headlong into the final furlong by 5. Colony Light has been left in his impressive wake. AP Indy wins with something left for the Belmont Stakes. AP Indy is right there now on the outside. So it's the Preakness winner on the inside, Pine Bluff. AP Indy is right there with him. And on the outside, here comes My Memoirs. He's right there third. They're in the final furlong. And Pine Bluff is all out on the lead. AP Indy is right there with him. It's very tight. My Memoirs is full of run, but AP Indy surges to victory in the Belmont Stakes.
1992, AP Indy, the Peter Pan, to the Belmont Stakes. Had to scratch the morning of the Kentucky Derby with a quarter crack. Heartbreaking for Connections, but he really proved everyone how great he was, becoming a champion at the end of that season.
I think he was around 9-2 or 5-1 and one of the favorites in that year's Derby. And I remember seeing him at Belmont, being at Belmont for his Peter Pan. And that was the first time I ever saw him run live, and I could see his running style. And of course, he sent that running style, that head down onto a lot of horses, and a lot of very, very good horses, because as good as he was in the racetrack, he was even better in the breeding shed, winning that Belmont and, of course, the Breeders' Cup Classic that year as well.
One of several have gone on from Peter Pan to Belmont Glory, and produced over 150 stakes winners, AP Indy, including Mineshaft, Rags to Riches, Bernardini.
Remarkable.
Last to do it Peter Pan to the Belmont, of course, Arcangelo, who would go on to win not just the Belmont, the Travers as well, and be named champion 3-year-old. For Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race.
Yeah, that's a pretty good list of horses, too, starting with Coastal, who won the Peter Pan by 11 lengths and then beat the mighty Spectacular Bid, who was 24 for 24 from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles, but did lose 2 races at 12 furlongs, once to Affirm, though.
Is Growth Equity that kind of a talent, or anyone else in that Peter Pan later today? You'll see it on FS2. Here's Abby Jean, post-parade for the 4th at Monmouth.
Let me switch
6
over,
furlong, $25,000 maiden claiming sprint.
Cuts back and tries dirt for the first time.
Blinkers go on. Start number 2 for Ree Wall.
Yeah, this horse also ran a turf first time as well, back in the fall at Meadowlands.
Coming in from Parks, Ruby, a distant 3rd last out.
Yeah, has had some chances.
Clean winner, 6-5 favorite, Paco Lopez.
Should be the controlling speed with Paco and the horse to beat. As back races, this horse is a little unreliable, though. This horse's last race, a little strange.
Here's Munchkin, 6 starts, never hit the board.
Yeah, he's a little hard to like in here, to say the least.
And the other choice, along with the 4, here's Mind Boggling coming in from Tampa.
Yeah, I think it's probably between the 4 and 6. I mean, clean winners are hard to race. It was checked in the middle of the stretch, making that big middle move in February 8th. Last time out, this horse got completely slammed after the start. It was kind of a weird race, though. I don't really know. The jockey did ease up on him in the stretch.
Starts at pick 5. It's 3 minutes to post. Let's go to Paul and Megan.
Thank you, Greg. And the rain did subside in the last race, but Megan, you went out to look at the horses and you got a little wet.
Well, it's worth it. We got this. It is.
The rain is coming down. I don't think, Maggie reported at Aqueduct, it hasn't changed the track. I don't think it's really changed the track here yet.
No, it's just Monmouth Park, and when you're going short on the dirt, you want to be forwardly placed.
That is true. I mean, right now the 4 in here, by the way, when you look at the fixed odds, this horse is going to be 3-5 by post time. Really bad beginning. Since this horse has gotten Lasix, not been good. But you go back and you look, this horse ran against Zany. Zany actually would have had a better trip, might have been right there at the Oak. So she probably is the horse to beat.
She certainly is. She's kind of a more robust individual. She looked fine. I didn't have any overt issues with her as she projects to potentially be, if she can get back to her more forward ways, Paul, the main speed. But Paco from the outside, you never know as far as getting aggressive with a horse that also is incredibly live in this spot and mind-boggling.
Yeah, a horse that really ran well last time out for Terry Pompey. Both the efforts. You look at these horses, a lot of these horses were actually bet in their last start. The 7 here, mind-boggling, good effort last time. 3rd start in the career, usually the best start for a
Second
filly.
Dam was a grade 1 placed sprinter. I question perhaps maybe grass with this horse, but looking at her, she doesn't, it's not overt. I mean, she is by Street Boss, but last time out on April the 24th, she broke inside, sat off the pace along the rail, and was kind of patient as the others moved around her, angled out, and was just flat out second best. So to me, that's kind of her ceiling, but she does get to the 6 furlongs, which she kind of felt like maybe she was outpaced last time out in that 5.5 furlong race at Tampa. So we shall see. I agree with you, though, as far as the 4 clean winner. But the problem is, Paul, she just has not lifted a hoof in her last 3 starts.
And she got really eliminated at the start. Last time out, she had some issues the time before that. She tried turf. I just think she's going to be tough to handle in here. When you look at the rest of the runners in here, you talked to Chuck Spina in the trainer of the 1 in the paddock.
I did. It's nice to see these new faces, meet these trainers who I've never gotten a chance to before. Incredibly nice man who said, as this filly does come off the bench from October, switches barns from Lindsay Schultz, probably projects as a starting place in this spot. She's an incredibly refined, lighter-made individual, so she looks like she'll probably get back to the grass going longer. So I don't know if this is exactly what she wants, but if she can put together a race like she did last time out and do so on the dirt, she's a competitor up there at 5-1.
This race is so confusing to me in the point that there's no pace in this race at all. The 1 has broken dead last in her 2 starts. The 2 did not run an only start. You really don't know what you're getting there. The 3 does not have a lot of speed. The 4 and the 7 do you have speed? That's why I kind of, if I'm going to look for a long shot, I'd look for the 6 because at least she's going to be involved early.
Right, and she definitely looks like the sprinter of this group, and much better, her Sire's much better dirt numbers midshipman as compared to some of the synthetic surfaces that she's been running on before. Only one start, that was at 4.5 furlongs on the dirt for the number 6 Munchkin, and this is what she wants to do, I think, ultimately, and she's incredibly intriguing. Up there at 15-1, though, coming off of the bench, I find she also is one that probably just needs the start.
Yeah, I'm with you. So who do you land on here? The 4?
I'm going to take a shot against the 4 with the number 7, Mind Boggling, knowing that she probably has a lower ceiling than the current favorite, the number 4, Clean Winner. But we shall see. Paco getting to the front end. We know this story, and we've seen it a time or two before.
So maybe you want to go too deep, or maybe take a shot with a 7 here, Greg, to kick off the late pick 5.
All right, thanks you two. As they step behind the gate, odds on Clean Winner Paco Lopez looking for his second here on this opening day card for the Barney teamed up with in the opener, Kelly Breen. Drop-it class lowest level this one has run at yet. And yes, certainly the 7 a danger, bringing that Tampa form here to the Jersey Shore. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman. Here's race 4 from Monmouth.
Ruby, post position 3. Clean Winner, your current 4-5 favorite loading into the gate. 2 back, Munchkin and Mind Boggling. Waiting for Mind Boggling, coming up to the gate. We're ready to go. And Lara in the middle of the field. One of them is going to the front here. That's Ruby Ruby, sent hard for the early lead here and has it. Clean Winner alongside, and these two are together down the backstretch run. Abby Jean right behind them in the 3rd position, taking back to sit 2 lengths off the pace here. Mind Boggling, they're on the outside, sent upon already. Then Munchkin second to last, and Rewall is detached from the rest, is running 9 off the pace. There's a half mile to go. Ruby Ruby, narrow lead here on the favorite Clean Winner, perched outside, pressing as they go into the far turn. Gap of 2.5 to Mind Boggling, under a ride in 3rd is past Abby Jean, retreats to 4th. Munchkin is on the rail 5th, has plenty of ground to make up though, and Rewall is well out of it as they round the far turn. Ruby Ruby surrenders the lead to Clean Winner, who kicks on and cruises with a 1/4 mile to go. Clean Winner, Paco Lopez keeping this one outside, turning for home. We'll need to deal with Mind Boggling, but Clean Winner, Paco's got a lot of horse. He's riding this one with confidence down the stretch. Clean Winner drifting to the center of the course, but opens up with a 4-length lead as Paco shakes the reins at this one. Mind Boggling trying to get up for second over Ruby Ruby, but as they come inside the 16th pole, it's a 1-horse affair. Clean Winner, just that. Clean Winner, 2 for Paco today. Ruby Ruby out finishing Mind Boggling for the 2nd spot, and Rewall was 4th.
Clean Winner, Paco Lopez, Kelly Breen, those connections with 2 on the day.
Well, I think he has the classic profile of a 1-5 shot. Beaten 111.5 lengths in his last 2 starts with a -0 and a 9 buyer. I mean, that's when I see a 1-5 shot, that's the kind of PP I want to see. Now, I understand that on paper, the 4 and 7 were the only 2 horses. And this is a weird horse, and if you watched his last couple races at Gulfstream, it's a little bit odd. Having said that, 1-5?
Ridiculous to make this horse that kind of price.
This was a shorter price than the winner of the 2nd race here. Whatever price the winner was second race, this horse should have been a bigger price. I'm sorry. I'm not. It was the. I understand it all. I understand why he won. I don't understand how. I guess they knew the 7 couldn't run.
Dominant Arizona territory. He looked like he could not lose and did not. Was impressive. Went what? 3-5 or 2-5. Clean Winner. Odds on short price. Meanwhile, Superpower. Ilkay Cantermachi barn. Digs this one out, grinds away in a big reversal of form.
Now, obviously, his early races were better than these horses, but come on.
$13.48 for the victory. And our first upset of the afternoon on the card here in New York.
He has back form, obviously. It probably did make him the second likeliest winner. See him win in this manner is a little bit strange.
Race 4, mile and a 16th over the outer turf. New York Reds entry-level allowance. Going to wrap up our FS1 coverage momentarily. This is what's ahead when you shift over to Fox Sports 2, which is coming up right after a break. John A. Nerud, Ruffian, take the A train in the big one. Grade 3 Peter Pan, major stepping stone to the third and final leg of the Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes, happening for the last time this year at historic Saratoga.
Going to be a great week of racing. Hope you come up and enjoy it. But if you can't, you can watch us here.
Growth Equity, the real deal?
We'll find out today. I think he's very dangerous, but it's an interesting race.
That will be your favorite. Grade 3 Peter Pan. Again, coverage continuing on Fox Sports 2. We'll see you when you flip the channel. Acacia Clement will be stepping in with Andy Serling. There is Growth Equity, so dominant in that maiden win. Find out indeed if he is for real, facing winners for the first time in the Peter Pan. Talk to me, Jimmy, already a stakes winner. Won the Withers, leading every step of the way at a big price. He will not be a surprise this afternoon if he could win again. Trendsetter, 32-1 upset in the Lexington at Keeneland. Can he bring that form to New York?
Say hello to Monmouth. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Monmouth rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Monmouth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it. .44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks very much for joining us on our continuing FS2 coverage, coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. Jam-packed, action-filled day. 4 stakes on the program. Acacia Clement alongside Andy Serling. As mentioned, 4 stakes coming up, including the Peter Pan, the local prep for the Belmont Stakes.
I think the Take the A Train might be the most competitive race of all of them. That 6-furlong race on the turf where just about anybody can win. But, you know, considering what happened in the Kentucky Derby last week, it kind of blows open this 3-year-old division, and perhaps we'll see a contender or two come from that Peter Pan for the Belmont Stakes.
Very wide open division, that's for sure, as far as the 3-year-olds all are concerned. Kind of all the big ones, so to speak, that we anticipated going into the Kentucky Derby. None of them the winner, and Golden Tempo waiting for the Belmont Stakes. But here's what's to come on the program. John A. Nerud, the Ruffian, Take the A Train, and the Peter Pan. Some very light rain falling. We are still fast and firm, hoping we can get through the card, and of course the stake. I think the stake should be fine.
Yeah, we're not anticipating any serious rain. Yeah. They're sealing the track, but that may be more because we're running a turf race. And keep in mind those post times are actually a little bit later than that. We've moved the post times 2 to 5 minutes later throughout the day.
Horses leaving the paddock for race 4, New York bred Allowance, going 1 1/16 on the turf. And right now it is Dividend Recap making her first start since August, who's currently the favorite.
Yeah, and obviously she ran well. Now, she has been a difficult horse to keep on the racetrack, as you probably know better than anybody in here, considering her husband trains her. When she's good, she's good. But she's a little bit unreliable as a 5-year-old making just her 5th career start.
She is, I think, the biggest horse in the barn. As we'll meet the field, starting things off with the one on a summer day.
Finally got it done in her 16th start last time out, closing, but this is a tougher spot.
Here's Dividend Recap, currently the favorite.
Listen, her last race was good. I mean, Gallant Greta's very good. And Gallant Greta had trouble that day, but she still ran well to be second, but I don't totally trust her.
Combatant Song getting on the turf for the first time.
Well, I will say she's got a little bit of turf pedigree. If you're looking for a price, maybe throw her in somewhere.
I actually wrote in debut that she looks a little like a turf horse, so we'll see.
She's not a dirt horse.
No, she's not. There's Neshika off a layout for Mike Maker.
I prefer the 2 3-year-olds. Neshika's one, but I actually like this one a little more.
Cosmic Candy Girl, I'm with you, now second off the layoff.
Yeah, I thought she got a good prep in her return race. And unlike Neshika, she had a prep, and I think she'll run better today. I like the 5 and 6.
Shockingly downtown channel wired the field that day. There's Quick Power Nap.
Yeah, she's a better horse going shorter.
11-1 right now, and 8-1 on Full Pour, another first time on the turf.
Not a massive turf pedigree, even though she's a half to a turf winner, but it's probably more of a dirt pedigree, and she'd really have to improve to beat these horses on the grass.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. That also includes the Preakness Stakes. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus using promo code PREAK25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Just 1 week from today, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes, coming up. There's the look at Cosmic Candy Girl, who is now tipped over to your 8-5 favorite. And she faced Older for the first time last time, Andy. I thought that she really needed that race, and she ran fine. She just really struck me as a horse that would move forward out of it.
Yeah, I picked her. It never occurred to me that she would be favored in this race.
Yeah.
I just assumed that the number 3 would be favored, and I think she probably should be favored. And to be honest with you, at these odds, I would never bet the 6. I think Cosmic Candy Girl can win this race. She'll benefit from that race, an oddly run race. She ran well as a 2-year-old. She could have a forward movement, as could Neshika. But, I mean, is it a little surprising she's favored here over the 3?
8-5 right now on the board as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, not an easy place to come back facing Older from 2 to 3 like she did last time.
Well, exactly, and she's going to have to do the same thing here again. But like you said, at least she has that race under her belt as Dividend Recap, a 5-year-old coming back, and we already know that she can run those faster races. So when it comes to Cosmic Candy Girl, while she looks incredibly fit here, second off the bench, and she was wired last time, as you guys mentioned, also by older horses, beaten by older horses, and I thought she ran okay in the context of that field. But she just really hasn't necessarily taken that big step forward from 2 to 3, at least physically, but that might not matter. That might just be her. This daughter of Twirling Candy, a lot of times his progeny can be a little bit more on the smaller side. So I think she makes sense, but to take a very short price on her, I think is not the most prudent way to go about making money here at the racetrack, because I think she has formidable foes in the 3 and 5, as we'll take a look at number 5, Neshika, for Mike Maker. She has done well from 2 to 3. More of a frame of a filly that just kind of looked like the hanger, but didn't have the clothes on it. She's filled out. She's put a lot of muscle mass on, especially in her hind end, which I love to see. So she looks fit coming back here. And honestly, looks a bit better in her coat than when she was making those final few starts of last year. So I do think there is a forward move in her. She comes back now as a 3-year-old. But the 5-year-old, the elder stateswoman in this group, is Dividend Recap. She is big, but she's also a little bit awkwardly framed. I didn't see her in either of her 2 efforts when she came back off that extended layoff up at Saratoga last year. I just had notes from when she was a, 2-year-old, and I didn't love what I saw from her because, again, she was one that was just a frame. She's very weak across her hind end and in her top line, but she's really done well. She's filled out. She's very strong in that department, but as Miguel and I were talking, she is a bit awkward looking, just when you look at her from the side, when you look at her head on. But what I like is that she looks ready to come back here, and she does, at least physically, tower over her main rivals. I do want to note that first-time turfer in Combatant Song, I too have always thought she looks more like a turf horse. The dam wasn't much on either surface, but 2 of the 4 siblings have won on the turf, and the second dam, Sharp Eyes, was a decent turf sprinter. Everything about her says turf. I just don't know how she classes up here. So, of course, she's a long shot. If you want to fool around with her underneath, I think that makes sense. But she might be one that is looking for that non-230 on the turf in the near future. Geisha.
Yeah, class the question as she is at 37-1, trying the grass for the first time. Maggie, thank you. 9-5 continues to be the favorite. Cosmic Candy Girl. Any final thoughts on the way the board is looking?
I mean, I kind of agree with the board. I think the 3, 5, and 6 are a bit of coin flips in the year, though. I assumed the 3 would be favored. She's a slight favorite in doubles, a bigger favorite in the pick 3, but they're not betting it as such. I'm not going to be surprised if any of them win, to be honest. I thought the 6 would be the biggest price. It's kind of why I picked her, and she's not.
You have a pick 4 kicking off here on the turf in this allowance for New York bred fillies. They go into the gate. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
All set. And they're off. Good beginning. Cosmic Candy Girl on a summer day at the rail. And here comes Quick Power Nap. And now Quick Power Nap from an outside draw will cross over. Tries to get in front of the field as here comes in between horses Dividend Recap. Wanted to be on the front end. Is going to have to tap on the brakes. Quick Power Nap. And Raylu Gutierrez controls the pace. Neshika to the outside of stalking second. At the rail, that's Dividend Recap in third. Outside of them is Cosmic Candy Girl in fourth. They're followed in fifth by On a Summer Day. The 2 at the back full pour with Combatant Song. They race to the backstretch and on the front end, 24.41 for Quick Power Nap. Quick Power Nap is lighting up the fractions right now, as in front is up by 2. Here's Neshika as a well-settled second. Just behind them, Dividend Recap, who wanted to be on the front end, is now back in third, saving all the ground to the inside of Cosmic Candy Girl, who holds her position in fourth. Just outside of them is On a Summer Day. Javier Castellano looking for a way to run. Then comes Combatant Song, who's at a last, and that relegates full pour to the trailing position. 48.76, and they haven't reeled in the leader yet. It's Quick Power Nap with less than a half mile to go into the turn. Neshika in full pursuit starts to inch closer now. Cosmic Candy Girl is on the move, is 2 wide, coming after the leaders, is in third. Now all in is going to be At the Rail Dividend Recap, trying to make up the ground as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Neshika ready to pounce to the outside of the leader. It's Quick Power Nap with a neck in front, but for how long? Neshika to the outside and Cosmic Candy Girl ranging up 2. Neshika gets the cue from Flavien Prat to put this one away, but here comes Cosmic Candy Girl. Dividend Recap battles on towards the inside On a Summer Day with a late rally. It's Neshika finding enough so far. Neshika, Dividend Recap dives down towards the inside, and here comes Dividend Recap with every stride. Neshika only a nose in front, but not for long. Dividend Recap up for the win. Neshika finished second, thank you, Cosmic Candy Girl and On a Summer Day.
Dividend Recap with the win, and beautiful ride from Manny Franco. Waiting with a big horse like that, it's not easy to find room in the stretch like he did.
You wouldn't think with her size that she'd be the one coming through on the inside, but it was the best ride. I mean, nothing that Flavien could do. I thought Flavien gave Neshika a perfect ride in there, getting that position. She just got beaten by a horse who ran better, slightly better trip, but a better horse. I'm not saying she would have won, but I don't understand the plan with Cosmic Candy Girl. And maybe they devised it before the race. She has a lot more speed than the others. Why they didn't go a little more forward with her, I don't know, but that's the way it played out in this race. And she wasn't winning, but it also wasn't the best of trips.
Yeah, odd. She kind of got caught wide into the first turn, got a little bit keen when taken a hold of.
Why not just go forward with a 7 does and sit second to her? I don't think she would have won.
Right.
But
an odd
maybe
trip.
Kendrick's riding to constructions in this situation. He was sort of strangling her on the backstretch. She is a more forward horse. I don't understand why people don't want to be more forward with horses that are more forward naturally, but I don't think it mattered.
3, 5, 6, 1. Logical Horses finish in the top 3. Dividend recap with the victory for Manny Franco in the saddle. The beautiful ride there as she gets another win off another big layoff. She has shown she can run well fresh. We'll take a quick time out. We'll also preview what's coming up in the Long Branch at Monmouth on Sunday. 2 big chances for Rudy Brisset and Clocker Special and Bricklin. We'll preview that stakes action from the Jersey Shore after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. Beautiful shot as everything is blooming and I am sneezing. You can be part of NyraBets, sign up and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code PREAK25 just in time for the Preakness Stakes 1 week from today. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join at nyrabets.com. Winner's circle for race 4. Manny Franco picks up the victory with dividend recap. His first time aboard this mare as he made a good trip for her. Like we said, a horse of that size, not easy to find room like he did.
I agree. She, for a horse that big, and she really towered over the others. You had pointed out to me before the race, then watching was kind of funny. She really did a nice job accelerating inside of horses, and that's not an easy thing to do. Most horses will be more comfortable accelerating outside of horses, especially a big horse. So that was a nice job doing that. Not a race that was run in the manner I would have expected, but the best horse won.
Dividend recap with the victory. She closes up the inside to get the second win of her career, 6:02 in race 4. Logical Horses finishing in the top 3 on the turf. As we'll take a look at the field for race 5. We're on the main track here, sprinting. An allowance for fillies and mares. Minute by minute, right now, tepid favorite at 5-2 as she got a nice figure, ran very well in her debut, just hasn't been seen since September.
I guess when in doubt, the public can't jump on Flavian enough. And listen, I'm not going to be surprised if she improves off her effort first time out. She'll need to do that. I don't love the race she's coming out of. Horses have come out of that race and did not run that well in subsequent starts. And she's meeting some pretty good horses with Army Gal next on stage 2 for Linda Rice. And I think Paul is the star on the outside. The 7 horse is going to run a lot better today.
Some that she'll be facing with a lot more seasoning. We'll take a look, though, at the field on Sunday for race 3 at Monmouth. The long branch for 3-year-olds, 1 mile and 70 yards, so 2 turns. As far as this wide open 3-year-old picture is concerned, here's a look at the field, 2 for trainer Rudy Brisset. Of course, hedge ratio for Chad Brown as well. As we welcome in our team live on the ground over at Monmouth Park, Paula Duca and Megan Burgess. Of course, looking forward to that long branch on Sunday to add maybe a little bit more clarity into this 3-year-old picture, guys.
Yeah, we'll see if a couple horses can throw their hat in the ring, especially when it comes to the Naira Betts Haskell. And you look at 2 runners there, the Rudy Brisset runner. You got to look up close in Bricklin. And then hedge ratio for Chad Brown. They look like the 2 runners that are going to be favored in here.
They do. And whilst this is a prep for the Haskells, we take a look at hedge ratio's last powerhouse performance on March the 29th at Aqueduct, earning a 100 buyer speed figure. Now, he did that going the mile. And, I mean, he was wide. Just incredibly dominant this day, with Schoolyard Superman finishing right behind him in his stablemate. And if he runs back to this race, there's no question that he is the horse to beat, obviously. But you go back through his races, he's not the most consistent of types, Paul.
Interesting type of horse, because Chad started this horse on the turf, didn't work out. Usually it's the other way around, when a horse on dirt and Chad will move to the turf. You just can't argue with that last figure. It was a giant figure, and he ran giant. Now, Bricklin was in the Arkansas Derby. I think a lot of people will see that and go, okay, this horse has faced some of the better, the best. Here was in the Arkansas Derby. He didn't he didn't actually disgrace himself in the Arkansas Derby. This is one of his wins he had.
He didn't. This was back on January the 3rd, though, when he did get that allowance victory against a decent group. Now, when you compare that time to that of what the 3-year-old Triple Crown types were running, it was much slower this day, but he did win out in open links. Now, this is a horse that was actually cross-entered in a mile race called the Hot Springs there at Oaklawn. They chose to run him in the Arkansas Derby. Now cutting back in distance, I think he's going to fare extremely well in this race, as he is tactically mint, as is the likely favorite in hedge ratio. We shall see, but Bricklin really grew up and did some good things physically.
Yeah.
From my eye, being able to see him at Oaklawn Park, as Rudy Brisset has 2 chances in this long branch, though I do question Bricklin as he climbs in distance if he does eventually take a step towards the Haskell.
Okay, so that's race 3 tomorrow. Also in their red zone runner for Hugo Padilla is another one. We'll get the riders for the 2 Clocker Special and red zone runner. We get a little closer. Again, race number 3 will be the long branch, $100,000 on the line tomorrow afternoon on Mother's Day.
Looking forward to it, and looking forward to spending Mother's Day and throughout the Monmouth season with both of you as well. The long branch tomorrow, of course, the Naira Betts Pegasus to take place on June 13th, and a lot of eyes pointing to the Naira Betts Haskell on July 18th.
And I think with the long branch, they're trying to find a hedge ratio, how legit his last race was. That was a very, very fast race that got 100 buyer. Now, is he a 2-turn horse? That's one question he has to ask, because if he is, there's a horse that they can be looking at serious races for him, because he ran as fast a figure just about as any of the best 3-year-olds did. And to put it in perspective, 95 buyer for the Derby, 100 buyer for his last start. I'm not saying he would have won the Kentucky Derby, but he's run fast enough to suggest that he could be a player in the biggest races.
Makes you take another look at it, that's for sure. Well, a horse that could be pointing to the Naira Betts Haskell by way of the Woody Stevens is Pate Mile winner Crude Velocity, who will bypass the Preakness. Bob Baffert saying we could see him later this summer in the Haskell. Might be one of the most talented 3-year-olds. We just haven't been able to see him in those Triple Crown races yet.
It's a good chance we'll see a rematch of both the first and second finishers, he and Englishman, from the 1 mile Pate in the 7 furlongs, Woody Stevens, which may help the second place finisher, Englishman, a little bit. And just to put it in perspective also, he got 100 buyer for that race, the same figure that Hedge Ratio did. Once again, not saying Hedge Ratio is better than Crude Velocity, but he ran a fast enough fig that you have to find out. And by running the long branch at this point, 4 weeks from the Woody Stevens, if he's not a router, maybe you want to cut him back and take a shot in the Woody Stevens. You have some options with him. If not, you go further. So some interesting thing about that long branch. Very curious to see if he can back up that performance, which was significantly better than any race he'd run in the past.
Woody Stevens shaping up to be a really fun race as well. And we'll see which horses go on to that Haskell this summer, too. We have race 5 from Monmouth coming up next. It's $5,000 claiming race going 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. Right now it is the number 3 Crypto Man for Alexis Delgado, who's currently the favorite, as we head back over to Paul and Megan.
Well, since you last sent it to us, Acacia, about 48 seconds ago, the rain has come down even more. We are sealed and fast right now. There's definitely some moisture in the racetrack.
I would assume we will trend towards the sloppy end of things as we progress, as the thunder is booming. We'll see, we'll monitor as far as the lightning in the area if there is any postponements or delays. So far, we're safe for now.
Do we look at some horses that like a muddy racetrack? I mean, you look at the 3 and 4 here, they're basically going to go off almost the same. You look at the fixed odds, they're about 2.5 to 1. Paco Lopez will be aboard the 4 horse in here, Street Glide, who comes from way off the pace. Now, Sammy Moran aboard Crypto Man, the 3, kind of horse that probably will be forwardly placed.
Well, he should, as he needs to be in a race that doesn't have a lot of pace, right? And that's exactly what he will do. As Paco Lopez on the number 4 Street Glide has no early speed. So now Paco's going to have to figure that out on the 4, which is what led me ultimately to the favorite. I wasn't disillusioned by the fact that this is, to me, a 2-horse race in the number 3 and the number 4 as far as just general form in this spot. As last time out, Crypto Man just has races that are better than back on March the 28th at Tampa. The speed did well. It was a key race that did yield 3 next out winners, including a winner that did so for the $10,000 tag, and one is the 3-2 favorite. So he's tactical. He needs to be aggressive as Sammy Moran, as that's, to me, the key of this race.
You make such a good point. There's really not a lot of pace in this race. I do think the 2 at 10 to 1 could be your kind of long shot play, because that horse has shown speed in the past and does have a decent wet track record. Eric Cancel, good second place finish. He's going to be riding here for most of the meet. A guy that's not a big send rider, but I think can maybe take advantage of this pace. You make a good point with Paco Lopez. He's going to have to make some decisions with Street Glide, because Street Glide's got one way. It's just going to come from way out of it.
That's right. And it just seems as if these horses look like they're on treadmills down the lane, Paul. They're not making up ground. Horses that look like they have run around the turn are just flattening out. They just really don't make up any ground in the late stages, as we've seen throughout the course of this card. We shall see. I totally agree with you, Paul, as far as the number 2 Venezuelan Triumph. Timeform US Pace Projector has this horse in front, actually, and I'm hoping he can return, as his last couple efforts have definitely left some to be desired, but he gets back to this 1 mile and 40 yards. 70 yards, excuse me. He needs to be aggressive. He might just have the key to this race as well. But to me, the most recent form and the most consistent form belongs to the number 3.
Well, Acacia, enough said. The rain has got our minds a little muddy.
Hopefully not too much, as
I think people should understand they just had a very burst of a storm down there. We are not getting that same weather here while they've sealed the track. The rain is actually supposed to stop both there and here in a few minutes, and they had more rain down there than we did.
Out on the Jersey Shore, hopefully Paul and Megan have a nice dry place. Currently even money on the number 3 Crypto Man in this spot, trying to do a bit better than those last 3 in the money finishes as they go in to the gate for race 5, Monmouth Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Run for your life, post 5. Two back, Max's Glory. And to the outside, Majestic Lion. Here's Majestic Lion coming up to the gate. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're up. Uneventful beginning. Syntactic from the inside going to the lead. Venezuelan Triumph taking the second position early, but Syntactic is naturally quickest, approaching the first turn run and clears off Syntactic by about 2 as he hits the first turn run. Venezuelan Triumph runs in second. Run for your life outside of that one, rounding the clubhouse turn. Street Glide saving ground on that first turn. He's 5 off the pace in the 4th position, a length in front of both Crypto Man and Max's Glory. Big gap to Majestic Line, well behind as they approach the backstretch run. Syntactic paving the way here, went 23-1 that first quarter, leads by 2 with 5 furlongs to go. Venezuelan Triumph in a good position. He's running in second, 4 clear of Street Glide, makes his way into third with Run for Your Life, and Crypto Man, who's deeper on the course, 3 wide right behind that pair, gap of 5. Max's Glory being pumped upon now is second to last, still clear of Majestic Lion as they're halfway home. Syntactic trying to take them all the way here at 13-1. Hits the turn, 2 lengths ahead going into the forward turn. Now it's 2.5. Venezuelan Triumph showing a little more range. Second leaves the rail open for Street Glide, who moves up alongside of him while pumped upon. 3 back to Crypto Man into 4th. Run for Your Life is retreating. The other 2 well behind, hitting the quarter pole. Syntactic starting to feel in those legs. He's getting a little bit tired, but he's still clear on the lead. A length and a half or 2 coming to the top of the lane, drifting into about the 4 path as he comes off the turn here. Here comes a run from Crypto Man, though, and Crypto Man's coming after them. And Crypto Man and also Street Glide. It's Street Glide going to the front with a furlong to go. And Street Glide, with that furlong left to go, opens up now to a 2.5 length lead. In second, Syntactic trying to hold on for that position. But Street Glide's got it. Street Glide, 3 wins for Paco Lopez on opening day. Syntactic second, Crypto Man was third, and 4th was Venezuelan Triumph.
Street Glide with the win, and I think it's safe to say that nobody is happier to be back at Monmouth Park than Paco Lopez with his 3rd win of the day.
If he could win the first race with the 1 horse, there's probably no race he's not going to win. And he even managed to get this horse relatively close to the pace. A much the best winner.
Showed a lot more pace today as the number 4 Street Glide gets the win for trainer Juan Avila. The number 1 Syntactic will have to settle for second, and your favorite, the 3 Crypto Man, in third. We turn our attention back over to New York as we have race 5 coming up next. This one again, an allowance sprinting on the main track, minute by minute, still the favorite as she's very lightly raced. She won first time out in September, but does have the layoff to contend with.
Yeah, I think she's overbet right now, as those connections usually are, but she could win.
Maggie making just her 2nd start. What is minute by minute showing you?
Minute by minute, I don't know what she looked like first time out. I did not cover her race, but I am pleasantly surprised with what I'm observing here in the paddock for Chad Brown, who actually just made a appearance himself here. So she has been working down at pace, and in watching those workouts that you can catch on First TV, she's been working with an 0 for 2 maiden by the name Morning Menace. And they've kind of traded blows. It seems like whoever's kind of on the outside is working better, but I don't know. I was a little underwhelmed, let's put it that way, with those breezes. But looking at her here in the paddock, she is a very robust type. She's kind of filled out. She looks as though she's very strong behind the saddle. Great coat to her. And look, all things considered, she does fit well physically with the cast that she meets here today for her first start as a 3-year-old. But the fact of the matter is, she's meeting some horses that are fairly battle tested. As do note, when it comes to the racetrack, we are now sealed and good. And as Andy said, it should let up here, which it has. I mean, within the last 45 minutes is the strongest it's come down, and my guess is that they're sealing it possibly to maybe have it in better condition and open for the graded stakes, the 3 graded stakes that we have on the main track. As we turn our attention to minute by minutes inside, and that's number 2, Army Gal. Army Gal is tough for me to judge because every time I see her, I don't really like her physically. She does puff up a bit when she gets the tack on, but when she first walks into the paddock, she's so underwhelming. There's no energy. She's somewhat listless in her demeanor, and she just doesn't look as strong as you would like to see for a filly that does have the credentials that she has. She is a little bit untrustworthy, to say the least, but she's shown, at least consistently on the flip side of that coin, that she does seem to run well fresh. So, she won her first start. She came back in September and won, and even her November race was pretty darn good against some graded stakes types of fillies. Grammy Girl was in there, who has won 2 graded stakes in a row now. So she does look fit with that in mind. But again, Acacia, I wish she just kind of jazzed me up a little bit, because I did really like her on paper, but a little underwhelmed here in the paddock.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. See what takes place today, as there is trainer Tom Morley, who sends out the number 7, Paul, as a star contender in this race coming up. But he has one of his big names from his stable waiting in the wings, 1-900, who will be coming up today in the John A. Nerud, as he's been pretty strong with his finishes thus far and will look to pick up another stakes victory.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casino in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. We have race 5 coming up next in New York. Again, sprinting on the main track. Nice horses start to make their way out from the paddock. Again, minute by minute. Currently the favorite. Tepid favorite now, and actually co-favorite. If, Andy, we have some reservations about her, and in fact she's just making her second start and who she's facing today. We'll talk about in a moment some alternatives. First, let's meet the field, starting off with the 1 Cadena.
She's been able to run her best races when she's been able to flaunt her speed. It feels like there's more speed, though, in this race.
She's 6-1 right now. Army Gal now highlighted as your favorite, also off a layoff.
If Army Gal runs her best race, she's going to be a handful, but she's a bit erratic. She has run well, though, fresh.
There is minute by minute, just making her second start.
I don't need to take a short price, assuming or hoping that she's going to improve here, as she'll need to, but she very well could.
3-1 right now, co-favorite. There's Next on Stage, got the win last time, class test today.
She has some fast enough races, and when Linda Rice is aggressive as she's being with Next on Stage, she usually gets good results.
Next will be a big price on the 5, Mila Candy, coming back from Colonial.
She has some races that are okay, especially early in her career.
18-1 right now. 9-1 on the 6 Mischief Lady as she makes her 4-year-old debut coming back off the bench.
She figures to be part of the pace with the number 3 horse who's now favored. Is she good enough, though?
Paula, that is always also the question for sure. Now she faces older for the first time. There's Paula's a star. Ran in some stakes as a 3-year-old as she makes her second start off the bench.
I like her and think she's an outrageous overlay right now at 7-1. Instead of being having to force the pace on the inside, she's now in a good stalking spot outside.
Faced a very informed Munnings Express last time out. And there's Roman Grace back to the dirt.
Not sure how this horse is a shorter price than Paul is a star.
Yeah.
Her win 3 back was riding a gold rail. I don't get the money. Amelia Greens wins a lot of races, but maybe I'm missing something.
That's the field for the 5th. There's a look at Paula's a star. As mentioned, Munnings Express has been on a tear. She came back and won again yesterday for Linda Rice, probably into some stakes moving forward as she makes her second start off the layoff. She has plenty of races fast enough to contend.
Right, she's a speed, and breaking inside last time I think forced her in a position where she had to be aggressive. And I think it worked against her, but it was a good race off a layoff, and Tom Morley's horses often need a race off the layoff. She's got back races fast enough, she draws well outside the other speeds, and regardless of where she finishes, maybe it's a bad sign. I find her to be an overlay at 7-1.
The one, Cadena, also a speed, Maggie, as there could be perhaps a little bit of pace in this race.
Perhaps, as you often see in these types of 6 furlong sprints, Acacia, as we'll take a look at the bookends of this field, beginning with number 1, Cadena, who honestly I thought looked like one of the better turned out horses in the paddock. And then she really kind of grabbed my attention when she burst off into a very spirited warm-up beneath Jamie Rodriguez. And I actually don't mind, this track for her. There is no lying water on it. I mean, I'd be shocked if they didn't open this back up because it's not raining anymore either. But it is sealed, whether that's fortunate or unfortunate for a horse that you like. But it did look as though Cadena was handling it really well. Now, I know, as Andy said, she is a horse that is better when she has the lead. She is moving to a more aggressive jockey today with Jamie aboard. So with that warm-up in mind, I think he's going to try to be aggressive from that inside post. Obviously, he has to, being drawn down there. Moving on to the outside runner in number 8, Roman Grace. Yes, Andy, correctly stating of riding a bias 3 back when she got the win. And it just looked as though when she came back in January that she would need a race, and she kind of ran that way. But then at Colonial, it was a track in which you wanted to be forward. So she was wired that day, and she was set on that 3-wide chase. And then whatever she did on the turf, who cares? She looks really good for her. She looks like she's filled out finally. She looks stronger than ever. So again, she is taking some money, but she is going to have to find a race, I think, better than she's ever run to take down this field. Acacia?
Pretty salty group she's facing in here today. 5-2 favorite, Army Gal, as she definitely has the fast races. Just sometimes we don't know which one we're going to get.
Yeah, this is an interesting race. Surprised the money Cadena's playing. If she ends up getting involved in the pace, either a lot of people are riding badly or she's rowing too fast.
Into the gate for race 5. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Slight bobble after the start for Mischief Lady is going to be the trailer early. From the rail, Cadena right to the front and tips well off the rail now. And here comes a challenge from Mila Candy, who takes second. Paul is a star in third. Minute by Minute is towards the inside with Next on Stage. They're 4th and 5th. Out there in 6th is Roman Grace. The 2 at the back, Army Gal. And after the beginning, Mischief Lady, the trailer. Cadena is in front, is up by a half length. Chased to the outside by Mila Candy, and here comes a run 3 wide from Paul is a Star. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. It's Cadena in front. Paul is a Star within range, and in between horses holding that spot is Mila Candy and Sylvester Gonzalez. Just off of them is Roman Grace, and behind horses Next on Stage. Minute by Minute has dropped back to the trailing position at the back end of the field. Just got passed by Army Gal, who's on the move, and Mischief Lady. They reach the top of the stretch, and Paul is a Star is trying to wrestle the lead away out in the center of the racetrack. Mila Candy now battles on, and towards the inside, Cadena. Roman Grace has momentum. Army Gal on the far outside. Paul is a Star is in front. It's Paul is a Star, but here comes Roman Grace now, ready to pounce on the leader. Roman Grace down the center of the racetrack has secured the lead. lead. Inside the final 16th, it's Roman Grace in front. Roman Grace, Paula's a Star battles on. Roman Grace, Santana with another one. Roman Grace, then came Paula's a Star of Photo next on stage with Army Gal.
Roman Grace took money, and it turned out to be for good reason as she came rolling late to pick up the win under Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, it's become a little perplexing lately when horses are taking relatively more money than you think they should, and they're constantly, especially for certain barns, running better than we expected. I'm not sure on paper where this effort came from. She ran very well, got a good trip. It's a tough beat for Paula's a Star, was right on top of a pace that completely fell apart and was an overlay at 7-1, but somebody knew this horse was going to run well today, and she did.
She went off at 5-1, the 8 Roman Grace with the victory. Paula's a Star ran very well. We will get Tom Morley to the winner's circle. His horses have been running exceptionally well. She settles for second in here, but as you said, she was on top of that pace that did end up falling apart. It set up for a horse like Roman Grace.
Yeah, hard to see it in the PPs, but she ran it today.
8-7 and a photo for third in race 5. In fact, it does come back 8-7, 4-2 in the 5th. Roman Grace with the victory, Ricardo Santana in the saddle. When we come back, we'll preview what's coming up in the Ruffian Stakes. Saffie Joseph Jr. with 3 chances as he comes in with strength and numbers this afternoon. That preview after this. You're watching America's Day at the races. We continue with our live coverage of Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park. Here's a look at the Monmouth Paddock as we take a look at the field for race number 6 coming up next at Monmouth. Here's a look right now as this one will be going 6 furlongs on the main track in this allowance race. Good sized field coming up here, but first we're going to send it over to Paula Duca, who caught up with a very special guest.
We're the general manager here at Monmouth Park. In-house counsel does a little bit of everything. This is your 30th year, John Himes. We're all getting a little old, Johnny.
Well, hopefully I don't look it, but yes, my 30th season here. It's always exciting opening day for us.
Well, opening day 2026, what can we look forward to?
This year, there's lots to look forward to, including the opening of our new sports book, including the First Turn Pavilion, which is a nice outdoor area over there. Picnic area has been redone a bit with a new tote board. You have the picnic area with a new video board. We have some new wagers coming in, $5 late double, $3 late pick 3, and pending Racing Commission approval, we're going to start an all-turf pick 3 here as well, beginning Memorial Day weekend.
So Memorial Day weekend, we're not going to have turf racing till Memorial Day weekend. Explain there.
Well, we have one on for tomorrow. We had a card a late extra, but that's okay, and there will be a turf race. We're going to use one or two maybe. I mean, this time of year, it's usually the turf is a little bit iffy. We want to let it grow. They take the blankets off in April, so we want to give it ample time.
Besides all the new wagers, obviously Mother's Day is a big draw here. You were telling me you're almost sold out.
We are sold out. In fact, I needed to get a reservation for a party at 2 and was told no. So we are sold out in the dining room, but there's plenty of places around the track that people can come and enjoy. I would anticipate we have well over 15,000 people tomorrow for it.
Yeah, for a lot of people who don't understand, Mother's Day's almost as big as Naira Betts Haskell Day or Naira Betts Pegasus Day. It's right up there.
It's right there with the Haskell Preview Day, which is anchored by the Naira Betts Pegasus race, of course. And Haskell Day, we look at 40,000 is usually about a right number for that, for the Naira Betts Haskell.
And one last question. Everybody looks forward to the food trucks. When will we see those?
Memorial Day weekend, all 3 days, and they're going to be out here every weekend, nearly every weekend throughout the summer.
You guys got to come out here. It's one of the best shows out here in Oceanport, New Jersey. There'll be a lot of food trucks. I still think some of the best food you'll ever eat at a racetrack. John Himes, one of the best in the business.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing that good crowd for Mother's Day tomorrow. Paul, thank you as we take a look at the winner's circle for race 5 in New York, as it was Roman Gracer who got the victory here, took money, getting back to the main track, and she got the right kind of trip and was claimed out of this race as well.
Yeah. She got bet, and she delivered.
Claimed by Linda Rice, I'm being told, so interesting to see where she ends up moving forward as she gets the victory here, 3rd win of her career. Able to run down with Ricardo Santana in the saddle. Good effort from the runner-up, Paula Star, who was on top of that pace, but no doubt about the winner. 13.74 for Roman Grace in the 5th. It's time for some stakes action coming up next in race 6. A fun one, the Grade 3 John A. Nerud sprinting on the main track. Here's a look at the field, 1,900, currently a very short price as he is a horse that ran that incredibly fast race 2 starts back. Got beat last time in the Tom Fool, but he's quick.
No, yeah. Listen, I picked Full Moon Madness because I have trouble trusting 1,900, but I still believe that he could be a very, very good sprinter and be a player in races going forward. But he needs to deliver today because last time out he looked home and he just fell apart. Yeah. Has he run a little better with Lasix? Yes, but his last race is still good enough to suggest it's just a little bit concerning. But if he gets back to his race 2 back, he's going to win this race.
Tom Morley saying he doesn't necessarily love a track with some moisture in it, so we'll see. There's not much out there today. Really see if it does affect him. But the John A. Nerud coming up as we are saying goodbye to you. Is that it for the afternoon?
I'm done.
All right, you did all your heavy lifting already.
Done plenty of heavy lifting.
Thanks as always, Andy, for joining me. Jonathan Kinchin going to join me on the desk after this as we will get a chance to see if Full Moon Madness, who Andy said he likes, will pick up another graded stakes win as he makes his first start off of a little bit of a layoff since February for Michelle Nevin.
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
It began as a summertime destination, a way to increase local business in a time when horses were not only the day's entertainment, they were the mode of transportation. President's vacation here, a playground for the elite on the iconic Jersey Shore. Over 150 years later, a lot has changed. Smartphones and social media allow fans to coordinate arrival time and attire. But some things haven't changed at all. Monmouth Park is still home to the elite.
Here's a filly for the ages, a Haskell legend, Rachel Alexandra did it!
And Monmouth Park is still a playground. For most of us, the tradition began at a young age, a weekend picnic to celebrate Mom or Dad, or Haskell Day with friends and family.
American Pharoah, the party continues as he rolls home in the Haskell.
And each summer, as the weather warms and school buses begin to fade away, that tradition pulls us back to the place we've spent many summers. Summers filled with excitement and hope, where every day is a winner, even if every ticket isn't. For 50 days this summer, more memories will be built, adding to the foundation that, for some of us, was laid down generations ago. 50 days of smiling, familiar faces, 50 days of sights and sounds and tastes. We walk through these iconic gates with a sense of comfort, because for 50 days, we're all family, and this is home. Welcome back to Monmouth Park.
Well, if that doesn't get you excited about Monmouth, I don't know what will, as we take a look at the Hall of Champions, some Hall of Famers that have raced over at Monmouth, some truly spectacular horses, including one in Ruffian with a stake named after her that will take place today in New York. A pretty special place, a great summer place to be. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun for Mother's Day tomorrow afternoon as well. As I'm so pleased to welcome in my co-host now, Jonathan Kinchin, joining me on the desk here. JK, great to see you.
See you as well. It's been, I feel like it's been ages.
I know. I think since Keeneland that
Look at
we've
that.
seen each other.
It's been so long.
I know. I missed you.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. As, of course, we're talking about Monmouth. I know you enjoy a good hot dog at Monmouth.
I do. I enjoy a hot dog at Monmouth. There's also these sliders. I can't remember the name of the little room that's there, but you'll find it when you get there. Yeah, I love going there. It's fun. It's got that kind of outside picnicky vibe to it. Always a lot of fun in the summer.
It really is, as we have race 6 coming up next at Monmouth on the docket. That's our next order of business, is this one sprinting on the main track in an allowance race. Here's a look at the field right now. Pretty wide open board. It is Turn Up the Trees, who's the favorite to the outside right now, as we check in with Paula Duca and Megan Burgess.
Oh, thank you, Keisha. Glad to join us as well, too, with Jonathan Kinchin. Good to see you, JK. And when you get to this race, by the way, the new wager, the $3 pick 3, late pick 3 starts in this race. I thought a wide open race.
And one that has a pretty good amount of speed signed on. Sprinting here is the outside number 10. Turn Up the Trees taking favoritism for David Jacobson, and a horse I'm familiar with from Oaklawn Park.
I would think the quick of the quick in here, although, like you said, I do think there's a lot of horses that don't love the pass horses in here. Let's start with the 2. I know you like this one a little bit for Lisa Barkowski at a little bit of a price at 11-1.
I do, but also knowing that this horse's good races all the way a year ago and does best when this horse is forward. I think this is probably too deep from a class perspective, especially off of the bench. However, the problem with him is most effective when using his weapon, and that is speed, and has pace pressure coming off of the bench. So we shall see. I thought it was interesting, though, underneath for Lisa Barkowski, whose horses always look fantastic, as he does as well.
When we were talking about the speed in here, the 10 Turn Up the Trees, there's some pace here. This horse on the 10 running lines on your racing form, the horse has gotten beaten to the half-mile pole twice, and one of them was last time by a head. So this is the horse they're probably going to have to catch.
He is. He's the one-dimensional speed horse. That is Turn Up the Trees, and as I've been able to glean from him over the course of a winter at Oaklawn Park, he was a nervous, distracted type who's definitely put on some weight today. He's not as nervous and after getting out of the confines of an indoor paddock at Oaklawn Park. So I do find physically and mentally he's showing me some encouragement, but like I mentioned, he's going to have to hold on late with some pressure.
Some horses will thrive. You make a great point. Oaklawn Park, that paddock is so tight. You come here, Monmouth, a little bit more green grass out in the paddock, and a horse can relax a little bit. Now, the 6 is taking a little money here. Protected. Blinkers go on. I saw, actually, Eddie Owens lead this one out for Carlos Martin.
This horse was in a race last time out on March the 7th at Aqueduct that came apart, and he was just a no-show. I mean, he broke outside. He tracked off the pace. It was a foggy day. It was 3 wide chasing. I just can't. I understand his figures stack up, but I was not impressed with what I saw from him last time out.
Blinkers go on a horse that's going to have to show pace. I mean, the horse is very talented. As we see the horses going through the gate, where you land here?
I'm going to take a little bit of I don't want to say a shot. I'm going to try to trust that the number 10 Turn Up the Trees could potentially wire this field. We shall see is the big question.
This is my play of the day. I'm going with the 4 in here at 9-2. Doratorio. I think this horse can pass horses. Taking a closer at Monmouth.
Definitely tactical.
Yeah, very. Although Death Taxes and Paco Lopez has already won 3. He's looking for 4. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Splitting Stones coming up to the gate. Goes it. 2 back, Redacted, and Turn Up the Trees. Redacted goes in, Turn Up the Trees to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a tardy break from Doroteo, drops to the back of the pack. Turn Up the Trees on the lead. Splitting Stones moving up, and here's Cold Feet the Gray down on the inside, punching forward. Turn Up the Trees, Cold Feet, they spar on the lead. Splitting Stones right behind them in third. Executive Order down on the inside, making up some ground. And Doroteo, the slow starter out of the gate, moves through between horses. Length and a half back to Redacted, John Jay, and Protected. Sluggish early at the back of the field, about 10 lengths off the pace as they go into the far turn run. Cold Feet secures a clear lead going into the turn, leads by about a half length here. Doroteo threads the needle between horses and Turn Up the Trees, who's 3 wide. These 3 across the track. Doroteo between horses goes on to stick a neck in front. Turn Up the Trees right there with him. Cold Feet back in third, starting to lose contact with the top pair as they come to the top of the lane. Turn Up the Trees, Doroteo, these 2 right together with 3/16 to go. They're going at it. Turn Up the Trees on the outside. Doroteo down on the inside, sticking to his guns. Doroteo turning away, Turn Up the Trees on the final furlong, and Doroteo with a 16th to go starts to inch away. Doroteo, Samuel Marin with 2 wins today. Turn Up the Trees second best. Cold Feet was third, John Jay fourth.
Doroteo gets the win. Sammy Marin in the saddle as this horse seemed to be traveling best throughout.
Yeah, I mean, Turn Up the Trees had dead aim, and I thought was going to probably run by. But right inside the 16th pole, it just looked like Doroteo wasn't going to stop and just kept running down on the inside. I thought for a second Doroteo was on the tire track, and that maybe helped a little bit sometimes on a sloppy racetrack, but she was just better.
Gets the win there over number 10 in Turn Up the Trees at Monmouth Park. We have stakes action coming up next from New York. It's the John A. Nerud horses in the paddock. Let's sit down and get paddock report from Maggie.
feel for my husband. I really do, Acacia. It's been a tough road to hoe with tough beats and Mother Nature and track maintenance not playing kindly as he has a track that he does not want for number 5, 1-900. I have no idea why they have chosen to seal the track. Again, it's not raining. We didn't get that much rain to begin with. There's no lying water, but yet it's sealed. So he is convinced that this horse does not perform as well on a track that is, altered, that has moisture in it. So looking at him here, though, honestly, and I am blunt and am very objective when it comes to my husband's horses, but he looks best here. He's fit off a bit of a freshening. He's totally dappled head to toe, and he's, come to take his racing a little bit more in stride. He used to get very, very aggressive and kind of wound up, and that's not the case anymore for him. So we'll see how he fares on this sealed, good listed track. As we'll move on to a horse that I'm sure won't mind it this way, and that's number 2, Full Moon Madness, his main rival, who did beat 1-900 in their last meeting, but they would both be run down by late closing Bold Journey. And when you look at that race, 1-900, he draws better. He doesn't have to have the lead, but he is naturally quick. Full Moon Madness looks to sit in that second flight. And it was a weird race in which the horse that was pressuring 1-900, faded all the way back to last. He was a big long shot, but the winner came from last. So, maybe Full Moon Madness was the one who made the move, first move, and just got run down late. I wish he looked a bit better in his coat. But that's kind of him. He does tend to look that way at times. And I do think he's a horse that will appreciate the going that he gets here today. And he looks incredibly fit coming off the same layoff as 1-900 is, as we'll move on to a horse that he's like Forrest Gump. He's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get here with number 6, Durante, who does come off one of his better efforts, now that he's third off the layoff, and he has faced some of the best sprinters in the country. And he's a horse that kind of wears how he's doing on his sleeve. When he gets all washed out and doesn't look good in his coat, he doesn't usually run well. Well, today, Acacia, he is dappled, he is incredibly well muscled, and he's not washed out. And he draws favorably to the outside. So I do think he's a horse that is best when he's involved early. I think that post does him some favors here in this John Nerud.
6-1 on Durante as they added the blinkers last time out. Maggie, thank you. He went to the lead in that most recent effort. And as Maggie said, he's been facing some absolute warriors recently. This race, though, named in honor of John A. Nerud, trainer, native of Nebraska, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame in 1972.
1972.
I know. You get some really good history about New York racing if you look at what the stakes are named for.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, including Take the A Train.
That is legendary racetrack lore right there. One of my favorites. So we pay tribute to John Nerud here in this grade 3 event, and we'll kick off the post parade with the 1, Radio Red.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. This race feels like the pace has to be fast. This horse is quick, but down on the inside, cutting back. I don't think Kendrick has to hold that position. I think he kind of ends up taking back a little bit, letting the real speed go.
Full Moon Madness finished second in the Tom Fool in his last outing.
Yeah, another one that could probably work out a pretty good trip with all that speed to the outside. I just want a little bit of a better price than 5-2.
He's taking some attention here as we take a look at Acoustic Ave. Has not missed a dance. He shows up in every one of these races.
Yeah, this one kind of feels like one that's going to get kind of lost in the middle between not quite fast enough to be forward, but then maybe not quite good enough to run down those speed types.
A very cool overachiever here, Silver Slugger, who we saw just last year running in a claiming race and is now a multiple stakes winner.
Yeah, this is the one I think is going to have the toughest time, the least fast of the 3 or 4 speed horses that are in this race.
There's a look at your favorite, 1-900, even money right now.
Yeah, obviously he's got a lot of speed. He's drawn well. I'm a little bit concerned about the pressure this one might get.
And Durante from the outside, third off the layoff for David Jacobson.
Yeah, let's see what Ricardo does. He's drawn well outside. He's on the far outside. He doesn't have to get hooked. The problem is I think this horse naturally runs well when forward. So we'll see what Durante does from that outside draw.
We'll take a look at the Tom Fool, the last out race for both Full Moon Madness and 1-900, as it did seem like this was a race. 1-900 was a very short price this day, was supposed to get the win. It was a track listed as good, so he had a little bit moisture to deal with in there. They both end up getting run down, though, by Bold Journey with a late run.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you take into consideration 1-900, you know, basically two of the worst races that he's had, not the worst, but comparative to him winning, have been on tracks with moisture in it. They're what he'll get today. The other problem is he's going to have some pace to have to deal with. It just feels like it's going to set up for someone from off of it.
Even money right now, as this race does also kick off the pick six sequence. You had a small carryover from yesterday, 15,000. There's about 98,000 plus in the pool right now. JK, any thoughts on the sequence?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an approachable one. You know, at times I think that they can be a little tough. I thought in race 7, the favorite in there, Eunomia, was one that for Safi Joseph that I thought you could potentially lean on. Chad's horse will probably take some money in there and trying to beat that one. I wanted to spread in the Take the A Train, that turf sprint, especially with a little bit of give in the ground with some of the rain we've had. I thought Alpenglow for Qatar Racing was interesting off of that effort down at Gulfstream last time. In the 9th, the Peter Pan, I like the 3 Growth Equity. Actually quite a bit more than Trendsetter, who won when we were down in Lexington. And then I think you can get away in race 10 with possibly just using the 2 Chad Brown horses, Right to Vote, and how are we calling that one? Arkhipov? Yeah, we're going to go with that for now.
Yeah.
We'll get better. And then in the last leg, I thought that was one you'd want to spread in as well. If you wanted to get skinny, I suppose the 9 Icehouse showed a lot of speed on debut, had a little time away, now gets the turf for the first time. George Weaver and turf sprints have been getting along as of late.
Amen to that. Well, pick 6 kicking off here. Good luck if you are playing the sequence. Let's go back down to Maggie trackside.
And checking in with that rail runner, that is Radio Red, the New York bred who comes off of a victory in the Haynesfield, but it was a little bit slower than his victory when he came back on February 19th. Now, I was not here, nor did I cover either of those races. And to be fair to him, I don't think a mile is really his gig. I think he just won on class and, you know, kind of just the way that the race set up for him. I don't love it either as far as quality, because they all finish in a bit of a heap. They all hit the wire together in a blanket finish. But go back to his, albeit claiming 50, on February 19th, and he beat a horse in Antonio Venice, who is in good form right now for Rudy Rodriguez. He would win 2 starts later with an 86 buyer, so definitely showing some quality there. Now, he's really truly built more like a sprinter. I mean, he is a chunk. He carries a lot of weight and conditioning. So if he was coming off a layoff, I dare to say that he doesn't look that fit. But considering he has raced frequently, I do think that he is obviously ready to go. And the turn back built in with that, you know, mile race under his belt gives him the stamina to finish things off here. He was a little bit goofy going out from the paddock. Didn't really want to let Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Has settled nicely, and you don't often see Acacia Kendrick stay with the pony, but he did here with Radio Red because he was acting up quite a bit when they were going out to the racetrack.
He can be a lot of horse, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you, Radio Red. Just a fun fact, by the way, that owner Dean Reeves shared with me. This horse is actually named for Dean's stepfather, whose nickname was Red, who was a top DJ in the 70s and 80s, as Red is in the Georgia Music Hall of Fame, which is pretty cool.
Dean Reeves has, he named a horse Silver Skillet, and I asked him about it, and he said it was like this awesome diner, and I was meant to go when I was in Atlanta, and I didn't get a chance to go, but Dean says it's outstanding, so it's on my list of places to attend.
He has some very clever names, and you like his horse.
I do. You know, it's one of those situations where the circumstances, I think, like in a normal situation, Kendrick down on the inside with a horse with a little bit of speed, he's going to usually find himself forward. But I think in this situation, there's so many horses to the outside that just are probably a little bit faster. And I think Kendrick's going to have to kind of accept the fact that he's not going to make the front. And hopefully they'll run away from him, and he'll just be able to kind of save some ground, get some pace to run at. And I'm hoping that's the trip that Radio Red gets. Now, if Kendrick's aggressive and Radio Red finds himself in the pace, I think he could get in trouble a little bit late, getting a little bit tired. But I think on the cutback, based on some of his sprint races, I think he'll appreciate maybe taking back and making one run into this pace.
7-1 right now in Radio Red. Generous price as he gets the turn back in distance after winning at Haynesfield and fighting it out for the win last time out. He's also a horse, though, that is 0 for 8 on a wet track. Does that concern you?
No, not usually. I try not to get too carried away with the wet track things because none of them are ever the same, and there's so many circumstances on those days. I think style matters more when it comes to moisture in the racetrack. I typically would want a horse that's going to be a little bit more forward, but in a race like this where there's this much speed, I worry about that.
We'll see how the race does play out. Our first graded stake of the day, the Grade 3 John A. Nerud. You are watching it live here on FS2. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call of the John A. Nerud.
Silver Slugger. $1,900. Durante last to load. The Grade 3, $175,000. 16th running of the John A. Nerud. All set. And they're off and hopping in the air at the start with Silver Slugger. 1,900 was off a step slow too. The speed is Acoustic Ave with a neck in front, and Acoustic Ave is now up top and a lone leader. Durante is a stalking second, back in third, Full Moon Madness. 1,900 trying to make up some ground from fourth. Moves forward in the two path just behind them at the rail, Radio Red. And after the start, Silver Slugger is going to have to run from last to be the winner of the John A. Nerud as they work into the far turn. 22.50. Acoustic Ave is in control. Durante is ranging up to the outside, and 1,900 now 3 wide. 1,900 sees the top duo as they're well into the far turn and approaching a quarter mile left to go. The leader is Acoustic Ave. Durante in between horses, but 1,900 now looming up on them. And here's 1,900 down the center of the racetrack. Flavien Prat says go with 1,900 trying to win it right now. Not going away. Acoustic Ave is stubborn down towards the inside. Durante's not out of it. Full Moon Madness and Radio Red on the grandstand side. Any one of the 5 right now is now not finding his 1,900. It's down to Durante, who is now battling on with Acoustic Ave still there. Durante with a neck in front. Durante, Acoustic Ave, give it to Durante in the John A. Nerud. Acoustic Ave was second, then came Full Moon Madness and Radio Red.
Durante gets the win. First victory since May of 2025, so nearly a year since he's seen the winner's circle. The number 6 Durante with the victory here in what turned out to be an oddly run race, far different than it appeared on paper.
Yeah, I mean, they ran a little bit, but the horses that you thought would make the lead, 1,900 probably wasn't, he didn't pop away from there, and he didn't make the front, and then he came running, he made a move into it. It looked like at any point right here that any 5 of these horses could possibly win if they would just kind of level off, but it was Durante that kept coming. Acoustic Ave ran really well to stick around and to hold on. It looked like at any point he was going to kind of spit the bit. He never really did. So you're right, a little bit of an oddly run race based on what you might have seen on paper, but it did work out where horses coming from out of it did well.
Silver Slugger, one of the speeds. Very awkward and slow at the start as well. Kind of changed a little bit of the dynamics there. But Durante, Maggie said he looked great in the paddock today, and he definitely has the back class. He was 7-1. Generous price to get the victory there. With Ricardo Santana, another victory for Ricardo. Here's a look at the start. Keep your eyes on the 4 and 5. Both horses that we anticipated would be forward, both breaking slow, especially the 4 Silver Slugger. Not sure if that kind of impacted 1,900 a little bit at the start as well.
Yeah, it's entirely possible with them being right next to each other, but a lot of times horses that are used to making the front, when they don't make the front, get a little confusing. It's like, wait a second. I'm not used to being back here. 1,900 did make a little bit of a middle move. He tried, I thought, into after not making the making the pace, and then I think Maggie was pretty adamant that he Tom didn't think he was going to appreciate a racetrack like this. So to make the move that he did make, I thought he ran actually okay considering the circumstances.
6-3, 2-1. Number 6, Durante with the victory. Second time in a row with blinkers, and his third start off the layoff. He gets his first win in a year. Picks up another graded stake to his name. When we come back, we'll honor the Great Ruffian as we continue with our graded stakes action. The Grade 2 Ruffian coming up in tribute to one of the best to ever look through a bridle. That's coming up with more after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Durante pulling the upset in the Grade 3. John A. Nerud gets the victory and battles for it in the stretch with the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. The pace didn't materialize exactly like we thought it would, but they went fast enough to help horses that come from off the pace.
Jockey Ricardo Santana picks up another win. He's standing by with Maggie.
His third of the day, in fact, in this Grade 3, John A. Nerud. And Ricardo, we were joking because you've ridden this horse before. It doesn't show on the form because he does run quite a lot, but you're also telling me, and exactly what I thought too, you just gotta let this horse go.
Well, I rode it first time. First, I need to say thank you to Mr. Jake and all the team, for amazing job on this horse. I rode it one time in Oakland. I rode it like 2 times. First time I rode it, Mr. David said, Santana, you have to let this horse do whatever he wants. He broke a step slow that day in Oakland, I remember. And then the speed go, I let it go outside the horses, and he run the screen that day. And today, the post work out everything perfect for him. He broke little step slow today. I just let it be happy, and he gave me a lot of confidence today.
Well, you had to be confident down the lane because he really fought for this victory too.
Well, when the fight come outside of me and he saw the 3 inside of me, he gave me another kick and he started fighting, and I was happy about it with him.
Well done. Keep the steam rolling. Big day already for you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ricardo Santana and Durante, as we often say, Acacia, if he looks as though he's doing well, he generally runs well out on the track.
Durante will tell you, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you. And today was his day. Ricardo Santana having quite the afternoon, as Maggie touched on already. 3-win day, and 1650 pulling home 7-1 Durante, a horse that he was familiar with a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, the horse does run a ton. Love to see a horse like that. 47 lifetime starts, 10 wins, 11 wins after today.
We continue on with our graded stakes action. The Grade 2 Ruffian is next on the program, going a mile on the main track for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. Right now, it is the number 5, Inefficiency. She's 2 for 2 for Chad Brown, but she's facing some tough-hardened veterans in here. Are you a bit surprised that she's the favorite?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's Chad and it's Flavian in New York. I mean, they take this kind of money. But I will say that Inefficiency is not as fast, has not run as fast as she will need to run today to win.
Yeah.
Not saying she won't improve into that, but taking 8-5 on a horse that has to get faster is not something I'm entirely interested in doing.
Grade 2 Ruffian coming up next, as we also have the cross-country Pick 5 sequence. We'll be following along this afternoon as well. Of course, you can play over on Naira Bets. Race 7 at Monmouth, about 8 minutes away, then followed by the Ruffian. Does include our final 3 stakes on the program with the Take the A Train and the Peter Pan here in New York. But so fun action between New York and Monmouth. Check it out over at Naira Bets. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, trainer Chad Brown will have a duo making stakes debuts. Inefficiency stepping up in company in the Ruffian. She's currently the favorite. And then Growth Equity waiting in the wings as he steps up to face stakes company for the first time in the Peter Pan. Talk a little bit more about their chances after this. Graded stakes action continues from New York on America's Day at the Races.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets. Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to naira.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The classic sire.
Ruffian has
has the lead by a length and a half, and Equal Change is now second. Let Me Linger drops back. Gallant Trial swings to the outside, and down the stretch they come, with Ruffian in front now by 2.5 lengths. Equal Change is second by the same margin, and Gallant Trial races third. As they come to the final 16th, it's Ruffian in front by 2. Equal Change is second. It's Ruffian in front.
Looking back on the 1975 Coaching Club American Oaks, which was won by Ruffian, one of the greatest to look through a bridle, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1976, as we pay tribute to her with the Grade 2 Ruffian coming up next here in New York.
From what I've heard from others, obviously wasn't alive to see any of that, I feel like she's probably the one horse I wish I could have gone back in time to see run.
I agree with that.
I've heard about a lot of really good ones. You know, obviously Secretariat would have been great, but just from hearing from people, fans, she was pretty special.
Very special indeed. And I completely agree with you on that front, as we have her race coming up here. Grade 2 Ruffian. There's horses in the paddock. That's a look at Eunomia for Saffie Joseph Jr. Filly that won 2 starts back, and then last time out, while she got defeated in the Double Dog Dare by Alpine Princess, she ran a very fast race in doing so, and she does have tactical speed as well.
Yeah, I mean, she's been running in her last couple of starts really fast races, and I'd argue that even her last race where she was second was what might have been her best race, at least from a figure standpoint. I think she could be very tough in here. We'll see how she handles the racetrack with a little moisture in it, but, you know, she hasn't performed on it well, but she's also better now than she's been in a very long time.
4-1 right now on Eunomia, as she is one of a couple in here for Saffie Joseph Jr. Will also send out the 4 Dazzling Move, as he comes in with some strong chances as well as Ultimate Authority. So he has a 3-pronged attack in this year's Ruffian. We'll come back to the Ruffian in a moment, but first we turn our attention back over to Monmouth Park. New Jersey breds in the spotlight for the 7th race, going 5.5 furlongs on the main track in a sprint race. As this restricted allowance coming up next, that's a look at the field. Cairo Surprise, currently your favorite. Sammy Marin going to be aboard for Cal Lynch, as the horse actually crossed the wire first on the turf last time out. Let's meet the field, though, beginning with the number 1 Holiday Express from the rail.
Yeah, not a lot of early speed for a 5.5 dirt sprint.
First time since his 2nd career race that he'll be facing fellow New Jersey breds. There is Joe Boy's Jedi.
Yeah, another one without much early speed, not much finish either.
He's a big price on the board, as he should be. There's Legendary Thunder returning to New Jersey Bred Company.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this horse, if they couldn't win 3 back with that early, easy lead, it makes me wonder if they'll be able to win here.
The 4 is out. Next will be the number 5, Royal Performance for Kelly Breen.
Certainly has an opportunity to win this race.
Horse that did show at least a little bit of speed last time out. The 6, Sir Newton's Law, went by. We're going quicker now. 7 is out. There's the 8, Lecanto.
Yeah, not much to say about the 8, but I will tell you that I do think the 9 is going to be very hard to beat in this race.
Yeah, even dirt or turf does look to be the fastest in this field. There's Happy Offering, the 10.
Yeah, I mean, ran well enough last time, but that was against lesser, going longer. The pace wasn't all that quick. I worry about this one duplicating that effort with some much faster horses running against him.
Well, that's the field for the 7th race. About 1 minute to go. 4-5 on Cairo Surprise, as this horse does look to try to get back to the winner's circle. Has won against Open Company, even in stakes placed against Open Company as well. Facing New Jersey Bred Company. Actually ran behind Wild and Crazy Guy back in August of last year. Let's check in with Paul and Megan.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, a heavy favorite here in Cairo Sunrise. Let me put it to you this way. The pick 3 to the 9, $9. $9. The next closest, $113 the 5. The 9's probably 3 to 5 right now. I would say 1 to 5, somewhere in that area. Does he look like a 1 to 5 shot?
I have a hard time with him, even though I did pick him in this race, because he does have some quirks when it comes to the way he kind of drifts out in the lane and some of his running style, perhaps. And I did look as far as a specific bit, and he doesn't have anything overt as far as, you know, helping him kind of straighten up. His last time out on April the 12th, there was a stewards inquiry and a jockey objection that resulted in a disqualification as he was angled to the inside, and then he just immediately drifted out in the lane. It was pretty overt and did run best that day. He's going to have to overcome some of those quirks and stay straight. We shall see. He does have some important speed, though, at this 5.5 furlong distance.
Yeah, going to be tough to handle. The other horse in here taking the money is the 5. Paco Lopez and Kelly Breen looking for a hat trick on the card. Paco looking for his 4th on the card. Has some decent races to go to here at Monmouth Park.
He's being freshened, I should say, comes off of the layoff back from September the 7th, where he was going off of form. Last time we saw him in the winner's circle was when he broke that maiden back in July of 2024. So I find him to be an unreliable type. He does have some tactical ability, though, as it looks like the main speed, though, Paul, will likely play out to be the number 5 Royal Performance with Paco aboard. So main speed, Paco Lopez, Monmouth Park. The case to be made, I just find his races are hard to make for him on paper.
Yeah, I just think the 9 Cairo Sunrise right now 3 to 5 probably going to go off. I thought the 1, a horse that had a shoe repair or 2 back, but the rail is probably not the best place for a horse that does not break well. So a couple more left to load. Don't forget your $5 double. New wager here will start here onto a very good maiden special rate in race number 8. Let's go to Matt Dimmerman for the call.
Legendary Thunder. 2 back, Royal Performance. Royal Performance about to load in. Hand to the outside post, Happy Offering. Happy Offering going into the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off. Joe Boy's Jedi, a little bit slow to go. From post 9, Cairo's Surprise, waste no time, is on the lead. Royal Performance hustled along, claims 2nd, comes after that front runner early. Happy Offering in the 3rd position. Holiday Express down on the inside, 2 lengths off dueling leaders. Royal Performance and the favorite Cairo's Surprise. We come back in the group to Sir Newton's Law, well behind the pace. He's about 8 lengths behind, charging into the 4-turn run. Gap of 4 to Lecanto. Joe Boy's Jedi 2nd to last, and Legendary Thunder well behind. They are strung out, and now Royal Performance on the lead gives way. Cairo's Surprise 1 to 9, hitting the quarter pole, clear length here. Happy Offering trying to reel him in, but he's under a hard ride to do it. Royal Performance in 3rd behind, coming to the top of the lane. The others well behind as they come off the turn here. It's still Cairo's Surprise with the lead. Cairo's Surprise clear by 6 coming down the stretch here, and there are no dangers in sight. Cairo Surprise, certainly not a surprise here as he comes down the lane in the Monmouth slop clear. Cairo Surprise, Samuel Marin with a hat trick. Happy Offering was 2nd. Royal Performance just holds on for 3rd over Sir Newton's Law.
Cairo Surprise went off at 1 to 9, and honestly, he won like a 1 to 9 shot was supposed to.
Sure did. I mean, look, that was as easy as he wanted it to be. I thought he would win. I fired up my Naira Bets account when I saw that he was 3 to 5. He ended up going off at 1 to 9.
Very, very short price. No drifting today either, by the way. Sammy Marin had him straight and true.
She absolutely did. Probably because he was just out there cantering.
Yeah. Well, we have graded stakes action continuing coming up in New York. The grade 2 Ruffian coming up next. That's a look at the number 5 Inefficiency. Very lightly raced, Maggie, and yet the favorite in a graded stake.
Yeah, Keisha, I was trying every reason that I could possibly, maybe suss out not to like Inefficiency here in the paddock, but the truth of the matter is I can't find any. Now, I have not covered her previous 2 races, but boy, do I like what I see here for this Ruffian. This is a big step up in class, but I'm picking up what Chad Brown is throwing down here as she is a big, robust filly, and I wouldn't necessarily want her going any further than a mile, to be fair. I know she has the Constitution on her top side, which gives her an influx of stamina. but she's very much more built like an Uncle Mo, which obviously they can go longer, but they're better around this sort of distance because she is very broad. She is also very short-backed and built downhill, but she is a tank, and she is a beast in here. So at least I wouldn't love to take a short price on her, but she's backing it up here in the paddock. As we'll move on to Eunomia, who I'm a little bit underwhelmed by. Weirdly, I've never seen her before. Well, I guess it makes sense. I've never seen her before. I don't cover the racetracks that she's run at. She's just a bit on the smaller side, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, good horses come in all shapes and sizes, but you know, you stack her up against your favorite in here, and there is a disparity in the two. She's not your typical Saffie Joseph horse. I mean, you look at, you know, the 4 and the 2 in here, and they do kind of look like Saffie types, where they're big, you know, they carry a lot of weight. And she's just a little bit on the smaller, underwhelming side. She looks great in her coat, and she has a great presence here. You know, is calm and reserved, but you know, has a bright kind of look in her eye. So we'll see how she does. As by the way, do note they have reopen the racetrack like they should have done for the Nerud. As we'll move on to number 6, Irish Maxima. Now she is the speed in here, and I hope that Frankie Pennington isn't intimidated by Flavian Pratt with inefficiency drawn to her inside. But she just strikes me as a mare who, if you watch her last race, man, I know it was against much easier company, but she kind of threw her ears up. She took a challenge around the turn and then pulled away with the utmost ease. Feels like John Service has her really rounding back into her good form. And she's such a big mare that I've always felt as though a mile could be well within her wheelhouse. I know she's only tried it once. It was as a 2-year-old, I believe in the Frazette, and it was a sloppy racetrack that day. So I'm willing to give her another shot here at this distance. Just hope she gets the right kind of ride. Acacia?
She's in terrific form right now. Maggie, thank you. Irish Maxima won her last couple of races by open lengths, and will try to extend that win tally as she steps back into graded stakes company. Let's meet the field, beginning though with the number 1, Cassiar.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit light on numbers, I think, but is one, you know, as a 4-year-old filly that could be on the improve, those famous Lanes and Silks.
There's the 2, Ultimate Authority, first of 3 for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Yeah, it just feels like one that probably wants the turf. At least the last couple of starts have been on the turf. Maybe just jumped on the plane with the rest of them.
Eunomia trying to do one better than she did in the Double Dog Dare.
I mean, I think her last 3 races potentially could win this one. Claire Beret came back and won the Apple Blossom. There's a lot to be done to see here.
She's faced some very good horses recently. There is her stablemate in the final of the trio for the Joseph Barn Dazzling Move.
Yeah, she's been 42-1 and 44-1 in her last 2 starts, and it's kind of run like it. Maybe this is a little bit of an easier spot for her. She's going to have to get better, though.
There's inefficiency as she is a short price, stepping up to face stakes company.
Yeah, I feel like this horse should be the second choice. But being the first choice, I would say is a play against. Hasn't run fast enough, but has the type of improve in her last 2 starts that maybe she will take another step forward.
Irish Maxima in sensational form right now.
Yeah, it has a bunch of early speed. We'll see what they do from that outside draw if they want to be aggressive and try to make the front.
4-1 on her and Dry Powder. Welcome to Aqueduct, Kazushi Kimura, his first time riding here.
Yeah, Dry Powder back quick too, right? Ran in the La Troyenne. What is that? 7 days ago?
Yeah,
8
quick
days
turnaround.
ago?
Chad Summers saying that she's more of a one-turn horse. So we'll find out today as we go back to Maggie.
Here with Chad Summers, who does bring back Dry Powder number 7 in here for this Ruffian. Short rest, Chad. Talk a little bit about that decision to bring her back from the La Troyenne.
I mean, this was the original race we were pointing to, and then she trained so good going into the race. We took a shot at the La Troyenne, but just nothing went right that day. She was really good in the paddock, but just kind of got into a little bit of a fight with Dylan Davis and took back, and they went really slow. And, you know, she came back. She didn't drink any water. She ate her food that night, and we said, look, we got a crazy idea. I talked to Al Gold, the boss, and I said, look, let's just enter and take a look, and he was okay with that, and look for any reason all week not to run, and she just hasn't given us any signs. She's dappled out. She looks good. Hopefully we can just kind of erase last week.
All right, well, good luck with her, but I also got to ask you about your Preakness likely starter, Napoleon Solo. You know, in hindsight, I thought he ran such a good race in the Wood Memorial. Talk a little bit about what you're hoping to see. I would assume a better post position for him, but from him in the Preakness.
Well, we were hoping the Preakness was going to be an 8-9 horse field. Obviously, you're not excited when there's 14. Looks like it's going to be a full gate. But, yeah, the draw obviously will be important on Monday night. Just kind of see there's a lot of speed signed up in the race. But he's doing good. You know, he had a little bit of a heel bruise going into the Wood. We missed a workout. We missed a couple of days of training. I thought he was kind of brave in defeat there. He had the lead at the 8th pole, second at the 16th pole. You think you're going to the Derby. You know, ultimately we could have made the Derby, but I feel like the Preakness is the right spot for him.
Well, best of luck with him and Dry Powder here today.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right, Keisha?
Let's see what kind of trip Dry Powder gets. Maggie, thank you. Going back to the one turn, coming back off the quick rest, yes, but she has run very well, even though she has yet to win over this track.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a lot, right? You run into the La Troyenne on Oaks Day, all the hustle and bustle there. Then you got to get back to New York. I mean, I'm still tired from the Derby, and I didn't even run. So we'll see. I'd be surprised if she ran well.
There's Inefficiency, though, your favorite. We'll take a look at her last win. She did debut on a wet track. She won dominantly. She came back to face Allowance Company and won dominantly that day, too, flattered by her stablemate, who finished second in their Philly Freedom, coming back to win her next start.
It's hard to argue with an undefeated horse who's won both races by open lengths. I don't necessarily have a problem. I'm not usually one of those who did they beat types. The problem I have is that her figures aren't as quick as some of these other horses, not as fast. So the good thing, if you're a fan of Inefficiency, is she has the opportunity to take another step forward in her third career start. We saw that with Always a Runner for Chad Brown, right? Winning the Kentucky Oaks. So she's got an opportunity to take a step forward. But at this price, I'm not crazy about betting on if that can happen.
Favoritism has now tipped over to the number 3, Eunomia, co-favorite. Actually, it's going back and forth between the 3 and the 5. Who did you land on in here?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Eunomia, the 3, especially at this 2-1 you're getting right now. I just think she's probably the best horse in the race. And when you can get 2-1 on the best horse in the race, that's always an opportunity. I think that it's hard to pass up for me.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups. Let's go back to Maggie.
You're going to take a look here at the inside runner. Obviously, some prices, if you will. And Cassiar, as she comes back off of a second-place effort behind 5G, who did seem kind of cranked up and ready to fire for trainer George Weaver in that effort. And Cassiar was just kind of stuck in chase mode, but ran on and stayed on, I should say, willingly. That was her first start in over 6 months. Now she's kind of second off with a little bit of a freshening in between. I've always liked this filly, and I wonder if, you know, she's one of those slower developing Shug McGahee horses that he's just as patient with and knows that there's some talent in there. And today, it does feel like she could potentially get the right kind of setup if, you know, the speed does develop. Look, I'm saying that having picked the fastest horse, at least naturally on paper, in Irish Maxima, but you know, I would take Cassiar as a somewhat of a backup plan because I've always liked this filly. She comes in here looking great, so we'll see if she's up for the step up. Now, Total Bomb Nation with a 37-1 shot, but I got an interesting stat here for number 2, Ultimate Authority, and it's a weird one, so bear with me here. But Safi Joseph, turf to dirt, first time blinkers, 5 for 14 with a 347 ROI. So there is, you know, potential that she'll respond to this. And she's a weird Safi horse that you get used to Safi taking over training with these horses and automatically improving them. This one, however, has gone the other way since being taken away from Tim Yakteen. So I wonder if Safi could potentially tap back into some of those previous races that she had out in California. I know it looks as though they're just kind of throwing stuff against the wall with her and seeing if it sticks, but Acacia, she looked like one of your true Safi Joseph horses, big, robust, completely dappled, very confident demeanor in the paddock, and we've seen Safi do this in the past. You know, horses that completely get dismissed, that'll jump up and run big ones when you least expect it.
Yeah, it's a good point from Maggie. I mean, we looked back yesterday on a past Ruffian winner, Soul of an Angel, who was a big upset when winning that day, and she would go on and win the Breeders' Cup at the end of that year.
Absolutely. You know, it's you don't have a lot of one-turn dirt races for the fillies and the mares. It just, you know, obviously you have the Met Mile and you're going to have, but it's just not a race you see very often, so it can kind of be a setup point for them to even to cut back or to go longer. It's a nice little middle distance to try to figure out what you got.
She's 40-1. Ultimate Authority, definitely getting a generous price on her. Let's go back quickly to the number 6, Irish Maxima. I thought she was very interesting, especially because she's very quick. How did you see the pace playing out in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the pace will be at least honest enough. Flavien, one of the reasons he's so good is he's aggressive in getting his position moving forward. I don't think he's going to be on a crazy sin mission with a Chad Brown runner. Eunomia is another one that has a little bit of early speed. So we'll see. I think the race will be dictated by what Irish Maxima decides to do and how that affects the horses around her.
Into the gate we go for the Grade 2 Ruffian, going a mile. Fillies and mares in the spotlight. You're watching it live here on Fox Sports 2. Chris Griffin has the call.
Move. Inefficiency. Irish Maxima. Dry Powder. Last to load to the outside. The 50th running of the Grade 2 Ruffian. All set. And they're off. Inefficiency was a step slow, and also towards the back, it's Cassiar. Irish Maxima with that early speed. It's Irish Maxima. Here's Eunomia. Inefficiency now collects herself as a stalking presence towards the outside. At the rail, there's Ultimate Authority moving forward there. And now Irish Maxima from out of the chute and on the backstretch. And she is pumped up. Irish Maxima tugging at Frankie Pennington, wants to go. Irish Maxima 22.74. A quick opening quarter mile. Frankie Pennington trying to get her to settle. She's up by 2.5, almost 3. Ultimate Authority is stalking towards the inside of back and third. Inefficiency out wider, that's Dry Powder. And Kazushi Kimura in between horses. Here comes the run from Dazzling Move. At the rail, Eunomia towards the back end of the field with the trailer, Cassiar. Irish Maxima trying to settle still, now starts the sprint, and 45.02, a half-mile time, blistering fractions from Irish Maxima, who's alone, is up by about 6 or 7 lengths on Eunomia, who's moved towards the inside. Ultimate Authority is back to third. Inefficiency's got to do better. Towards the inside, it's Dazzling Move. Dry Powder's trying to rally on, and Cassiar. Irish Maxima has a quarter mile left to go and still has an 8-length advantage. It's Irish Maxima who went 109.22 for 3/4, trying to pull this off in the Grade 2 Ruffian, and they are trying to run her down, but Irish Maxima with a furlong left to go is not coming back to the field yet. Irish Maxima front running. Here comes launching Cassiar, also Inefficiency starting to roll inside the final 16th. Irish Maxima almost there, wins the Grade 2 Ruffian. Cassiar up for second. Inefficiency and Dry Powder finish fourth.
Irish Maxima and Frankie Pennington were not messing around. It got a little tight there at the end, but opened up with that big lead, and she was able to hold on for the win.
I love rides like that. When they open up and they're just like, everyone's thinking, oh, they're going to come back, they're going to come back, they're going to come back. And then sometimes they just don't come back. I thought it was a lot of fun to watch. Cassiar ran extremely well to try to run that one down, which is a little bit too late. It was a masterful ride, whether it was on purpose or not, by Frankie Pennington.
Yeah, you can see she gets it just a little bit keen there on the front end, and Frankie really using, you see how far forward his feet are, trying to use his body weight, trying to use his core to hold her and not run off on the front end, especially as she's going a little bit further. But he got her to settle, and they opened up pretty comfortably. And yeah, I agree, you have to give a lot of credit to Cassiar, who was last and the only one really to make up so much ground.
Absolutely. I mean, Inefficiency, I think probably had every reason to be able to catch this horse and didn't. Probably not quite good enough. And then the horse that I picked, Eunomia, I mean, didn't really have an excuse, had an inside trip, made a run right here, and looked like if the 6 would have slowed down, but then the 3 ended up kind of leveling off and was getting passed by other horses. So, like I said, it was a great ride by Frankie Pennington. It didn't look like that was the plan initially. Wanted her to go a little bit slower early, but it ended up working out.
She went fast early and finished up pretty fast as well, holding on. Was that Maggie's top pick as well? I think she likes this horse, right? Had some good things to say about her. Yes, good call, Maggie. 6-1 on Irish Maxima getting the victory in the Grade 2 Ruffian. 6-1, 5-7. Nearly caught by Cassiar with that late rally, but the speed, a very dangerous weapon for Irish Maxima. She makes it 3 wins in a row and gets back to the winner's circle, picking up another graded stakes win. She's in tremendous form right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and to do that, to be able to run that hard early and be able to hold off some nice horses running after her, I think it says a lot about where she is.
Getting some love from Frankie Pennington. I'm saying goodbye, at least momentarily. I'm heading downstairs to report, but I'm leaving you in very good hands. Greg Wolf is coming back.
That's what I hear. There he is.
He's waiting in the wings. He looks very excited. Coming back as we're going to actually continue on with our stakes action, sprinting on the turf with the Take the A train. Next, we'll hear, though, from Winning Connections. Irish Maxima got the win in the Grade 2 Ruffian. Not messing around on the front end.
Here in the winner's circle with the Winning Connections of Irish Maxima here in the Ruffian Stakes. I got co-owner Robert O'Neill with his harem of guys. Go Birds, right?
Go Birds, yeah.
And Frankie Pennington and Frankie. No messing around today. My girl, Irish Maxima, she was pumped up and ready to go.
Yeah, John Service did an amazing job with her. She was so quiet and relaxed in the post parade. And as soon as she broke, all of a sudden I'm like, wow, she's wanting to go, and she was ready, and she run her race.
Talk a little bit about how much your arms hurt, A, and B, just when you have a horse that, is traveling and she wants to do more, and obviously she went pretty quick, but you turned for home and you still had horse.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't wanting to go that quick, so as soon as I broke, I tried grabbing her right away, and I think as soon as I grabbed her, she's like, I'm the boss here, and took off with me. And then I was just waiting for the last part because I know this stretch is so long, and just
I know she's going to fight to the end, so I'm just trying to save everything to the end.
She's such a cool mare, Robert. You know, a 5-year-old kind of regrouping after the turf experiment last year, and she just looks as though she's doing better than ever.
Yes, she's really filled out, too. She's a little bit bigger, and she's smart. She's a smart filly. She is. Yep.
You can see that when you watch her too. I mean, she's got those big ears, very honest eye. You know, speaking of John, unfortunately not here, but just the job that he's done with her to keep a mare like her in top form and going into her 5-year-old season.
Can I say something to him? 100%. She's back. That's what he says to me all the time. She's back.
I love that. And a good road trip, right, from Philly?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's worth it. We were coming no matter what. You know what I mean? And I got my man Frankie with me. He rides everything I have.
Well,
He's the man.
Well, go get you some champagne or Guinness for that matter.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank
Congratulations, guys.
Saratoga.
I love it. They're on a mission to go to Saratoga with Irish Maxima.
Yeah.
Acacia?
Yeah, Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia. As we take another look here at Irish Maxima, it's been productive for these connections to make this trip to New York. Grade 3 distaff last year, and now this performance.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue. She's got a weapon with speed. She loves to go wire to wire around here. She likes to go wire to wire everywhere. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with her later in the summer. You mentioned going to Saratoga. There's a lot of options. She can run going 7 furlongs. She proved today she can go a mile. So let's see what they decide to do.
11 for 18 lifetime. She's now won 3 in a row, including this graded stake, little hardware for the effort. And now a grade 2 Ruffian winner on the resume. $14.44 for the win. Cassiard 9-1, completing the exacta, and inefficiency checks in third. Big Pig 5 there, 6,200 plus. With more stakes action to come. My first chance to work with you on this Saturday with the grade 3 Peter Pan still ahead. Your quick thoughts on Growth Equity?
Yeah, that's where I'm going to land, Growth Equity. I think Trendsetter will probably be a little bit overbet off of that one dirt performance. I think everything kind of went his way that day, and the horses behind him had been running such fast numbers. I think maybe his numbers a little bit inflated. I think Growth Equity is the now horse trending in the right direction.
Coming off a maiden win, but it was impressive. It was at a mile. He'll go a mile and an eighth today in his first time against winners in grade 3 company, trying to punch his ticket to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Cross country, Pick 5, follow along, 2 legs in. And we have an upset with a 6-1 shot Irish Maxima. Started it off with Cairo Surprise. Very short number there. Maybe this was a Pick 4 follow along, but we got a long way to go.
Yeah, a long way to go, but we'll finish up here with a couple races at the Big A.
The Take the A Train up next, 6 furlongs over the outer turf. And board shows this one is wide open. Pillar of Beauty, kind of a modest favorite right now for Belmont, with Junior Alvarado coming in from Gulfstream.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this race was wide open. I thought there was a couple of horses that can win. I actually didn't like the 2 Pillar of Beauty. I thought that the horse down on the inside, One More Guitar, was an interesting type. I thought Emblaze made a little sense. The 5. Alpen Glow. I think this is a wide open race.
Intrigued by Cadenza a little bit. We'll see that one getting back on turf. Did break the maiden on the grass, but some big figures on synthetic, shifting back to the lawn. We'll have the post parade from this one when we come back, and the grade 3 Peter Pan still to come. Talk to me, Jimmy. Was on that Derby trail momentarily with that Withers victory. Struggled in the Wood Memorial. Is he ready to bounce back here in the Peter Pan? Thought about the Preakness, decided to stay home instead.
Look at these 2 juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridora. Gunrunner, breed true.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on America's Day at the Races and opening day at the Jersey Shore. We have the finale coming up, race 8 at Monmouth Park. Maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint to close things out. Let's go to Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess.
Yeah, the last race on the card today. I thought this was actually a really quality race. 3-year-old fillies that are going to be trying to break their maiden here. On the outside right now is the 7, Sensei Poo for Chad Brown. But there's some nice runners here. The 1 is taking some money too. Is Jorge Duarte. I know I pronounced that wrong.
It's okay.
But go ahead. You're looking at me a little funny, but that's okay.
I'm not. It said it perfectly. Sensapayu?
Sensapayu?
Payu sounds a little bit more elegant, perhaps. But this is the half-sister to that really talented sprinter in Senza Parole, who we saw run that 94 Beyer speed figure on debut at Saratoga. Unfortunately, she hasn't quite materialized to perhaps, graded stakes winning type, but she's incredibly talented. And this horse has been just typical Chad Brown. Well prepared, fit, and she is one that could need the start. The second dam Sacristy was a multiple graded stakes place sprinter, and she just looks well prepared for a group that on paper seemed more interesting, and until I got into the paddock, and it just felt a little bit more of a lukewarm spot, and she was primed to do so. Chad Brown, 30% the past 4 years with Bursters at Monmouth.
Now, the 1 and the 6 are the 2 horses. The 1's taking the most money in here. Colts Neck Stable. If you're not familiar, Colts Neck is about 10 miles from here, the farm. So the horse is actually running out of his home for Jorge Duarte, and Paco Lopez. And the 6, Monrive, who ran really well first time out of Keeneland.
She did. My problem with Miss Sophistication to the inside is that her her debut race does check out here, but I wonder if she just wants more ground. She also kind of looked a bit grassy to me. I'm going with the 7 here at a little bit of a price, 5-1 on a Chad Brown Firster. Seemed pretty enticing.
I know you're at NairoBets.com right now to get your bets in. The 4 Italy, I was able to talk to Michael Stidham. He said, Paulie, to be honest with you, I'm kind of playing a guessing game. I don't know if this horse is going to like turf. She has shown speed in the morning, so do what you want in there with Italy. And before I go, Greg, I just want to let JK know I got Max's hot dogs waiting for him.
Great news.
I missed this conversation. Did you ask for something?
No, but I like to hit it when I go to Monmouth. It's always nice to get involved.
Paulie's always got our back. Matt Dinnerman with the 8th for Monmouth.
Senza Piu. Waiting for Senza Piu. We're ready to go in the finale. And we're off in the nightcap. Quality of Essence away sluggishly, and Miss Sophistication ducked inwards coming out of the chute. Miss Sophistication, after that awkward move there, is towards the back of the field. So they head down the back stretch. The first-time starter, Italy, has early lick here. Life Raft alongside. These two together with Monrev right behind them in the 3rd position. Gap of 2 to Miss Sophistication. Recovers to run in 4th with Senza Piu, and a length and a half to Quality of Essence at the back as they hit the half-mile pole and approach the 4 turn run. Italy clearing off into the turn. clear length and a half now. Life Raft retreats to third. Monrev passes that one and comes after the front runner, Italy, who's now shaken up by Sonny Leone. Outside, Monrev and Samuel Marin right up to the leader, and now challenges and passes. Monrev going well. Samuel Marin takes a confident peep back, sees that Senza Piu is on the move here, but as they come off the turn, it's Monrev well off the rail, clear. Italy behind in second now. Senza Piu third with Miss Sophistication, but with a furlong to go, Monrev, the reins get shaken at this one, and she responds. Opens up with a big kick. The daughter of Matoli now 5 ahead, and now Samuel Marin, all he's got to do is pose for the picture. Monrev, Samuel Marin, 4 wins today. Miss Sophistication second, Italy third, Senza Piu was fourth in the finale on opening day at Monmouth.
Monrev, second time out, winning for the Victoria Oliver barn. Huge day for Samuel Marin.
Yeah, the horse is 8-1 in debut at Keeneland. You got to think that that's got a little bit of a sign that there was some talent there for connections that don't always win first time out. Yeah, I think they've, on the other feed, they've posted inquiry, and my guess is they're looking to see what happened right when they popped away from the gate, right at the gap. The one ducked in pretty badly, and I don't know if there was interference or whatever, but the one did duck in pretty aggressively.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on that. Paul, Megan, terrific job on opening day, and it's great to have Monmouth back.
Yeah, it's always great to have Monmouth back. Got a little bit ruined by the rain today, but a beautiful day. Tomorrow, we got the Long Branch. We're looking forward to that. That's race number 3 on Mother's Day.
It's going to be a great day of racing. Monrev just now, that's a horse to keep an eye on, as this horse is actually the half to that Grade 1 place runner, Bracket Buster, also trained by Vicky Oliver. But it's been a great day. First day on the Jersey Shore down with some sunny, hopefully, days ahead.
Yeah, hopefully sunny days ahead. But Greg and JK, I think JK, you hit the nail on the head. The one I thought dropped a bit, but she definitely ducked in, and I don't know if she impeded with somebody there, but that just shows you that gap sometimes can be an issue and with these young horses, but no doubt about the winner.
All right, thanks you too. And yeah, Bracket Buster won a big race, obviously, Monmouth last year, and launched that one onto the trail into the Haskell against some of the best 3-year-olds in the country. See if Monrev can continue to take some steps forward. We'll keep you posted on what happens meanwhile in terms of this inquiry. 6147, and I believe that the inquiry sign is down now.
I believe it is.
So that was it.
Quick.
Short-lived. We have a big one coming up. Stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, and the Peter Pan has had an important path to that race over the years, including back in 2014.
Totalist first, coming into the final furlong here of the Peter Pan, and he kicks away again with 3-length lead. Commissioner I Wish You Well and Matterhorn all left in the muddy wake of Tonalist, who glides under the wire at the end. But it's Tonalist with the narrow lead. California Chrome is there, wicked strong, late bit on the far outside. Commissioner hanging tough down toward the rail. Time ticking away in the Triple Crown. Commissioner down inside. Tonalist between horses. California Chrome laboring late. Here's the wire, and it's a photo finish that goes to Tonalist.
Our memorable moment presented by Prevagen. Tonalist from the Peter Pan to the Belmont, beating California Chrome in the process. The first horse since AP Indy to pull off that Peter Pan Belmont double. That was all the way back in 1992. What a horse this one was, who would go on to have some major moments, including winning the Jockey Club Gold Cup on a couple of occasions for the late Christophe Clement. Our Grade 3 Peter Pan coverage still to come this afternoon. We're a race away. Up next, the Take the 8 train. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start down to the inside with a horse, at least since I last checked, that was your tepid favorite in this wide open stake, the number 1, One More Guitar, as she returns to the NYRA circuit. I actually covered her second race in her turf debut, in which as a 2-year-old, she was incredible. incredibly green, bad actor prior to the race, and I thought she looked like a turf horse, big flat turf hoof on her, but one that just really needed to race into fitness and mentally to get there as well. She's done incredibly well since I've last seen her. She's grown, she's filled out, her frame is lengthened a little bit as well, and she's become far more athletic. She ran a super race last time out down at the fairgrounds. I think she'll like the 6 furlongs, just see if she can repeat that effort coming from off of it. The number 6, Cadenza, also did her race in Saratoga. In fact, the same race that One More Guitar came out of. She has turf pedigree. She looks like a turf horse. She has not changed and filled out much, though, since she, from 2 to 3. She comes in good form, though, having largely been running on synthetic over at Turfway, and she does have some tactical speed. Just wish I'd seen a bit more progression from her, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. One More Guitar went by off that maiden win at Fairgrounds. Here's Pillar of Beauty.
Yeah, it's been running down at Gulfstream Park going that flat 5. I worry about those horses when they stretch out to 6.
First time on the lawn for King Solver, and we'll get blinkers.
Yeah, there's nothing screaming about it in the pedigree. I mean, Omaha Beach, I think, is one that shouldn't have any problem getting turf horses.
In Blaze won the debut. It was 5 furlongs on the grass at Tampa for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, but I like the way this one finished. Got a nice number. There's been a couple winners out of that race.
Alpenglow at 11-1, Jose D'Angelo barn, and Jose Lezcano rides.
Yeah, so I think will make the lead, could wire the field. Ran extremely well last time on the synthetic.
Cadenza, start number 2 of the career, went to the grass, won at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs, coming off some big efforts on synthetic.
Yeah, that turf figure's a little bit light, but this horse has gotten better, grown up, and run faster since. Maybe getting back to the grass will help.
Just filtered. 8-1 right now with Michael Sanchez.
Yeah, another one who's got some okay numbers back as a 2-year-old. Will need to improve, but it's possible with age.
Yeah, more pace outside. Here's Sweet Montreal for the Jimmy Ryerson barn.
Yeah, she's kind of in no man's land out there. She's not quite fast enough to make the front if a horse like Alpenglow is aggressively sent away from there. But being drawn outside, she has options to her inside.
So 5 minutes to post on a race named after the way Andy Serling and I get to work. You as well sometimes. Here is Cadenza. Wow, favorite now at 3-1.
Yeah, I think it's Manny Franco, Brad Cox, Stone Street type of deal. The figures that were earned in these 2 synthetic races aren't quite quick enough. I think if some of these horses improve or do their best running on the grass. Now I understand that she does have that win. It was a slow number, but that's when she was 2. Maybe she'll take a step forward.
This was obviously Stakes Company on synthetic, Turfway Park. Runner-up finish, has at least tactical speed, we know that. And again, as you said, the turf figure not that fast, but it's just maybe growing up, and the figures have gotten faster going forward. Was that synthetic or just getting better as she matured? We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah. Ask me in 6 minutes, but it's entirely possible. I thought this was the most wide open race. If you're alive in that pick 6 with the pick 6 carryover, my hope for you would be to have as many horses as you possibly can. I played a cross country pick 5 that's no longer with us, and I used 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I thought it was a wide open situation.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I thought there were a lot of different ways that you could go in this race. So we'll take a look at a couple of horses coming up from Gulfstream, starting with the 2 Pillar of Beauty. As Jonathan said, running those 5 furlong turf sprints down in Florida are a totally different beast. And she is a daughter of Caracaro, and the ones that I've seen tend to be just small, compact, burly, and that's exactly what she is. There's a lot of her. She's not the biggest, but she's incredibly powerful. But I have noticed watching her races that she does break running, which I appreciate. And I think that does help her when going the 5/8s down there as well. She stacks up nicely with her company in here. We'll see if she is able to see out the trip for the 6 furlongs. But she was definitely flattered by the horse that beat her in her most recent effort in Slay the Day, who has been on a tear for Brian Lynch and came back to win back-to-back graded stakes with Beyer speed figures of 92 and 91. Now the number 5, Alpenglow, I think she's too big a price. I think she's really interesting. I know that she won sprinting on Tapeta last time out, and she got to the front end, which oftentimes on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream, that's where you want to be. So she had an advantageous type of trip.
But two back in her lone turf start, she hopped out of the gate. She had an outside post. She kind of rushed up outside. She was wide throughout, and she was going 2 turns on the grass and on a surface that is absolutely not the right kind of trip that will bode well for you. She's built like a sprinter, and she looks like a turf horse. She has that turf hoof to her. She's a little bit more compact and built downhill. She's been training sharply on the turf down at Palmettos. I think she's very interesting at a price, and I actually think the 6 furlongs will suit her well coming here onto the turf. Now, the number 3, King Solver, I always like this name as she's out of a famous writer. Imagine she's named for Barbara King Solver, as she gets blinkers on for the first time and switches to the turf. A shortcut cheater cut blinker going on. And while, yes, in the immediate family, there's not much turf pedigree, the second dam was all turf. Was a graded stakes place runner and did win sprinting and going long, or at least run good races in both of those. So there is some pedigree in there, and Omaha Beaches can certainly handle it. I'm still not completely sold that this might be her best service. She has an okay turf hoof look to her. She's another one that I wish she had maybe grown and filled out a little bit more from 2 to 3, but there is some pedigree in there to suggest that she should handle it, and she is a bit of a price for a horse that is already a stakes winner, having won the Schuylerville as a 2-year-old back in Saratoga last summer. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Minute to post coming up, 7-5. Wow, on Cadenza, really taking a lot of money here. Let's take a look at the 7. Here's Just Filtered. First time on the lawn at Colonial as a 2-year-old. Gate to wire win. That figure, depending on where you look, faster than what most have done in this spot. If you move forward now as a 3-year-old, she's going to be very tough. I'm surprised she's taking no money.
Yeah, I mean, look, she definitely fits in here. I think a lot of times what will happen is you have these horses who we look at the past performances and we're so conditioned to look to see what the figures are and understanding that she hadn't run since she was a 2-year-old, so her figures are going to look a little bit light. But I think that when you add those potentially, if you're looking at the Beyer scale, 10 to 15 points with maturity and with age, suddenly she's right in the mix. I think the 9-1 that you're getting on her right now is an absolutely great price.
So first time back on the lawn off that performance, that win. It was a stakes win against State Bred Company Virginia. Grade 3 matron here in New York. Showed some ability before flattening out and finishing 5th, and now this will be off the bench as well. This is very surprising. Cadenza, obviously a major player, but to take this much attention on the board?
Yeah, she certainly can win. I think she's a play against. I think that a great way to bet a race like this would be to kind of key the 5 and the 7 for me. You know, like a 5-7 with logicals with 5-7 with logicals, and kind of keep moving those 5 and the 7 around, basically saying that you believe that the 5 and or the 7 will run well enough to hit the board.
The Take the 8 train, 6 furlongs on the turf. Favorite just stepped in. Cadenza for the Brad Cox barn with Manny Franco. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Sweet Montreal to the outside. All set for the Take the 8 train. And they're off. One more guitar was off slowly. Sweet Montreal right to the front from an outside draw has a neck advantage. King Solver is a comfortable second towards the inside. At the rail, here comes Alpenglow, and Alpenglow got over to the rail, is now running on through, sprinting to take the lead. Sweet Montreal is now back to second. King Solver is back in third. Cadenza is towards their outside in fourth. Pillar Beauty trying to keep up, shoved along by Junior Alvarado in 5th. To their outside is Just Filtered. Second to last is In Blaze, and after the beginning, one more guitar the trailer. They are 22.52 for that opening quarter mile. Alpenglow is the leader, sprinting all the meanwhile. Sweet Montreal trying to keep up, and here comes Cadenza 3 wide. King Solver saves the ground towards the inside. Pillar of Beauty is shoved along, not making up much ground yet. Just Filtered from far back, one more guitar. Alpenglow with those hot fractions, 45.01 for that half-mile time. Cadenza within range is to the outside, trying to run that leader down. Cadenza to the outside of Alpenglow, who battles on. One more guitar is running on. King Solver is now cut loose, and King Solver is lifting late. Cadenza is in front. It's Cadenza up by 3/4 of a length. Cadenza wins the Take the 8 train. King Solver second, then came a late rally in Blaze and Alpenglow.
Cadenza now 2 for 2 on the lawn. Getting the win in the Take the 8 train here, back on the turf for the first time since Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought the horse was overbet. Hindsight, I guess she wasn't. I still wouldn't find myself needing to play horses like this when there's so many other interesting horses. The 5 Alpenglow ran huge, broke a little bit slow, rushed up to, I looked down for a second, I came back up, the horse was on the lead when they were 5th. I thought ran really well considering the way the race started off, and the 7 was a little bit empty. I was a little disappointed at this point of the race. I thought the 7 would finish a little bit better. Blaze finished better than that one. So, look, a lot of times in this race, in this game, you can't be results oriented. I still believe in the fact that the 6 was a play against, sometimes play against win.
Meanwhile, Kingsolver, first time on the grass, may have a future on the lawn. Runner-up finish here, but it's Cadenza, winner of the Take the 8 train. Here in the 8th Belmont of the Big A, Manny Franco, Brad Cox, and Stone Street Stables. Wins it 3-2 here, stops the clock in 108.76. So some ability certainly on the lawn. Big move forward from the race that she had run on the grass back as a 2-year-old. And now a stakes winner on the resume for these connections as the favorite in the Take the 8 train. 2 for Manny Franco this afternoon. We'll be back with prices. And then it's on to the Grade 3 Peter Pan as runners try and punch their ticket to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hale & Dale at Alapa. And Cadenza, impressive in the Take the 8 train. 2-win day for Manny Franco. Let's go down to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by winning jockey Manny Franco, getting aboard Cadenza for the first time, but she already had that win on the turf, and she seemed to appreciate getting back on the lawn today.
Yeah, definitely. She ran before on the turf, and she won. I just was confident on her. I ride her like the best horse in the race, and paid off. You know, she was there for me the whole way around.
And she fought for you too there, had some pressure from the 3 King Solver in the stretch, and the fact that she dug in, that's always be a really good feeling when you feel them fighting for you.
Yeah, definitely. I know that I got him in inside, and I have to move a little earlier than I want, but I have to close the gap a little bit, and then when my filly feel that horse coming on the outside, she gave me another gear, so I was happy.
I have to ask about your mount coming up in the Peter Pan as well. You'll be aboard Talk to Me Jimmy, who you actually rode towards the beginning of his career. He's quick. What are your thoughts on how this race is going to shape up?
I don't know. I got to play the brake, and I know he's fast. If they let me go, I'm going to take it. Something happened, I got to see what I'm going to do. So.
Well, good luck later, but congratulations on the win here, Manny.
Gracias. Thank you.
Greg?
One of the top riders in the most competitive circuit there is, Manny Franco, with the victory here in the Take the 8 train, riding for Brad Cox, Stone Street Stables. This one impressive, getting back on the lawn.
Yeah, I mean, look, the horse had shown some talent winning at Saratoga. If you win in a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, you have some talent. That's one thing that you know for sure. And, you know, she had her 3 races on the synthetic. One of them went the way they wanted. The other one didn't go that bad. Getting back to the grass seemed to have helped her, you know, get back to improving. So she had speed. You could look at some of her siblings. They were all fast. So I'm sure we'll see her turf sprinting up at Saratoga going 5.5. Might even appreciate that more.
Formful cross-country pick 5 follow along, with the exception of the Ruffian that went to Irish Maxima. Goes off at 6-1 in there with 1 leg remaining, and it is a big one. Stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes, 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. Our ABR race of the week, the Grade 3 Peter Pan, 1 1/8, 3-year-olds, $200,000 purse. We've talked a lot all week long leading up to this race about growth equity for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Flavian Pratt will ride. So impressive in that maiden win, but it was at a mile, and it was against maidens, obviously, now taking on winners for the first time.
Yeah, but improving, right? Let's not forget what we saw out of always a runner for Chad Brown. You know, and these horses, they continue to improve. Even the lightly raced ones, they'll make some big jumps forward, and I feel like growth equity is sitting on that big jump. Trendsetter is one who won the Lexington when we were down there, actually, and he caught me by surprise that day as a horse trying the dirt or switching to the dirt from the synthetic, and maybe. But I just thought last time was the time for him, and at that price, it's not a good enough price for me to go against who I think is probably the best horse in growth equity.
So many big targets coming up, you know, obviously here, trying to get to one of the premier events in our sport for 3-year-olds, but a lot of big targets this summer. Obviously, Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, June 6th. Curlin, the Jim Dandy, which is a big race in its own right, August 1st, as everyone tries to get to that Midsummer Derby in the DraftKings Travers, August 29th, towards the end of that Saratoga meeting. Golden Tempo, a Kentucky Derby winner, made history with Cherie DeVoe, the first ever female trainer to win a Kentucky Derby in 152 years of history, passing on the Preakness. Instead, we'll wait things out and go to Belmont at Saratoga. What were your thoughts on that?
You know, it's different than last year, I think. With Sovereignty, I really felt like there was a huge opportunity for Sovereignty to win the Triple Crown, and I think what we know now, that was probably right. When it comes to Golden Tempo, I don't feel as passionately about, we're missing a chance at that. I certainly would love for the Derby winner to run in the Preakness, but I do think that, you know, Golden Tempo got a nice setup that day, and he's next 2 legs. If you were to run in both of them, would be challenging legs. We'll see what happens. I mean, I think I'm almost at the point, based on who shows up for the Belmont, I'm not even sure if Golden Tempo would be favored in the Belmont.
I highly doubt it. And that's why it just seems like would have a much better chance just to who's showing up, probably in the Preakness than the Belmont.
But I'll say exactly what I said last year when it comes to people like Belmont and Cherie DeVoe and all the trainers. They're there every day. They see them, they touch them every day. And if they make the decision that they shouldn't run, then I am always going to kind of side with them in that regard. You know, look, I think there's a lot of, if you look at the internet, at least horse racing Twitter, there's been a lot of talk about the Preakness, moving the Preakness. You know, one of the most important points I saw is that the Belmont being at Saratoga, being at 1.25 miles, makes it so much more attractive to some horses and some horsemen rather than the 1.5 mile Belmont when we get back downstate. So I think it's a little bit of an overreaction.
Yeah.
Just see how it all unfolds when things kind of get a little bit more back to normal.
Yeah. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll see who will punch their ticket to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga when we come back. Grade 3, Peter Pan is next. There's Growth Equity, big in that maiden score. That was back on March 20th, third start of his career. Lining up for Chad Brown-Klarovich with Flavien Prat. Even money right now. Will he punch his ticket to Belmont at Saratoga?
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of Racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Arcangelo on the outside, 3/4, 113-1, and here is Arcangelo now to grab the lead from Bishop's Bay. Arcangelo, Bishop's Bay fighting back again on the inside as they move for the 16th pole. It is Bishop's Bay and Arcangelo. A terrific stretch duel here in the Peter Pan. Bishop's Bay has a head in front. Arcangelo counters on the outside. It's a photo finish. May have been Arcangelo. Arcangelo is fiercely determined. Arcangelo coming to the 8th pole, trying to pull it off. He's in front by 3. He has jettisoned National Treasure. Then it's Hit Show. Forte's coming right. Oh, he's got a chance. Forte coming out the outside, trying to catch Arcangelo. He couldn't do it. Arcangelo has won.
That was the coming out party, that Peter Pan for Arcangelo. Of course, would go into Belmont Stakes glory. Would add the Travers later that summer. Jenna Antonucci becoming the first female trainer in history to win a Triple Crown event. Would be named champion 3-year-old that year.
He got really good. It's a shame we didn't get to see him run in the Breeders' Cup Classic that year. It was the one that White Abario won. I would have loved to have seen how Arcangelo would have run in that race, the way that he was improving, and unfortunately he was injured, and we'll see. He's got some see if he's got some babies on the way.
Peter Pan of Belmont Glory, not just Arcangelo. Tonalist, we showed you, 2014. Drosselmeyer, which was the Dwyer back in 2010, but some big names in there. Obviously, AP Indy, who unfortunately was scratched the morning of the Kentucky Derby with a quarter crack, but proved how good he was with that Peter Pan Belmont double, and of course added the Classic, was named Horse of the Year.
Drosselmeyer, that was he was a special one for me. One of my biggest scores, a pick 4 that day with Drosselmeyer, and so 13-1 that day. I'll never forget it.
So who from this Peter Pan field will be showing up Belmont at Saratoga week? Your last chance to see the third and final leg of the Triple Crown at historic Saratoga. To be part of the action, get your tickets at belmontstakes.com/tickets. We are less than a month away from heading upstate.
I know, I'm getting excited. It's got a special vibe up there. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm very excited for it to come back downstate and for it to be at the new beautiful Belmont Park, but there's something about that being kind of the backup plan for us, right? Saratoga and that beautiful city, that beautiful racetrack, and the history. It's a buzzy week, I can tell you that much. A lot of people involved. If you haven't had a chance to see one of those, I would definitely try to get up there and see a Belmont Stakes run at Saratoga.
9 to 5 on Talk to Me Jimmy, who won the Withers Gate to Wire. This was a surprise, more than 12-1 that day.
Yeah, I mean, a big surprise. And unfortunately, when he came back on the Wood Memorial, didn't really match what we saw in this Withers. I think the Withers win was very circumstantial. I think that the Withers win sticks out like a sore thumb compared to all the other races that he's run in. And that's why I think he's a horse that you'd want to take a chance trying to beat in here, because I just don't see at 9 to 5 him duplicating that performance that he did that day, winning by 11. But I love a Rudy Rodriguez post-race interview. Just not sure if it's going to be for this race.
9 to 5 right now. Manny Franco will hop aboard. Broke his maiden on this horse back as a 2-year-old. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, that was a fun one I got to do following the Withers. But we'll take a look, starting off with a horse that is your favorite in the lightly raced Growth Equity, as he steps into stakes company for the first time off the back of a maiden win. Now, it was a compact 4-horse field that he did beat, but he did so very impressively. And he has tactical speed. He's not a horse that is going to be pace compromised. Looking at him physically, he is a horse that is not the most imposing. And reading some quotes from his trainer, Chad Brown, he said he's not the biggest horse. He's not necessarily built initially as you would look like one that wanted to go the mile in an eighth, but he felt that he runs like a horse that would appreciate distance. So with that in mind, no, he's not a horse that you would look at and immediately say, yes, he's one that you want for the 9 furlongs. He's smaller, a little bit more streamlined in the way that he's built. He's out of a Wildcat Air mare, a stallion that stands down in Florida and is typically really known for turf sprinters more than anything else. But he does have the Nyquist on the top side, and he was, again, very impressive in the way that he ran last time, just pulling away from that company. So he's given a little bit of time to get going, and I thought actually put a good effort for himself, going 7/8 off the bench down at Gulfstream 2 starts back. So we'll see if he can handle the company and the stretch out in distance today. But again, I do like his running style for this. Now, the number 1, Trendsetter, big upset in the Lexington last time out. I was there that day, and he really wasn't a horse that was on my radar, in all honesty. I liked the 2nd and 3rd place finishers quite a bit in that race, and it just seemed that Trendsetter was a little bit of a trying to figure out exactly where he fit. And he'd run on turf, he'd been sprinting, he'd been on synthetic. And in my post-race interview with his trainer, Ben Colbrick, I asked him about the decision to put him back on dirt, and he said there really weren't many other places to run, and he just felt that he was doing well and take a shot. And he is still not Triple Crown nominated, so they said based off of how he runs in at the Peter Pan today, they'll then make a decision as to whether they'll supplement him into the Belmont Stakes. So he's a horse that Ben has said is very laid back, and that is very much the case. But I did appreciate that he got into the race a bit last time out, and he had a massive gallop out as well. He does have the physical and the demeanor to suggest that the 9 furlongs should be well within his wheelhouse, Greg.
That is the big question. Yeah, who is going to appreciate this 1 1/8? You know, even though Talk to Me Jimmy wanted a 1 1/8 in the Withers, different field, horses have matured, things change quickly in this game.
Yeah, but you got that 1 1/8 with the loose lead, right? He's comfortable on the front end. He's opening up by open lengths. He's going to get looked in the eye this time around by horses that are probably better than all of the other horses he's facing and probably better than him. I just don't see him getting that comfortable situation going a 1 1/8 this time around.
And that was a day where the rail and the inside were extremely, extremely beneficial.
And he took advantage of that. Look, I'm not saying he can't win, but I'm saying that it feels extremely unlikely. And at 2-1, that's saying something.
Post parade coming up. Grade 3 Peter Pan. Stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes. Chad Brown looking on. He would love to get there with some more ammunition. We'll start our post parade off with Trendsetter, who just absolutely surprised everyone on our trip to Keeneland in that Grade 3 Lexington. Went off at 32-1 with that win.
Yeah, I feel like that figure's a little bit exaggerated because of the horses that were behind him, the numbers they had been running. He was really the only one that did any running, in my opinion, in that race.
Azam, Jose D'Angelo trains coming off a maiden win. He got DQ'd out of his debut.
Yeah, he's got some early speed. 2 races ago, he's going 6 furlongs. He's made it to a 1 1/8 pretty quickly.
Brother of Magnitude, Dubai World Cup winner. Here's Growth Equity, 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, he just feels like one that's progressing in the right direction. And I think Chad Brown's horses, I don't see too many of them not be able to make that jump from a mile to a 1 1/8.
Here is the Withers winner for Rudy Rodriguez. Talk to me, Jimmy.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do. There's some other speed in here. I think that could have something to say with how this pace unfolds.
And Rudy's brother, Gustavo, with Golfi. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard, coming off back-to-back victories.
Yeah, he ran pretty well last time. Pretty sharp off of that claim. I just think these are much deeper waters.
Is Trendsetter for real after that performance we saw in Lexington? Let's go to Acacia with his trainer.
And here with Ben Colbrick as Trendsetter will try to make it 2 graded stakes in a row. And Ben, I know that it was a big celebration and a surprise to a lot of the bettors winning last time, but how has he done since that Lexington win?
He's done really well. His last work was actually really good. You know, he's like kind of a 49 workhorse all day, and he worked in 47 and change and was all within himself, so it was very good.
I know that you've said that he's a very laid-back type of individual. Does that give you extra confidence for him getting the added distance today?
Yeah, I think so. No, I mean, you know, last race actually was to the short wire at Keeneland, and the jock kind of galloped him out to the second wire, so he kind of almost had a 1 1/8 prep.
He was able to kind of put himself into the race last time, which seemed to be his benefit. Do you see that taking place again today?
I mean, I hope he can. I think there's quite a bit of pace, so I don't think he's going to be laying as close, but I hope he can get a position and, you know, swing him off the turn and have him run him out in the middle of the track late.
Thanks for the time. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
3-1 right now. Trendsetter coming off a huge performance. It was the first time for him going long on the dirt. Maybe it's just what he wants to do.
It certainly could be the situation. I mean, he ran well, don't get me wrong. And I got to tell you, I'm not sure that the betting on the 3 is not getting a little out of hand, the 4-5. I thought the horse should be a little bit longer than that. Look, I think the winner comes from the 3 or the 1. I don't really need the 2, 5, or the 6. In that situation, if I can get a little bit of a click up to 6-5, 3-2, something like that, I'd feel much better about the 3 Growth Equity. I'm just not really interested in taking Trendsetter off of that 1 performance.
And here's the maiden win. Growth Equity, career start, number 3, second start of his 3-year-old campaign. Yes, it was only a mile. Seemed to be getting stronger the further they went, though.
Absolutely, and you look at the pedigree. You know, Nyquist, the winner of the Kentucky Derby, should be able to get a little bit more distance out of a Bernardini mare. They don't have problems going long on the dirt. And look, it's you know, I think the one of the things you can expect with the quote-unquote good trainers is the Chad Browns, the Todd Pletchers, the list goes on. You're going to expect them to take steps forward, to continue to improve and to progress. So while Growth Equity probably needs to get a little bit faster. It's expected that he'll probably take that step forward. When it comes to Trendsetter, he had a lot of races that were a lot slower than his last one prior to that, so it still makes me wonder if that performance is a little bit exaggerated.
We will find out shortly if he's the real deal, if that Lexington was for real, for Growth Equity. Look, he's got a lot of questions to answer, too. That was a maiden group that was at a mile, now a mile and an eighth in graded stakes company. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I think all the contenders have questions to answer today, and that does include Talk to Me Jimmy, who did win the Withers. He is the one in here that at least you can count on to know that he likes the mile and an eighth distance, having won that Withers at the 9 furlongs, and he just dragged his rider, who was Ruben Silvera that day, to the front end and used that speed. Now, I do think, as Jonathan said, he kind of took advantage of a situation where you wanted to be forward, and it was a rail trip, exactly kind of where he wanted to be, and then maybe he kind of got found out a little bit in the Wood Memorial where he just really didn't fire that day. One thing I will say, though, is I felt from the Withers to the Wood, he'd kind of dropped off in his weight a little bit. He just didn't really stack up with his company in the Wood. I don't feel that about him today. He's strengthened up once again. He has a bright, happy demeanor. He looks very convincing for the distance, and he is a New York bred, but shockingly not the only son of modernist in this Peter Pan field, as the one Trendsetter is as well, which I just thought was kind of funny. The number 2, Azam, is a new face coming in from Gulfstream for Jose D'Angelo. He has pedigree to suggest that he will appreciate longer, and he's a massive price on the board. I think he'll be up against it because of his running style, because there is other pace, namely Talk to Me Jimmy, and he was part of a 3-horse pace going a mile last time out down at Gulfstream when he was able to pull away. But he's by McKinsey, so distance definitely there, and he's also the half-brother to Dubai World Cup winner Magnitude, who has the same kind of running style that he does as well. He is a horse that looks like he should be able to go longer too. So an interesting prospect, just again feeling like he might be a bit up against it when it comes to his running style. We'll see how this pace does develop, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Even money, Growth Equity, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. And look, we went into the Wood Memorial with Iron Honor being the favorite in that race. We all had expectations for him. Things didn't work out. Why is this a different story?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't want to have a sarcastic response to your question, but I think because they're all individuals, right? I mean, I think that Iron Honor, I expected that he was going to improve because Chad Brown horses in situations like this often do continue to improve, kind of up the ranks. Iron Honor just happened to be one of those horses that didn't do that. Growth Equity, everything about the way he's been campaigned, right? He was well bet as a 2-year-old at Saratoga and ran well enough. Obviously had a little bit of an issue, had time until February, came back sprinting at Gulfstream, ran well enough. And then finally, when he gets going a little bit longer at the mile, he wins by open links. And I just think he's probably traveling in that direction, in the right direction.
There's Pratt, and we'll see what this one can do. Again, first try in against winners. As for Trendsetter, gets that inside post. That first turn comes up very quick. This is what he did in the Lexington when he was completely dismissed.
Yeah, this one still makes me pretty sad. Pick 6 that day, everything was going well until Trendsetter got me here. You know, looking back at that race, you'll remember Brad Cox had a couple of runners in there. There was a lot of horses that were looking to take that step forward. None of them showed up. It feels like the only horse that ran was Trendsetter. And like I said, you look at Trendsetter's past performances, he's got 8 races. One of them was very good. The rest of them were just kind of okay. And for me, that would be the biggest question mark. Is he going to be able to duplicate that performance? And as his price comes down to 5-2,
yeah.
I feel a little bit better about my decision to go with the 3 Growth Equity.
Trendsetter taking, a lot of late money off that grade 3 Lexington win. Looking to go back-to-back at graded stakes. Growth Equity, 4-5. Trainer Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, Klarovich Stables with the odds-on favorite. And the Withers winner, Talk to Me Jimmy, thought about the Preakness, opted to stay home instead. The Peter Pan Stepping Stone to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Last to load. A grade 3, Peter Pan, all set. And they're off. Azam broke sharply, and Azam right to the front. Trendsetter will take back now in behind the leader. Talk to Me Jimmy, and his front running style is ready to challenge Azam. And now Talk to Me Jimmy puts ahead in front. Talk to Me Jimmy. Manny Franco into that turn is up by a full length now, as Azam is going to be a comfortable second. Out wider, here comes the Orange Silks of Golfy. Towards the back end, Growth Equity and the trailer, Trendsetter. Talk to Me Jimmy held well off the rail as they move to the backstretch in 23-4 the opening quarter mile. Talk to Me Jimmy is up by 3/4 of a length. Golfy in hot pursuit is there a stalking second. At the rail is in third. Growth Equity is in fourth, and the trailer, Trendsetter. They're chasing Talk to Me Jimmy up the backstretch, still comfortable, is now in front by a full length. Golfy is still that stalking second, and Azam now starts to move forward at the rail. No move yet. Growth Equity is in fourth, just stalking the top duo. 48.35 for the half-mile time, and Trendsetter will have to come from last to catch Talk to Me Jimmy with a half-mile left to go in the Peter Pan. Talk to Me Jimmy takes him into the far turn. Golfy starts to move in, is within a half length of the leader. Talk to Me Jimmy is now trying to hold the margin in front of Golfy, and Growth Equity is in the clear. Growth Equity is ranging up 3 wide. Talk to Me Jimmy's going to have to find more, as here comes Golfy, here comes Growth Equity. Trendsetter is out of last, and Azam is the trailer. They turn for home at the top of the stretch, and Talk to Me Jimmy battles on Golfy, but now Growth Equity is cut loose down the center of the racetrack, and a new leader. Growth Equity starts to sprint away. Growth Equity, Talk to Me Jimmy fights on towards the inside. Growth Equity up by a full length. A 16th left to go. Growth Equity, Flavien Prat for Chad Brown. They win the Grade 3 Peter Pan. Talk to Me Jimmy second, Trendsetter, and Golfy.
Growth Equity, Grade 3 Peter Pan winner. Back-to-back wins now. Winning for Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, and Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, I mean, look, he improved a little bit. He went in the direction that it looked like his past performances suggested he would. Talk to Me Jimmy, I think that he's the type of horse that his best performance was on that day with a lot of circumstances in his favor. And I think Trendsetter is another one who caught the right group at the right time with the right situation. And there were 2 horses I didn't necessarily trust. The one horse I did trust was the progressive type in the 3, Growth Equity. At the end of the day, you got even money. I feel pretty good about that compared to the 5-2 or the 2-1 you would have lost on with the other 2.
3-5-1-6, Growth Equity. Talk to Me Jimmy, Trendsetter. 1-2-3 in a formful running of this Peter Pan. He gets the job done here. He very likely will move on, I would think, to the Belmont at Saratoga. What do you think in terms of him being a viable contender to win that race?
Well, I think I'm not 100% sure about that. It depends on what the figure comes back. One thing I'll say about Seth Klarman at Klarovich Stables and Chad Brown is they're very patient. They've shown that in a lot of situations. They're patient with horses. They don't just put horses in spots because that's where you're supposed to go next. They have to make sense. They have to fit. So let's see what the speed figure comes back and how it compares to a lot of the other horses. That Belmont Stakes is going to be loaded with horses that run really fast numbers. And if Growth Equity doesn't earn a fast number here, there's the rest of the summer that you can kind of map and attack out to. There's no reason to just throw them in the Belmont to say that you did it.
Growth Equity with the win in the Grade 3 Peter Pan. 2 wins today for Flavien Prat. Will he move on to the Belmont at Saratoga? We'll be back right after this. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Two-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavien Prat has a lot to smile about here. He's on another good one for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Growth Equity, the Peter Pan winner. What is next? Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And with his trainer here, Chad Brown, as Growth Equity takes the Peter Pan. Chad, I know that you had said that he runs like a horse that would appreciate more distance, and he does seem to be that way. He just keeps getting going.
Yeah, he does, and he trains and runs different than he looks. I mean, you saw him in the paddock. He's not a very big horse, so the more he developed and didn't really grow a whole lot, I was looking more at the dam side of him, which is sprinty. But when you watch him train, watch him move, he certainly moves like a horse that wants more ground, and he handled the mile and eighth well today.
Of course, maybe water's getting deeper in the future. This the local prep for the Belmont Stakes. Is that kind of circled on the calendar for him now?
Not necessarily. I'm going to talk to the owner, Seth Klarman, about it. And he's in a nice developmental pattern right now. And talking to Flavien, we got to sort of digest this. He definitely handled a mile and eighth. I'm not convinced he wanted a lot more than that. I'll speak to Seth about it. But even if he doesn't, there's some really top mile and an eighth races on the calendar that would fit him nicely, and it would be another step up and some really races, some nice races we'd be honored to win.
And it seems like he's gotten better with some time as well. How important has that patience been for his development?
Yeah, well said. He was a little bit immature last year, and as always, Seth's very patient, and my team gave him a good break and let him mature. And although he might not have gotten any taller, he certainly matured physically. He's a lot sounder. He's moving better as a 3-year-old. And I thought Flavien gave him a beautiful ride today. You know, he lost some ground around the turn. He ran a little farther than a mile and eighth the way he went, but he kept a clear path with him, and he looked like he was always traveling in hand with him.
We look forward to what the future holds. Congratulations today.
Thank you.
Greg?
Another, exciting 3-year-old for Chad Brown, and Andy Serling stepping in the winner's circle as well.
There he is. Look at him.
Fasig-Tipton winner's circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Growth Equity and just career start number 4. Impressive maiden win and now a graded stakes winner at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, and you heard Chad say, not necessarily. You know, it's one of those situations where, you know, they have a lot of horses. They have a lot of good horses. They run in a lot of big races. I think for some people it might be a little too tempting to have a horse that you could get into the starting gate for the Belmont Stakes. But who knows? They might run their stablemate in there, Emerging Market, who made a big middle move in the Kentucky Derby and was a lightly raced type that will likely move forward off of that performance.
And got a big race tomorrow in the Long Branch with a talented 3-year-old as well who may emerge. Cross-country pick 5 follow along. Modest payout with pretty formful results.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with that. $211. Like you said, what is that? Was there 3 favorites, a second choice, I believe, in Monrev, and then a $14 horse who got loose in the stake, an Irish Maxima,
who had a huge figure for that field, but it was at Parks, and some people were distrusting that form.
Yeah, and then we got another allowance coming up here and a possible back-to-back for Seth Klarman, Klarovich Stables, and Chad Brown.
Now, they'll go to Manny Franco here with Right to Vote. Long time away for the one Right to Vote. Haven't seen this one since early November of 2024. 7-2 on the board right now.
Yes, but I thought the 2 Chad Brown runners made the most sense. Right now, if I look at the board correctly, they're betting the 7 Golden Channel, who I thought was one that could win, not one that I thought would be favored.
Yeah, Arkhipov, obviously, the other one, who I would think is going to go off the favorite here. Would you agree?
I would think so. I would think so, based off the money that horse took at Keeneland. When a horse takes money like that at a big racetrack, they usually translate when they come to a track like this as well.
Very early money right now. Arkhipov 4-1. You're not going to get 4-1 on Arkhipov for Chad Brown. Flavien Prat. Preakness 151. This is a look at the probables. So we know Golden Tempo passing, waiting for the Belmont. We know Crude Velocity, likely Woody Stevens, then Haskell. Still some very intriguing names, though, on this list. And with this group that is expected to go, does Silent Tactic potentially become the top choice here?
Yeah, I think so. It's crazy. If you would have asked me 2 weeks ago, a week ago, 3 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, I wouldn't have thought Silent Tactic would be the favorite in the Preakness. But right now, it sure feels like it's moving in that direction.
scratch from the Derby, as you see, because of that bruised foot. Was making up ground late in that Arkansas Derby, but a distant second to Renegade. But again, on this trail and Triple Crown, things can change a lot race to race. Horses can improve, can grow up. As for a horse who hit the board in the Kentucky Derby, a maiden, can Oselli make another impact on Preakness Day?
Yeah, the thing about Oselli is I thought he had absolutely no shot. I look at his form, I still will tell you he had no shot. And being at the race, right about here, I said, oh, please not another senseless horse to win the Kentucky Derby, because it makes me sad when senseless horses win, because it's like you spend all this time thinking and trying to decide who's going to win, and then you get some maiden that wins or some horse like Rich Strike. Oselli ran big. For a second and a half, I thought he was going to win the Kentucky Derby.
It certainly looked like it. So off that now, coming back 2 weeks as a maiden, and with his running style, factoring all that in, what do you think he can do in the Preakness?
No, I don't think he can win the Preakness.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess he can, right? Because I am also of the belief in the conversation surrounding the Preakness, horses that run back in 2 weeks run well.
I agree.
They run well.
It's been proven.
And especially if you ran well enough 2 weeks ago, going 1.25 miles in a 20-horse field, and then you come back 2 weeks later and you run, you are probably going to run well again. I don't know if he can win. This is going to be a big full field. Some of these other horses could jump up and improve, but he definitely deserves to run there, and he's one that he'll probably take a lot of money. I think Cherokee Nation, a little bit interesting if he shows up in there. Chip Honcho, his running lines got a little bit better with Golden Tempo in there, running as well as he did.
Well, we're talking about Chad Brown as he just won the Peter Pan. His horse who was favored, the Wood Memorial, off a Gotham win. They chose not to go the Derby with him. What do you think about him going forward?
Yeah, it's an example of Chad's patience with these types of horses, you know? He's been to all these big dances. He's running all these big races. There's no reason to jam a horse like Iron Honor into the Kentucky Derby if you don't feel like Iron Honor is ready. And based off of his Wood Memorial, there was no reason to run in that race. Now you go back to the drawing board, you reset his works in the morning, and kind of get him going back in the right direction. He showed enough talent in his first couple of starts that I wouldn't be shocked if he jumps up and runs well in the Preakness, but I'm also not going to be cutting in line to bet him at a short price.
That's the outlier performance, too. He's had 2 starts where he's shown he's top quality. That's sort of the aberration where he didn't run that well in the Wood Memorial. And obviously, he's got to be showing Chad Brown in the morning that he's all systems go if they're going to move on to the Preakness.
Once again, there's a lot of big races down the line throughout the rest of the summer. There's no reason to rush a horse like this if he's not ready for this type of spot. There will be some easier spots along the way that he could show up in and then kind of continue down that path. Chad said it with emerging market leading up to the Kentucky Derby. This horse took us here. And I think that's a lot of what happens in his barn and a lot of barns, that the horse has to take you there. We're not going to just put him in a race because the Derby winner's not running.
A lot of decisions ahead and a lot of big races for the rest of the summer with these talented 3-year-olds. Many of them you'll see this summer at Saratoga on our Fox Sports coverage. Race 10, mile to 16th on the turf to close out this Saturday card. We'll have a glimpse of the new Belmont Park. When Saratoga this summer wraps up, that's where we're headed. We'll take a look at the new digs next.
Blazing Salad. Big starting it up into number Surfing Classic.
Good Magic, the classic sire.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And it's lights out. Locked. pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. We're all excited about the new spot, the reimagined Belmont Park, September 18th, opening day when we get back from Saratoga. We cannot wait.
Yeah, it looks like they're out there getting it, working. I'm excited. I think there's going to be something pretty cool about saying that we work at the nicest racetrack in the world, and I think it's going to be up there in that arena of that conversation, and it's pretty cool that that's going to be where we go to work every day.
How about opening day of the brand new Belmont Park with the Jockey Club Gold Cup?
Yeah, I cannot wait for that. That's going to be so awesome to have that Grade 1 race there, and it's going to be exciting. To think, and a lot of people are going to want to be a part of that. And we'll see some good horses. Maybe a horse like, you never know. See a horse like Sovereignty there, or see what happens with Journalism. Some of the other big time horses that we've got. It could be a lot of fun.
Start making some phone calls.
And even maybe some of the, I know back in the day, 3-year-olds used to run in that race as a kind of a stepping stone. So we've got some good 3-year-olds as well. It should be a lot of fun.
We're going to close things out on this Saturday card. Close things out. Late double, I should say, coming up. Mile 16th on the turf here. There's one of two for Chad Brown. This one coming off a long time away. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Right to Vote has not run since November of 2024, and he was facing good horses that day when running in the Hill Prince behind Deterministic and Cugino. So a big layoff that he does have to contend with in here. Now, I remember, and looking back at my notes from him from 2023, 2024, that things changed a lot when they gelded him, that he gained a lot more focus. He was so much better mentally and physically, kind of came around as well. He's not the biggest, and when you do geld a horse and early as well, it does kind of halt their growth, which sometimes is a good thing, at least from keeping them from getting too big, too bulky, too heavy. He's very athletic still, and he looks incredibly fit coming back. He looks much as I remember him, actually, from a year and a half ago now. But as he makes his 5-year-old return to the races, he did show some ability and a touch of class, and that he is a turf horse as well, and I think an intriguing prospect returning, and what the future might hold for him. He does look like he is ready for the return for the races, and while he has had that nice energy bubbling beneath the surface, he's really kept it nicely under wraps. The number 7 Golden Channel does have a race off the bench, though his layoff was not quite as significant. He ran from June and then came back in March down at Gulfstream, where he was pressing the pace setter who was in decisiveness. They ended up going 1-2 around the racetrack, but it was kind of interesting. He kind of floated off the first turn, and then he lugged in a little bit when switching leads. He just really looked to me like a horse that was running, even though he ran well, like one that would just really appreciate having a start off the bench. And he is a big, solid son of English Channel. Sometimes they can be a lot more lighter framed. He has very good weight and conditioning given that sire line, and so he probably really did benefit from that race. Also, typically the case with the English Channels, they get better with more time and more distance as well. So he is going from just a mile to a mile and a 16th, but I think he will appreciate a bit more ground. I thought he looked sensational here in the paddock. Definitely always thought he's far more of a turf horse, and I think with that race under his belt, he should take a step forward today, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Let's go back to one of the Chad Brown runners in here. Here's Arkhipov, the one with certainly more recency. Broke the maiden 2 back at Tampa and was 2-1 in an allowance race at Keeneland. That alone tells you you are of quality. This one comes from mid-pack, fairly far back. What do you think today?
I mean, it's hard to argue. I mean, his Tampa race was so good. But then his Keeneland race was, I thought it was either him or Noble Confessor that could win that race, and I guess you would say he was a little bit disappointing based off of how he ran at Tampa. Flavian's still here. Flavian learned something about Arkhipov. Look, yeah, sure, maybe.
Here's the other Chad Brown runner. Now, not seen this one since November 9th of 2024. Impressive maiden winner at Saratoga, and then went into the Grade 3 Hill Prince against Deterministic, who, of course, wound up becoming a 2-time Grade 1 winner.
A lot of time off, but I guess if you're going to look to someone to get a horse ready who hadn't run since November 24th, I would imagine that Chad Brown would likely be most people's first choice at doing so. The one thing I will say is we talked about this a couple times already throughout the show for various reasons. You know, Clarvich Stables and Chad Brown, they don't have to bring this horse back. If this horse isn't meant to come back and do something productive, there's no reason to bring him back. And they're not the type of connections that would do that. I would expect that if he shows up here, he runs here, they mean for him to run well in here. That's where I'm going to land. I think he could run well in the spot.
7-2 right now from the rail. Manny Franco will be aboard. A 1-2 punch, strong 1-2 punch for trainer Chad Brown, but it's still this one. Despite that, it was favored right now. Maybe it's a little bit of it. The Chad Brown runners kind of splitting that money. Here's the first of them again. Right to Vote, the long time away at 7-2.
Yeah, Right to Vote comes in off a really long layoff, but who better to get one ready off a long layoff than Chad Brown?
It's the second time on the grass for Awesome Empire and the first time in a long time.
Yeah, he's not really in great form, and his turf race wasn't great either back then.
Arkhipov for Chad Brown with Flavian Pratt aboard.
You know, I think if he can run his race he ran at Tampa, then he could be tough in here. I just don't know the excuse why he didn't run as well as he did last time.
Blown cover. That was a big race sprinting on the grass, and now we'll stretch out.
Yeah, Ricardo's going to try to have to save some ground, get down on the inside with this horse who's got tactical speed and stretching out.
And he's won at this distance on the turf, by the way, as well. Here's Ramblin' Wreck at 7:01.
Yeah, no early speed and probably just a little bit of a cut below the best performances you might expect from some of the others.
Big price, My Matoli for the Carlos Martin barn, first time on the turf.
Yeah, first time on the turf, and there's a couple of siblings in there that make this one a possibility.
Strong effort off the bench for Golden Channel in the favor right now.
Yeah, one that you would think will take another step forward. The pace wasn't all that quick last time, and Golden Channel was close to it. Typically, that's a negative for me.
And middle market, the biggest price on the board, Jose Lezcano rides.
Yeah, this horse has been running for a tag in his last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 starts. Probably just taking a shot here. Does have a couple of good turf races back in the day. I just think this is deeper water.
3 minutes to post here in race 10. Mile and a 16th on the turf. We're going to sprint on the turf in the finale, race 11. You can play all the action, Preakness, Belmont at Saratoga, the entire Saratoga Summer Meet and beyond right there at Naira Bets. Preak 25, that code to use at sign up for new members. Get a $25 free bet in the Preakness and that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Again, right there at nairabets.com. 3 minutes to post here in race 10. Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at the other Chad Brown runner in Arkhipov, I agree. The Tampa race was disappointing because he just seemed to be running very evenly throughout the running of that race. He was off the pace with a very tight hold from Flavien Prat that day. And then just never really kind of picked up his feet after that. There was a runoff pace setter in that race, so you would think that it should kind of set up for him moving forward. And this Tampa race, I agree, was very good. He's an incredibly handsome and good-looking horse. He carries a lot of weight and conditioning, a lot of good substance, size, powerful, super coat on him. And he was pretty sharp back in the paddock as well, as Flavien has opted to give him a big warm-up out there on the track too. I don't think we're necessarily going to see him being more forward in here, but maybe it is just kind of getting into the race. Maybe it is giving him his head a little bit more. I'm not sure, but again, with that even running style, a touch more distance would suggest that it would be a positive thing for him. Now the number 5, Ramblin' Wreck, just as JK said, he just has no early speed, and that has been his Achilles heel for quite some time. And last time out down at Gulfstream, just not an easy thing to do at all, and running against some very good horses where he was really far back. He actually did run on a little bit late in a sneaky good effort that day. One thing I appreciate about him, though, is that sometimes he can lose his top line and lose his hind end where it comes to his weight. He looks sensational today off of a little bit of a freshening since that race in Florida, coming up here and has been training lately at Belmont, looking like a horse that's doing very well right now. We'll see if he gets any pace to run at, as he will be coming from very far off of it, though, Greg.
Yes, he should be. Minute to post. Thank you, Acacia. As we get set to step onto the turf course, still the favorite, Golden Channel, off from early June of last summer. Didn't come back till late March this year in this race and ran the best race of his career.
This is real money, you know, for this horse to be 2-1 into the teeth of 2 Chad Brown runners, one that was around 2-1 last time at Keeneland, another one who's taken money as well. You know, you got to think that Golden Channel is well minted here. You know, the same connections actually, Gatsa Stables and Randy Hill, who had Vacoma with George Weaver. See those salmon silks. I didn't think that last race was good enough for this one, but someone obviously does the way they're betting this horse. I just don't quite trust horses that are up close to slow paces and aren't able to kind of see it through. That would be my biggest concern with Golden Channel. But
you don't give him the benefit of the doubt that it was off a long layoff.
Certainly, you could look at those two things as a cancellation, where there's one kind of negative, but then there's a positive as a reason. And even then, I'm still not overly convinced based on some of the previous races before that, the previous speed figures. But at the same time, you know, horses can grow up from 3 to 4, and maybe he needed that last race, and so maybe the pace situation wasn't the problem. Maybe he just needed the race. So we'll see. The way they're betting him, it makes me think I'm wrong about the way that I'm assessing it. And I think that's I try to tell horse players that are, you know, wondering how to get a little bit better, is to know what you don't know and accept that you can be wrong. and gather information as it comes. And this horse being favored right now is a strong signal to me.
Especially, right, because, as you said, with two Chad Brown, not just two Chad Brown horses, two Chad Brown strong contenders, to take that kind of money is significant.
Yep, I agree with you. And look, right, I mean, the three's coming down a little bit. They're both 2-1 at the moment. I would imagine that a late flash will come for Chad money, and the 7 will end up being the second choice. But they're right there on top of each other, those three horses, the 1, 3, and the 7.
Well, Arkhipov, if he can refine that maiden form at Tampa, I mean, that race is going to be awfully tough to beat here. Did not back it up, though, at Keeneland. We'll see if he can get back to it this afternoon. Race 10, Belmont at the Big A Saturday card. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Blown cover. Middle market to the outside. Middle market. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning, blown cover in between horses. Awesome Empire in the early mix too. Golden Channel from the outside and middle market. Those 4 scramble on for the front end. Holding the rail position, Awesome Empire with a nose in front. Here comes company to the outside though. From the far outside draw, Jose Lezcano, and middle market now in front, up by a full length. It's middle market, takes him towards that turn. Blown cover is to the outside of Awesome Empire. They're second and third. At the rail tightly, Right to Vote is to the inside of Golden Channel. Arkhipov is now a well-settled 6 in behind that leading 5. My Matoli second to last, and Ramblin' Wreck is the trailer. They get set to move to the backstretch, and they're chasing middle market. 23.41, the opening quarter mile. Blown cover is in second within a neck of the leader. Tight hold here, Awesome Empire wants to do more. Is at the rail, is a ground-saving third, and outside of them is Golden Channel is in fourth. Right to Vote is at the rail in fifth. Quick look over his right shoulder. Manny Franco sees Arkhipov to the outside in sixth. Is in the 2 path, My Matoli and Ramblin' Wreck. 49.19, the half-mile time. Middle market at a huge number. Middle market with less than a half mile to go. We'll take him into the far turn. Blown cover, waiting for the cue to the outside in the 2 path. Still stalking. Awesome Empire at the rail in third. Golden Channel starts to get rolling in. Arkhipov switch to the outside, and just like that, Arkhipov starts to pick up rivals quickly. Arkipov's going to be 4 wide as they reach the top of the lane, but plenty of momentum. The leader, middle market, with a nose in front. Blown cover, Golden Channel. Arkhipov now asks for a full effort. Right to Vote just in behind him, and Awesome Empire towards the inside. Arkhipov starts to lift towards that grandstand side, and Arkhipov is to the outside of Blown Cover, who's in for the fight. Blown Cover won't give it away. Arkhipov now with a neck, now a full length in front. Right to Vote is the new danger. Arkhipov almost there. Arkhipov drifts out, but gets the victory. Right to Vote, and then came a photo, Ramblin' Wreck with the late running, and a photo with Blown Cover.
Chad Brown 1-2 with a race under his belt, though. Maybe a different outcome with Right to Vote next time off the long layoff. Arkhipov, it's his moment today. 2 wins his last 3 starts.
Yeah, they both ran well. What you'll notice is that Arkhipov obviously, had the recency, got the jump, and was able to hold off his stablemate. But I agree with you. I think the one that I want out of this is the one Right to Vote, who came back, ran extremely well. First time off a very long layoff and looks to take another step forward. And at the end of the day, the 7 went off at 9-5. And you got 5-2 on this Chad Brown winner, and 5-2 over 3-1 with no favorite in the exacta.
Not bad. Arkhipov, Pratt for Chad Brown. Right to Vote off the long layoff. Manny Franco for Chad Brown. The exacta here in race 10. We'll tell you what it paid when we come back. 3, 1, 5, 4. Arkhipov now 2 wins his last 3 tries for Chad Brown with Pratt. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Two-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, Flavien Prat. He's got 3 on this Saturday card. Winning here for Chad Brown on Arkhipov. Second career victory for this 4-year-old who holds off his stablemate who was coming off the bench.
Yeah, he sure does. Arkhipov. And Arkhipov didn't get a great trip either, being wide all the way around there, trying to run down those leaders. He had to kind of grind that one away, and you'll see Right to Vote and the white and red silks right there. It's just he's trying to get there, finishing better than most, but wasn't able to run down his stablemate, who had the recency. Had run, this is the 4th time this year that Arkhipov has run, while it was only the 1st time that Right to Vote has run since 2024.
So 5-2 on Arkhipov. Not often you see a Chad Brown morning line favorite float up in price. That was the case here.
Yeah, they really did come for the 7, and oddly the 7's off the board here, out of the Super, as a matter of fact. So did get a great trip. The 7, still you'd like to think would have run a little bit better.
Crowded winner's circle, place that is frequented by certainly these connections. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, and Arkhipov with the win. But Right to Vote, very exciting coming back. That was a big effort and a runner-up finish.
Yeah, they got to be happy about that. A horse that I'd imagine will make his next start somewhere north of here, probably in Saratoga, and should be pretty tough second off of a long break.
Prices in. Let's show you what Arkhipov paid and what that Chad Brown Exacta paid. $13 and change for a buck. Not bad.
Nothing wrong with that.
Ramblin' Wreck checks in 3rd there, 8-1. That's how close it was for seconds with Right to Vote. Holding off Ramblin' Wreck there and Kendrick Carmouche. And we got 1 leg to go here in this late pick 5 that started with Irish Maxima. And again, since then, been very formful.
Yeah, it has. It's been formful, but, that should keep it interesting, at least if you're alive here with that $14 horse. That goes a long way in these situations. If you were playing that pick 6 carryover, the 6, 7, and the 10 would trigger another carryover. 6, 7, and 10, which I thought is a little bit unique. 6, 7, and 10. Everything else will hit. If you are the favorite right now, the 9, if you're alive in that pick 5, the 9, paying $319 is the favorite right now.
6 furlongs on the outer turf to close it out. New York breds, maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win of their career. And as JK just mentioned, the 9, the favorite. George Weaver runner, 2nd-time starter, but turf debut coming up.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about George's previous horse that went off favored. I am interested in this one, a horse that has shown a ton of speed, and George Weaver knows his way around a turf sprint as of late.
Yes, he does. In our final meet ever here at Aqueduct, Belmont of the Big A, and we're going to have a goodbye the final 2 days of the meeting, June 27th, 28th, and we'll continue to remember what a great place this has been, some of the big moments when we come back.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's Domestic Product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic Product just in front. Domestic Product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that Domestic Product does, it gives you great confidence.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners Menti, Chop Chop, and formidable man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
As we celebrate the history of Aqueduct, there's one unforgettable moment that went beyond horse racing, where a global spiritual leader turned this racetrack into a sacred gathering place right here in the infield. On October 6, 1995, Pope John Paul held a massive open-air mass at Aqueduct Racetrack. It was part of his apostolic journey to the United States, a day that drew an estimated 75,000 people to the Big A. The sky was clear and bright. Sunshine broke through just as the Pope began his sermon, giving the event a nearly cinematic feel. From a 300-foot-wide platform in the infield, the Pope delivered a homily centered on the progress of peoples.
Society must strongly reaffirm the right of the child to grow up in a family in which, as far as possible, both parents are present.
The crowd was diverse, not just Catholics, but representatives from different dioceses, civic leaders, and religious communities. Among them were local Knights of Columbus, dignitaries, and countless families who came together to witness something extraordinary on a day more often reserved for racing than worship.
Pope John Paul II used this venue, Aqueduct Racetrack, to bring his message of hope, family, and unity for the barn areas, for the industry, for the country. That message still resounds within our hearts.
For a moment in its storied career, Aqueduct became a pulpit for the world. The memory of that October day in 1995 stands as one of the most powerful and goes beyond just racing.
Pretty incredible moment here in the history of this racetrack, New York City's racetrack, as we are into our final 2 months of coming out here and watching this great sport here.
Yeah, it's a special place. In a second, we're going to talk about our favorite moments. My real favorite moment is the first time I ever came here, which I had a layover at JFK. And I hurried up, I got in a cab, I came over here, I played a double, lost, went back to the airport.
Wish it was a winning story. It'd be so much better. All right, you're true for this piece. Favorite moment that you went back to in terms of racing here?
Yeah, it's funny when I was asked, like, this is the one that popped into my head, and it's a little bit of an obscure one, but it was in 2009. That was the year I went to my first Kentucky Derby. That's where I really got to become the big horse fan that I am now, horse racing fan that I am now, and it was I Want Revenge. On some illegal site back in the day, I bet a $200 future on I Want Revenge to win the Kentucky Derby. He breaks like that. And this is one of those moments of excitement that turned me into the horse racing fan that I am. To know how much I liked this horse, how excited I was to see him run, for him to be stuck in behind this wall of horses, and then the excitement that I got when he got here, got through for Joe Talamo. I went to my first Kentucky Derby after this. I was sitting at Bob Evans' on Saturday morning having some French toast, and my phone rang, and it was a friend of mine at home that had looked online at DRF and saw that I Want Revenge scratched that morning. It was devastating for me because I was alive for like, I don't know, $1,000, and I was so excited. But that performance is what made me fall in love with him, and it just so happened to take place right over our shoulder here.
Who knows how good he could have been. I mean, that was sensational. I think we all remember that one. That was a special performance, no question. You went obscure. I got pretty obscure myself. And this was one that I had covered several years ago. I was back in 2022. I just thought it was such a neat performance. And it was just a massive resurgence story, not just for the horse, but for the trainer as well, for David Duggan. And Drafted was so far back in here. I wish we could have gone even further back. Came from the clouds and then just dusts this field as an 8-year-old to win by 4.5 lengths. He had been 0 for his last 8 starts, beating a 1-5 favorite in Happy Medium. And this was sort of like back on the map for a trainer who'd been around for a long time, but thought about actually hanging it up for a while. David Duggan and said, I'm just too darn stubborn to quit. And now all of a sudden he's had the best 2023, 24, 25, and going forward now the best years of his career.
It's funny the ones that stick out. I mean, that's what makes racing so great. It's not always those big, massive performances. It can just be the one that just kind of, for whatever reason, kind of tickled your fancy and hit you, and that's a good one. I like seeing those shots of the tarps on the infield. That's how you know you're at Aqueduct.
Indeed. Let's go to Acacia. Acacia, your favorite moment.
I too went a little bit obscure. Actually, a lot in the production office asked me if I was going to pick Tonalist in the Cigar Mile, but Miguel and I were not even dating yet at that point, so definitely a far more special moment for him. For me, it's the 2013 Cigar Mile, actually, which was flat out final race, and he got the win that day. And I chose this race namely because I was here at the time, not working in racing. I was actually competing in the Miss America organization, and I had come for Cigar Mile weekend for the Toys for Tots drive. And that was the first time that somebody said to me, you could work in racing. And I had never thought about it before. And I believe the first person that actually said it to me was Joanne Adams, who's now with the Belmont Child Care Association, and I think was working for NYRA at the time. And it just kind of floored me that I could actually make a career out of something that I enjoyed so much. And I'd always had a background in horses and a love for horses. And honestly, I think that weekend kind of changed my life, and throughout the next few months, I would actually take the train. I was in college at Fordham at the time, and I would come here on the weekends for the big races, meet my parents and meet friends that I'd made at the racetrack, and Aqueduct was really where I truly fell in love with the game, and it will always be a special place in my heart.
Great story. And yeah, so many interesting things of how we learned to love this game and the path it set us on. I love to hear those stories.
Yeah, it's a unique game that, like I said, it can touch you in a lot of different ways. The memories that you have, that you can garner, the friends, the family, the experiences, the wins, the losses, they're all burned in my brain.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll have many more special stories in our goodbye to the Big A over the next couple of months. Rain's coming down here in South Ozone Park. Going to close out again this card with a 6-furlong sprint. New York bred maiden special weight. Super Dave, Wesley Ward. Blinkers off, getting Lasix for start number 2. Saw this one last summer at Saratoga. Comes back off the bench. Post parade when we come back. We're back on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 with a finale to come here on this Belmont at the Big A card. And rain's coming down pretty good. We'll see turf condition has been downgraded to good. So obviously some moisture in that turf course as they make their way out for the post parade. Here's Sammy C-Note. He'll be making his 4-year-old debut coming up. Switching barns now with Mike Maselli. Let's go back to October 10th of last year, and this was the turf debut. Ran second at almost 26-1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is one that's been running for maiden 50 and had some close finishes. But the other part about it is the figures are okay, even though they were running against lesser. I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be a little surprised.
That was against softer state-bred maiden 50 company. Now coming off the bench, new barn. Does have Dylan Davis. 10-1. That big a price? Why are they so chilly on this horse?
Yeah, I suppose there's just some others in here that have just run a little bit better, have been running against a little bit better, and just feel a little bit more comfortable. The one I don't like in here is the 5 Super Dave, who's 3-1 right now. I don't really have a lot of interest in this one. The horse took money first time out, didn't do much running that time, took a bunch of time off, takes the blinkers off. Feels like one you could probably try to take a play against.
9 still favored. Ice House for George Weaver. Turf debut coming up. We start with high leverage from the rail, moving to the Kerry Bryant barn. Jose Lizcano rides.
Yeah, there's going to be some stamina here, cutting back from that mile and a 16th, and has a little bit of early speed as well. I don't think that speed will translate exactly to the 6 furlong race, though.
Music in Motion actually debuted sprinting on the grass for Linda Rice.
Yeah, got an okay number that time. As a 2-year-old, could improve now being 3.
Daisy Dew, a couple of okay efforts at Saratoga last summer as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, really the same thing. One that could jump up and improve, but you just don't ever really know for sure with these lightly raced horses.
Here's Dylan Davis, and we showed you Sammy C-Note in action.
Facing lesser and got okay numbers. Now is facing tougher. Let's see if they can translate those.
Wesley Ward with a 2-year-old who was favored at Saratoga last summer, did not run much. Here's the 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, they just love betting Wesley Ward turf sprinting, and for right reasons, but I don't see this one.
Big Brooklyn, trained by Carlos Martin.
Yeah, has been facing a lot lesser, trying the turf. Feels like a guess.
Jatoli, first-timer. Charlie Baker trains.
Yeah, you get Ricardo Santana, Charlie Baker, 10% with first-time starters in his career. I wouldn't be shocked, but I would like to see a little bit more money.
Deacon Blues was 3rd on the turf at this level last start.
Yeah, it was wide all the way around there last time. Ran well enough, not great.
Here's the favorite, Ice House for George Weaver.
Yeah, this is one that projects to be a forward type. I think will be aggressively ridden. You got More Than Ready mare on the bottom, so that gives you some comfort when it comes to the grass.
And a barn, I think, really overachieves with what she has. Lolita Shiv Mango is Sequesta Volte, first-time starter.
Yeah, you get Katie Davis. She's 0 for 9 first-time starters, so 42-1. Not getting any money in here, but it's a really kind of weird, wide-open guessing race. And one of the things with first-time starters or maiden races like this is that obviously no one's ever won. One of the things I love to do when the racetrack takes water like this is I want to see who's run well on not firm turf. Unfortunately, only one of these horses even run on not firm turf. They didn't hit the board, but a lot of these horses aren't hitting the board because they're maidens. So it's hard to lean on. You can look also on DRF, you can look at the form to see a summary of siblings and how they've run on wet turf. For instance, I was looking at the one high leverage. This horse has had only a couple of siblings run on wet turf, and none of them did any running. So you could try to dig them up there, but it's not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, a bit of a guessing game with a change in this turf condition. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, definitely some guessing for sure, as we'll take a look at the number 5, Super Dave, who does come back off of that layoff and was the favorite in that maiden race where he looked like he was supposed to be well meant that day. did not look comfortable at any stage of the race. He was just outfooted early. He was having to be niggled to keep up. He just never seemed to be traveling well. And then we do see a big layoff following that. Now, it is very common for horses coming back off the bench and at the age of 3 for Wesley Ward to take the blinkers off. So that's a very typical move. The layoff, of course, is something that he does have to contend with. I do think that he has grown and filled out from 2 to 3. Very quiet warm-up in typical Wesley style. He seems to be moving fine out there. But with the layoff and with the turf course condition, he does have some questions to answer today. The number 9, Ice House, will try the turf for the first time. The dam was 0 for 10. 6 of those tries actually were on the grass, but there is a sibling that was a 2-time turf winner, so there's some pedigree to suggest he should handle it. He's not overly turf built. He does have very slack pasterns in the way that he moves. He has some knee action, which oftentimes can really lend itself to appreciating the turf. I thought he faced a good horse last time in Be the Donald, who would come back to win again, though on dirt he showed speed that day. And he was very sharp in the warm-up, almost a little bit too much. He was kind of throwing his head and trying to fight Manny Franco a little bit out there and warming up. So hopefully has settled a bit now. But if he's able to translate that speed, he does look like he should appreciate a little bit of cut in the ground. I'm going to land on the 8, Deacon Blues, though. I thought he improved getting to the turf. He looks like a turf horse, and he looks, more importantly, like he should really handle a little bit of cut in the ground as well. Very streamlined in the way that he's put together at a price, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 7 rears up, and jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. has to hop off. Jatoli.
Jatoli's a little bit interesting. The dam, Glitchy Gumi, horse ran a bunch on the grass, big races on the grass, one on turf not listed as firm on a couple of occasions, and ran well doing so as well. I'm still going to pick the 9, but the 7 might be interesting underneath.
Well, Santana will hop back aboard as that 21-1 shot settles into the starting gate. Here's the 8, Deacon Blues favorite, Ice House. George Weaver, turf debut here in start number 2. Manny Franco aboard for the finale in the Saturday card. Belmont at the Big A on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Super Dave, Ice House. Sequesta Volte, last to load. And in, all set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Sequesta Volte, and also music in motion towards the back end of the field. Speed from Super Dave. Sammy C. Note and high leverage at the rail. High leverage. Jose Lizcano now challenging Super Dave. They're 1-2. Sammy C. Note is well settled off of them in 3rd, followed to the outside. Green cap of Big Brooklyn. Daisy Dew tightly at the rail in 5th. Music in motion has made up some ground as to the inside of Deacon Blues. Ice House towards the back end. Gattoli. And far back, Sequesta Volte. 22.33 for that contested opening quarter mile. High leverage starts to shake loose, but Super Dave is back for more. Super Dave, Kazushi Kimura is now within a neck of the leader. High leverage and Jose Lizcano still holding the advantage, and they are 4 lengths in front of an all-in Sammy C. Note, trying to make up some ground. Daisy Dew. Music in motion is now taken 5th. Deacon Blues, the rest are far back. They reach the top of the lane. High leverage has now been passed by Super Dave out in the center of the course, and Super Dave is trying to sprint clear. Super Dave is up by a full length now. Here comes a new danger from Sammy C. Note, who's got a clear second. Super Dave and Sammy C. Note with big, long strides now catching this leader. Super Dave with the 16th left to go, but Sammy C. Note and Dylan Davis will push on by. Sammy C. Note wins the finale. Super Dave 2nd, Daisy Dew, and late run from Ice House for 4th.
Sammy C-Note, the price came down a little bit, still an inflated number from that 4-1 morning line. Goes off double that at 8-1, rolls right on by Super Dave, who ran much better here in his 3-year-old return.
He sure did. Ran really well. Almost ran. Looked like he was gonna win here for a second. Sammy C-Note just kind of kept grinding away. One of those situations where the horse's figures weren't too bad, but was facing maiden 50s. Didn't love those performances, didn't love the productivity of those races, but he came back, has improved since moving to Mike Maselli's barn, and was able to run down that Wesley Ward runner in the 5 Super Dave. And they were pretty far away, pretty clear from 3rd as well.
8-1 to end this card. Over 7-2, over 11-1, Daisy Dew. And then the 9-5 favorite checks in fourth. Not easy to get by Wesley Ward runners and turf sprints in the stretch.
No, certainly not. And I was wrong. I didn't think Super Dave was going to run well in here, and he actually ran pretty darn good. Ice House broke a little bit slow, came running on late, but not enough.
There's winning trainer Mike Maselli. Enjoy this one. Rolling by Wesley Ward, Kazushi Kimura on Super Dave, Dylan Davis on Sammy C-Note with the win. We'll look back to the big stakes action from earlier today. Irish Maxim and the Ruffian, Growth Equity in the Peter Pan. Stay with us.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Dylan Davis, trainer Mike Maselli, first start in his barn for this 4-year-old. And it's a winning one here off the bench. Hadn't raced since December 12th. 4-year-old debut. Impresses here at a price.
Yeah, he sat comfortably in behind the two pace runners. The inside horse, the 1, and the 5, Super Dave. Sat right in behind, and once Super Dave took over from high leverage, it was just a matter of trying to get this one to switch leads. He never really did. Stayed on his wrong lead there, but had so much momentum and was traveling so well at that point. He ran right by him and ended up winning by an open length or so.
4-5-3 finish, 8-1 over 7-2 over 11-1. Healthy trifecta here to close things out on this Saturday card. Big one today. We had 4 stakes races on this Saturday card, but the Peter Pan, no question. A big one on the road to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. We'll see ultimately if your winner, Growth Equity, winds up moving on to that big stage, but he was impressive here.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes on to the Belmont Stakes. I'm not too worried. I feel like the Belmont Stakes is going to be nice and full of a lot of big superstars. We'll see where he goes, but he ran well here. He progressed. He improved, while the others probably took a step back or stayed the same. Growth Equity was moving in the right direction and got another win for Chad Brown and Flogging Pratt.
So back-to-back wins, but a big one here. Last was a maiden victory. This one against winners in a graded stakes competition. And yes, you said if he winds up not going, part of the reason might be because of how tough that Belmont Stakes field will be coming up, because it sounds like obviously a lot of the runners for the Kentucky Derby passing on the Preakness, waiting for the Belmont at Saratoga. It's going to be loaded with talent.
Oh yeah, you know, the list I imagine will continue to grow and be a daunting one at that. So we'll see how the figure comes back. You know, if Growth Equity comes back with a 98 buyer, you know, the conversation could potentially change on what they would decide they want to do. But I bet they'll put him in the best spot that he has a chance to win at. 4
stakes races, 2 surprises on the Durante. Little throwback effort for that 7-year-old, finding some old form.
Yeah, it's always cool to see those horses that have been those hard knockers that have been doing it for a while. Like you said, 7-year-old to find that glory in his 7th year. Well, not his 7th year of racing. It'd be his 6th year, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But still, it's been a while for him. Healthy return on the pick 6, like pick 5. $718 with 3 runners in the middle there that were incredibly easy to have.
Yeah, there was a couple of, Cadenza, Growth Equity, favorites, Arkhipov right there. It wasn't the favorite, it was the second choice. And then you got to find those other 2.
Program returns tomorrow. We're on FS1 beginning at 12:30 Eastern time. So we look forward to seeing you then. Happy Mother's Day to everyone out there watching. You're back tomorrow?
I am not back tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you sometime down the road.
Soon,
Definitely Belmont at Saratoga, we know that much. 12:30 Eastern start time. FS1 tomorrow on Mother's Day. What a day we had on this Saturday card. Durante, as we just mentioned, in the John A. Nerud as a 7-year-old. First win since May of 2025. His 11th career victory. Good for him. Ruffian goes to Irish Maxima. 3rd straight victory. Adding yet another grade at stake here in New York, a Growth Equity. Winner of the Peter Pan for Chad Brown with Flavien Pratt and Klarovich.